Chapter 1144 Yen Littlefish. Chapter 1144 Yen Littlefish. Lin Ming ignored that Mr. Luo and moved towards the iron cage that was pushed away to the corner of the hall. Although the fight just now had been a bit violent, Lin Ming had intentionally tried to avoid harming the little girl. Even so, the wild and crazy explosions had caused her to pale. Lin Ming grasped two of the metal rails and pulled, easily pulling apart the finger-thick metal bars. "Come with me." Lin Ming stretched out his hand towards the little girl, a warm and inviting smile on his face. The little girl bit her lips and grabbed onto Lin Ming's hand. Like this, Lin Ming brought the girl with him and left the hall. His steps were slow and steady, with a vague and deep pressure exuding from him that echoed in the hall, making anyone not dare to do anything. Mr. Luo gulped, not speaking. Madame Luo's beautiful face also paled. She retreated to a corner of the hall, lest she attract Lin Ming's ire. Lin Ming and the little girl left the trading fair hall with no one stopping them. After Lin Ming left, Mr. Luo finally relaxed. He grit his teeth, taking out several pills from his spatial ring and swallowing them down. Today he acknowledged that he got what he deserved. Although he had lost face, for better or worse, the truth was that the tremendous pressure that came shrouding down was from a half-step world king powerhouse who was secretly observing everything happening here. If it was said that their gang was overwhelmed by a half-step world king supreme elder, then that wouldn't be too shameful. The other young elites glanced at each other in shocked dismay. This trade fair had completely broadened their horizons. Indeed, in the vast divine realm, there truly was no limit to the universe. There would always be a higher peak and a stronger person. They were all outstanding juniors of their generation, but compared to Lin Ming, they weren't anything at all. This Lin Ming, is he really a genius that could be raised by a holy land? Would it be a great world, king-level holy land? River Feather mumbled to himself. Although he knew that there were countless young elites in the divine realm that were far more formidable than him, this was the first time that he had felt so deeply powerless and frustrated. Against such a seemingly omnipotent strength, he wasn't able to summon any courage to chase after him. Perhaps it might be a great world king, level holy land. Moreover, Lin Ming's talent would be amazing even within a great world king, level holy land. And don't forget, above a great world king is an Empyrean. If it was a genius trained by an Empyrean, just how high would their talent be? Empyrean. River Feather ruefully smiled upon hearing this word. If it were the descendant of an Empyrean, just how ridiculous would that be? Without mentioning the resources or inheritances that an Empyrean could provide, just the level of talent that a descendant of an Empyrean would possess was far too dreadful to imagine. If the Empyrean spouse was also a super powerhouse and their child inherited both of their parents' talents, that would simply be unbelievable. Compared to that, they were nothing more than ants. River Feather sighed. Then, a true essence sound transmission sounded out in his ears. It was Lin Ming's voice. "I ask that Brother River continue to collect the materials that I requested. Without a doubt, I will return within a year and pay you back the full price for them." As Lin Ming finished speaking, he quickly dashed away, leaving River Feather in a daze. He could faintly feel that Lin Ming would shine with glory in the future divine realm. As for him, he would continue to strive to become the successor to his Holy Land family, even if those hopes were slim. The difference in status between the two could be imagined. If I can remain on good terms with Lin Ming in the future, then the benefits I obtain will be many. At the very least, I will be able to smoothly inherit the position of patriarch in the future. River Feather whispered to himself. As he thought of this, he secretly solidified his determination. He had to seize this chance and help Lin Ming as splendidly and smoothly as he could. At this time, Lin Ming had already left immemorial Imperial City and had arrived at the distant outskirts. His speed wasn't fast, and he appeared extremely calm. But within the magic cube space, M.O. Eversnow was releasing her divine sense, maintaining absolute vigilance. Lin Ming's breathing was even, as if he were taking a casual stroll. But his nerves were taut. He was ready to deal with dangers that might erupt at any given moment. He couldn't help but be cautious. Although he had seemed to overawe everyone and smoothly walk out, the truth was that he had just escaped the jaws of death. That underworld trade fair was no different from a danger zone to Lin Ming. The reason that Lin Ming would brandish his weapon and start a fight at the trade fair was that he had no choice left. If he was able to melt away disasters with some wealth, then he wouldn't have chosen to fight. But that Mr. Luo was insatiably greedy, and his attempt at extortion became increasingly ruthless. If Lin Ming pinched his nose and pretended he didn't notice this, then that Mr. Luo might even have the idea to inflate the price to unbelievable heights. At the end, he might have even developed thoughts of killing Lin Ming to steal his wealth. After all, if Lin Ming wasn't able to show that there was some great influence behind him and kept bearing all of the abuse, then others would think he was someone easy to bully. In this case, where Lin Ming was carrying a large amount of wealth, they would think he was just some nobody that stumbled into a massive treasure trove. Immemorial Imperial City was a place where both good and evil were mixed up. If others believed he was no different from a fat lamb that was free to be butchered, his fate could be imagined. He might even be eaten up by someone without any dregs remaining. In order to combat these types of snakes, one could only be even more ruthless and thoroughly suppress them so that all they knew was fear. No one is chasing after us. There were several senses that were following you for a distance, but they eventually returned. M.O. Eversnow said from within the magic cube space. Got it. Lin Ming slowed down, flying, a fearless look in his eyes. He didn't hide his whereabouts, nor did he purposefully change directions. It was only until he flew another 1,000 miles away, and M.O. Eversnow confirmed again that there was no one following him, that he rapidly accelerated. He instantly blew past 10,000 miles in a single go, crossing through several mountains and valleys and switching directions several times. Finally, he stopped by a quiet forest where no one was living. He was finally out of danger. Lin Ming let out a long breath. This period just now had been an extreme test on his mentality. Although he appeared completely confident, the truth was that he was extremely anxious with nerves tighter than wires. M.O. Eversnow faintly smiled. Your acting skills aren't bad. Lin Ming chuckled, shaking his head. Miss M.O. was much calmer than me. When you put that pressure out, there wasn't the faintest feeling that you lacked any energy at all. It was truly the aura of a top master who controlled the lives of all present, as if they could all be killed with a single wave of the hand. As for me, I was just putting on a child's play. As Lin Ming spoke, his thoughts moved, and his figure appeared within the extreme violet ring. At this time, M.O. Eversnow also turned into a stream of light that entered into the extreme violet ring's world. Here, a little girl was sitting down near the medicine garden, holding both of her knees. She stared at the wondrous sight in front of her, 20 mountains of purple crystals. Each crystal mountain was formed by a massive amount of piled-up violet sunstones and violet sun crystals. Lin Ming had exchanged the wealth he took from Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan at Carefree Island for violet sunstones and received over 100 billion. And he had also inherited over 300 billion from the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. He had already exchanged the latter for crystal cards, around 3,600 to 3,700 of them. Each crystal card was worth 100 million. These crystal cards could be exchanged at any major bank of the Great Worlds for violet sunstones or different kinds of pills. And now, these 20 purple crystal mountains had formed a tremendous visual impact on this little girl. During her time at Immemorial Imperial City's underworld influence, she had never had enough to eat. From the start, Their only desire had been to study her special physique and ascertain just what it was. Thus, they had supplied her with many violet sun crystals. But in the end, this had come to nothing, and they were only able to sell her for a price of 2 million. Afterwards, while she had been waiting to be sold, this little girl nearly never had anything to eat, and she had been in a starving state for a long time. In fact, even when she had violet sun crystals to eat at the start, she only ate 20 some per day. That was equal to 200,000 some violet sunstones. So when had she seen such a massive violet sun crystal mountain? The little girl couldn't help but lick her lips. She was unbearably hungry, but since she didn't have Lin Ming's permission, she could only look on. As she saw Lin Ming and M.O. Eversnow arrive, she was startled and quickly stood up. "Eat as much as you want," Lin Ming casually said. The little girl knew that Lin Ming had seen her hungry appearance and blushed, a bit embarrassed. She didn't have the courage to directly start eating the violet sun crystals, but looked at M.O. Eversnow with a confused look on her face instead. "You are that big sister in the hall?" the little girl suddenly asked, startling Lin Ming and M.O. Eversnow. The two of them glanced at each other and then turned to that little girl in disbelief. "How did you know?" "A feeling. I had a feeling that this big sister's aura is the same as the big sister's aura in the hall," the little girl said, shrinking her neck back. After Lin Ming listened to her, he looked at the little girl with a bit of surprise in his eyes. She clearly didn't have the least bit of cultivation, and M.O. Eversnow had been purposefully avoiding placing any soul pressure on her. Even so, she was able to remember M.O. Eversnow's soul fluctuations, and even now when M.O. Eversnow was restraining her soul aura, she had still been able to recognize her. This was something that not even a martial artist skilled in the aspect of soul would be able to achieve. "What's your name?" M.O. Eversnow asked. I am called Yen Littlefish, but you can just call me Fishy," the little girl whispered in a clear voice. "Yen Littlefish, that's a very beautiful name. May I ask you a few questions?" "You can ask me, big sister," Fishy said, without the least bit of wariness towards M.O. Eversnow. I want to know what your background is. Who are your parents? How could you only eat violet sunstones? And how do you know where the violet sunstone embryo is?" Hearing M.O. Eversnow's questions, Yen Littlefish thought very hard for a time. Before shaking her head, she said, "I don't remember where I came from. All I remember is that I have always been alone around Immemorial Imperial City, and I don't have any parents." "You're alone? Then how did you live when you were a little child? Where did you obtain violet sunstones from?" After hearing Fishy's words, Lin Ming was surprised. It was simply impossible for a lonely and defenseless little girl to live near Immemorial Imperial City for all this time. Moreover, Fishy didn't eat normal types of food. She only ate violet sunstones and violet sun crystals, so where would she have obtained them? Yen Littlefish hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "The truth is that I can see violet sunstones buried underground. I can even see them when they are super, super far away. It's just that I am very weak, so I can't dig them out, but I can sometimes dig out some small pieces and eat them." Lin Ming and M.O. Eversnow were dumbfounded. There was actually such a mystical ability. Chapter 1145, Marvelous Ability. Chapter 1145, Marvelous Ability. You can see the location of violet sunstones? Those people that captured you didn't know this? Lin Ming found this surprising. Violet sunstones and violet sun crystals were often buried deep underground, isolated by thick layers of soil. In addition, these layers of soil were often like the purple mountain in the red desolate mystic realm and had certain properties that could isolate divine sense. They were extremely difficult to discover. If Yen Littlefish had this ability, then just this point alone would cause countless underworld influences to compete for her. Fishy shook her head. She clenched her small fists and said, "They were bad guys, so I didn't tell them. If I did, then it would have been really sad for me. I would have to rush every day to help him mine stuff, but the truth is if I look for things for too long, then my head hurts and I will feel dizzy and sick. As Fishy spoke, Lin Ming and M.O. Eversnow felt their hearts touched. Although Fishy was young, and she didn't have much courage, she was quite smart. A rhino would often die because of their horn, and elephants were hunted for their pure, white, ivory tusks. It wasn't easy for an 11 to 12-year-old child to understand this and hide their own abilities. It also seemed that Fishy revealing that she knew the whereabouts of the violet sunstone embryo was because she had no choice, since she didn't have any cultivation. She couldn't use a true essence sound transmission to tell Lin Ming this. She could only speak it out loud. Luckily, Fish didn't continue to hide her ability. Otherwise, Lin Ming wouldn't have a clue to find the violet sunstone embryo, and Fishy wouldn't have been able to leap out of her sea of suffering. How did they treat you? M.O. Eversnow sighed as she remembered how Fishy had fear in her eyes when she saw that Mr. Luo and Madame Luo. Fishy said, "They let me eat at the start, but they also forced me to train a lot. They didn't let me sleep or even rest, and afterwards that Madame Luo kept calling me useless trash and yelled at me, hit me, and finally locked me up. They didn't let me eat anymore, and only wanted to sell me away. They had wanted to sell me to a terrible witch for alchemy, but that witch thought I was too expensive and didn't buy me. I was afraid of what would happen if I stayed there. I knew if I did, I would die sooner or later. That's why I couldn't help but call out for Big Brother." Yen Littlefish guiltily looked at Lin Ming. She hadn't thought that her calling out to him would cause him so much trouble. "These underworld gangs are truly heartless," Lin Ming said, but he understood that this was simply how it was in the world of martial artists. These underworld gang influences didn't need to worry about what the public thought of them. Thus, they were able to seek profits at any cost, no matter how horrible it made them. The reason that they gave Fishy violet sunstones to eat at the start was only that they wanted to train her, so when she matured they could sell her for a higher price. Thus, this was why they rigorously trained an 11 to 12-year-old girl. Afterwards, when they discovered that their training had no effect, they thought of simply selling her instead. As for what her fate would be, and whether she would live or die, none of them cared. Big Brother and Big Sister are fierce. Those bad guys were all beaten up, Fishy said, excited, as she thought of how Lin Ming and M.O. Eversnow had shown off in such great glory. M.O. Eversnow smiled and shook her head. "We're not as fierce as you think we are." As she spoke, she couldn't help but lift her hand and rub Fishy's cheeks. She could rely on energy to simulate touch, a touch that felt like water. "Big Sister, your hands are very cold," Fishy said. She didn't avoid M.O. Eversnow, but only looked at her strangely. M.O. Eversnow faintly smiled. Being called a big sister by such a little child was quite strange to her. She said, "You can call me Ani from now on. I've always had such a cold body." "Ani," Fishy tilted her head thinking about it. She said, "But I like to call you Big Sister more." And Big Sister doesn't seem to be much older than Fishy. "A bit." M.O. Eversnow chuckled, thinking it was funny. The time while she slept in the magic cube had been extremely strange. It hadn't dimmed her fires of life at all, and they were still as vivid as they were 50,000 years ago. It was like time had stopped and only restarted when she had awakened with Lin Ming. As she stood together with Lin Ming, they were like mortal youths in their prime, brimming with vitality. This was one of the most fascinating aspects of following the martial path, in that one could extend their youth. Those that cultivated martial arts were not willing to resign themselves to the ebb of time. As years passed, their life force and strength would be slowly sucked away. Even though they had the ability to move mountains and sunder seas, they finally couldn't escape the slow changes of destiny. Often, a martial artist would constantly seek out lucky chances, passing through layers upon layers of dangers to climb to a higher peak of martial arts. What drove them was not just peeping at the wonders of the heavenly Tao laws, but also to obtain longer youth and longer life. Even an Empyrean was unable to achieve that faint and illusory immortality that existed in legends. As for whether one could even achieve immortality through the martial path and surpass the scope of the heavenly Tao, that had always been an enigma. All right, eat something. You look hungry. Lin Ming took out several high-quality violet sun crystals from the purple crystal mountain and passed them to Fishy. As Fishy saw this violet sun crystal and the incomparably rich energy within it, she bit her lips and said, "This is very expensive. Big Brother Lin Ming's crystals are much better than ordinary ones." This large fragment of violet sun crystal that Lin Ming took out was worth several 100,000 violet sunstones. That underground influence would definitely not be willing to give Fishy such a luxurious item to eat. But to him, who had 500 billion violet sunstones, several 100,000 was just a drop of water in the ocean. M.O. Eversnow smiled. "There's much more where that came from. You won't be able to finish it all." Fishy took the big violet sun crystal, a bit embarrassedly, and bit down on it. As Fishy ate the violet sun crystal, Lin Ming was paying particularly special attention to the changes in it. Violet sun crystals were extremely hard. Not even an iron hammer would be able to break them, and they could easily chip teeth. But as Yen Littlefish bit down on that violet sun crystal, part of the crystal's energies mysteriously dissolved, just like she was biting a candied fruit instead. The violet sun crystal was simply eaten like that. This, Lin Ming glanced at M.O. Eversnow, finding this incredible. Just what sort of principle was this? Fishy clearly didn't have any energy fluctuations coming from her body. She was a true and thorough mortal little girl. Yummy! I've never eaten something so delicious before. Fishy seemed shy as she spoke, but continued to eat. The more she ate, the quicker she ate, and the more lively she ate, just like an ordinary little girl eating candy. "I've never heard of this type of physique before," M.O. Eversnow sighed. In the vast divine realm, every strange and fantastical thing was possible. M.O. Eversnow considered herself well-read and experienced, but she had still never seen any type of record that pertained to such a physique. Violet sunstones were the condensation of heaven and earth origin energy. Martial artists could use them to cultivate, but because large sects of the divine realm often had training locations with extremely rich energy, there wasn't too great a demand on violet sun crystals for cultivation. Normally, violet sun crystals would only be used to activate array formations and drive the movement of spirit ships, or even galvanize large-scale spirit artifacts. They were even used to open divergent mystic realms. But to directly eat up a violet sun crystal, that was something she had never heard of. In just half an incense stick of time, the large violet sun crystal chunk was directly eaten up by Fishy. Fishy patted her full belly and accidentally let out a burp. Her face blushed red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, slowly saying, I'm full. That was very delicious." Lin Ming looked at Fishy, a puzzled light in his eyes. In his opinion, energy in the divine realm was conserved. It wouldn't come from nowhere, nor would it randomly disappear. A mortal could work labor because they ate food, and a martial artist could move seas because they absorbed heaven and earth origin energy. Then Fishy ate up so much pure violet sun crystal energy. So where did that energy go? A little mortal girl had a limit to the amount of energy they could expend in their entire life. It probably wouldn't even be equal to 1,000th of that violet sun crystal just now. Lin Ming used his senses to investigate Fishy's body. Following the movement of the violet sun crystal after Fishy ate it, he discovered that the energy simply vanished without a trace. It was like there was a bottomless pit in Fishy's body, and she swallowed it all without end. Lin Ming glanced at M.O. Eversnow, but M.O. Eversnow only shook her head. She said, "I also cannot understand this. Fishy's body is truly incomprehensible. She violates the conservation of energy contained within the heavenly Tao laws. Then again, perhaps this energy was hidden using some sort of special method. Or maybe it was simply transferred somewhere else. Even though M.O. Eversnow's soul force was on the level of a half-step world king, she still couldn't discover what was happening in Yen Littlefish's body. Well, let's consider it finished. We'll slowly unravel whatever her physique is in the future. Lin Ming didn't think that it would be easy to understand Fishy's physique. Otherwise, that underworld influence of immemorial Imperial City would have already done so. Fishy, you said that you knew the location of the Violet Sunstone embryo. Did you find it when you were looking for something to eat? I'm not too sure. Fishy shook her head. That place is very strange. When I saw that place, I felt very uncomfortable, and I didn't know why. I can lead Big Brother Lin Ming to go there now. All right. You point the way, and we'll go together. But we're not in a hurry, so let's rest a bit first. Lin Ming turned into a stream of light that shot out from the extreme violet ring. Then his thoughts stirred, and his body began to emit great snapping and crackling noises. His body began to change. His figure became much larger, his muscles thicker, and his handsome looks more ordinary. In a short while, he became a completely different person. It was impossible to find even the faintest shadow of Lin Ming in his body. Then, Lin Ming revolved the special martial skill M.O. Eversnow taught him to conceal the energy fluctuations of Grand Miss Space, using that to completely change his own aura. At this time, even an early divine Lord Realm Powerhouse might not be able to recognize him. And why would an ordinary divine Lord Powerhouse have the spare time to investigate everyone they came across to see if they had changed their appearance? Like this, they stayed until nightfall. Under the cover of night, Lin Ming quietly moved towards immemorial Imperial City. With Fishy's guidance, he soon found the location where Fishy said the Violet Sunstone embryo was. But as he saw this place, he was actually shocked. How could it be here? Chapter 1146, Mysterious Land. Chapter 1146, Mysterious Land. This is where you sensed the Violet Sunstone embryo was. Are you sure? Lin Ming asked Fishy, a bit incredulously. Fishy nodded. It's here. I've seen it many times before. But here is... Lin Ming pointed towards the massive towering city that floated high in the skies. That was clearly immemorial Imperial City. Lin Ming originally imagined that the Violet Sunstone embryo would be hidden in some distant and desolate mountain range, or perhaps in some inaccessible valley where no one lived. Even if Fishy said it was near immemorial Imperial City, that near should be at least thousands of miles away. If so, then perhaps it might not have been discovered even after all this time. But he never imagined that the place Fishy would indicate was immemorial Imperial City. You're saying that the Violet Sunstone embryo is in immemorial Imperial City? Lin Ming asked, stunned. It's underneath the ground. Fishy's round face flushed red as she spoke with certainty. Underground, this is... Lin Ming found it hard to believe. Was there a Violet Sunstone mine beneath immemorial Imperial City? When the city was first being built, wouldn't the numerous Supreme Elders have discovered it already? This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Ming, I also think it is unbelievable, but I know that Fishy isn't lying to you. Take a look. Even if there isn't a Violet Sunstone embryo underneath immemorial Imperial City, there is still something suspicious happening here. I just wonder if the many powerhouses living in the city know of the situation underground. All right. Lin Ming chose a mountainous region several hundred miles away from immemorial Imperial City and began to drill his way into the earth. If he cut and angled towards immemorial Imperial City, then others would notice him. Normally, unless a martial artist cultivated the earth laws, it wasn't easy for them to dig into the earth. Passing underground consumed a great deal of energy, an amount tens of thousands of times greater than flying through the air. Moreover, this energy would be more rapidly consumed the deeper one went. Thus, even a divine transformation realm powerhouse would find it impossible to drill over 1,000 to 2,000 miles underground. And if there was some sort of collapse, the massive pressure would crush them half dead. Wanting to emerge from that sort of situation would consume an even greater amount of energy. Although Lin Ming didn't cultivate in the earth laws, he had the grand space that was able to annihilate all laws. The power of earth and stone belonged to the 5 elements. Thus, it was naturally decomposed by the grand mist laws and destroyed. With this, when Lin Ming displayed the grand mist space and drilled into the earth, all of the soil and rock parted before him as it rapidly melted away. Like this, he was able to move underground unimpeded. Lin Ming had dragon marrow blood in his body, and his true essence had reached the peak of thickness for his level. He immediately passed through several hundred miles and still continued onwards. During this, the soil texture around Lin Ming changed several times. Many layers of soil were similar to the rocks of the red desolate mystic realm and were able to isolate divine sense. Like this, even a holy lord or world king couldn't see through these layers. He continued forwards, 900 miles down. The temperature had become extremely high, and the pressure had become terrifying. This was a horrendous environment. He had to use up a great deal of energy just to stay here. The rock is becoming more and more hard. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Normally, depths underground were measured in units of 10 feet. If it were measured in miles instead, then that would truly be terrifying. Everything was completely dark, and the soil was placing intense pressure on every inch underground. Even the heat was becoming increasingly intense, as if he were traveling through half-melted metal. Every time he moved forwards, he would have to consume more and more strength. This is vast sky stone that is used by large sects to build palaces. It is heavier than gold and extremely hard. Even if it is placed in an environment that is several dozen times hotter than magma, it still won't soften. Lin Ming frowned. He estimated that he was already 1,000 and several hundred miles underneath the ground. Just what sort of concept was this distance? If a mortal rapidly marched, they could cross 100 miles in a day, and these 1,000-some miles were equal to a mortal walking for over a dozen days. However, this was not the flat earth, but underground. How could a little mortal girl like Fishy see so deep underground? Yet Lin Ming didn't suspect Fishy's words at all. This trust was purely intuitive. 2,000 miles. Lin Ming passed through the pure vast sky stone for 1,000 miles. This 1,000 miles was extremely consuming of Lin Ming's true essence. Even if he had the grand mist space that was able to melt away the vast sky stone, it was still extremely strenuous and difficult on his body. This 1,000 miles used up at least 5 times the energy of the first 1,000 miles. I've absorbed 72 dragon bone relics, dragon marrow blood, and I've even withstood the 9 levels of heavenly tribulation. My endurance has reached an unprecedented level, but even I'm using up most of my energy passing this far down. This place is truly not something that the average person could reach. Lin Ming swallowed down some pills and pulled out several violet sunstones, absorbing their energy. He continued forwards once again. Downwards was also pure vast sky stone. The temperature had already risen past 100 times the temperature of magma. This was nearly the same as Fire Spirit Star's 18 hells of flame. Whether it was a large celestial body or a main continent of a divine realm's great world, the deeper one went, the hotter it would be. Luckily, Lin Ming had a thorough understanding of the fire laws, so this level of heat wasn't anything to him at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take a single step forwards here. At 2,500 miles deep, the vast sky stone began to soften and finally melt into magma. Vast sky stone was originally as white as the purest jade without any impurities at all. The magma it melted into was also white, like thick and creamy milk. Of course, Although this crystal-clear, milky magma seemed cool and harmless, the truth was that it was incomparably hot. Even a saint artifact would melt if soaked in it. At this depth, the pressure had reached an incredible degree. The burning hot, milky white liquid swished around in all directions. Although this was liquid, underneath the massive pressure it was very thick. To move in this magma that was thicker than mercury, the amount of energy one needed to expend was tremendous. The environment here is... Lin Ming took a deep breath. A layer of vast sky stone 1,500 miles thick floated above a creamy milk-colored sea of magma. He never imagined that such a scene would appear below immemorial Imperial City. M.O. Eversnow said, "The vast sky stone magma here can also isolate divine sense. Even my own sense cannot penetrate over 100 feet from before being swallowed up by the magma. Even if a true World King-level powerhouse were to come here, they also wouldn't be able to sense anything over 200 feet outwards. Moreover, even if they used energy to create light, it wouldn't pierce through this vast sky stone magma. That is simply the same as being blind." Here, Lin Ming was blind even with his eyes wide open. If it wasn't for Fishy guiding him, he would have no idea where to go. If Lin Ming wanted to find treasure here himself, then that would simply be a joke. A violet sunstone embryo was only the height of a person. If this stone were buried at the bottom of a vast and boundless sea of magma that couldn't be seen through with divine sense or the eyes, then if he had to find what he wanted by tracing everything with his hands, he could search until the world collapsed, and he still wouldn't find it. There, continue ahead. Lin Ming's consciousness was linked with the extreme violet ring, so he could communicate with Fishy at all times. He didn't know how far her eyesight extended. To her, violet sunstones were probably like a lighthouse beacon in the absolute dark. She didn't need to use divine sense, nor did she need her eyes. She only needed to follow the natural instincts of her mind to identify which direction to go in. This was an ability that shouldn't be possible, even for a martial artist. Lin Ming didn't think too much. He continued onwards according to the direction of Fishy. And the direction that Fishy pointed out was extremely strange. It wasn't a strange line, but a curve. After continuing onwards for a while, Lin Ming suddenly felt as if he had passed through some barrier. The environment around him suddenly changed, and the temperature also dramatically fell. Even the layer of vast sky stone magma disappeared. He had arrived deep underground, but in a completely different time-space. And was that just now a transmission array? It was a space node. M.O. Eversnow suddenly said. A space node was similar to a transmission array, in that both were entrances that touched upon a different space. It was only that transmission arrays were man-made and required violet sunstones to activate, whereas space nodes formed naturally and didn't need energy to continue on in perpetuity. A space node. I see. No wonder the route here was so twisty. There was a space node here all along. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He never imagined that a space node would be hidden deep under immemorial Imperial City. This space node was extremely small and buried nearly 5,000 miles underground. Just what sort of concept was 5,000 miles? An ordinary planet was around 10,000 miles in diameter. That meant that this 5,000-mile underground depth was the same as the midpoint of a common planet. This depth, added along with this vast and boundless area, in a place where divine sense was useless, and so was eyesight, and moreover, where the space laws were distorted around the space node. Wanting to find this space node that was hidden with space-time distortions was nearly impossible. If it weren't for Fishy's special homing beacon ability, finding this would have been nothing but a dream. Besides, who would be so bored that they would spend so much energy to dig 5,000 miles underground? It was likely that not even the numerous Supreme Elders at immemorial Imperial City knew that there was such a tiny hidden space node deep under their city. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Lin Ming left and came back down, even if his memory was extremely accurate, wanting to find this space node in this sense-isolating sea of magma was impossible. Just what place is this? Lin Ming whispered, surprised. There was a space node hidden underneath immemorial Imperial City. Could this just be a coincidence, or was there some secret hidden here? What rich heaven and earth origin energy fluctuations. There must be an energy source nearby. And also, the space laws are distorted here, and this distortion isn't naturally produced. It comes from an array formation. Mo Eversnow's achievements in the space laws and time laws cast off Lin Ming by countless miles. This was why she could sense the energy fluctuations created by a spatial array formation here. Spatial array formation? Was that one created by someone? Lin Ming was incredulous. If there was an array formation here, that was proof that all of this was laid down by someone else. Before he could think for too long, Mo Eversnow said, senses can be used here again. As Lin Ming heard Mo Eversnow's words, he attempted to investigate with his senses again. Although it was a tad suppressed, he could make out a 10-mile scope around him. And after finding out just what was around him, he was left dumbfounded. Chapter 1147, Divine Seal Art. Chapter 1147, Divine Seal Art. This is, am I imagining things? Lin Ming investigated a 10-mile radius around him with his sense. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could there be such a massive violet sun crystal mine? No, that isn't a violet sun crystal mine, but an incomparably massive and pure violet sun crystal. Normally, violet sun crystals would come from violet sunstone mines. The violet sunstone mine that was located in the Purple Mountain within the red desolate mystic realm was already considered to contain top high-grade ores. But the violet sunstones within were only tiny chunks that were sporadically located within the Purple Mountain. If one wished to dig them out, they needed to be constantly screened and purified. This was the only method to obtain violet sunstones. As for violet sun crystals, they were extremely rare crystallizations of energy located within violet sunstones mines. They were just like diamonds found within volcanic ash. They were very rare. In the red, desolate, mystic realm, over 100 revolving core martial artists had worked nonstop for several days to mine the Purple Mountain. They managed to mine several million violet sunstones, but only several tens of thousands of violet sun crystals piled together that formed a tiny hill. But compared to this massive violet sun crystal mountain that lay before Lin Ming, it simply wasn't worth mentioning at all. Can there actually exist such a massive violet sun crystal in this world? Is this naturally formed, or is it man-made? Lin Ming found this unbelievable. Just how much wealth was this? It was simply incalculable. If it were natural, it was impossible to imagine just what sort of laws and powers of nature needed to collide to produce such a mystical and massive violet sun crystal. But if it were man-made, Lin Ming couldn't think of just who had such great ability. Perhaps only an Empyrean would have such skill and resources available to do this. Even so, why would that Empyrean leave behind such a massive violet sun crystal in this hidden underground space dimension? Wasn't it just a waste? Could it be that this violet sun crystal was the wealth left behind by some ancient Empyrean, waiting for some predestined person to unearth it? If that were such, then perhaps not even a top Holy Land would be able to use it up. If he could obtain it, then wouldn't he be able to freely spend resources as he wished in the future? Besides those things that couldn't be purchased with violet sunstones, such as supreme god beast bones or transcendent divine mites, anything else could be purchased. However, if this was truly the inheritance of an Empyrean, then inheriting it wouldn't be easy. As Lin Ming was lost in his thoughts, Mo Eversnow suddenly said, "This violet sun crystal forms a character." Mo Eversnow's divine sense was much stronger than Lin Ming's. Lin Ming could sense an area of 10 miles, but Mo Eversnow could see for hundreds of miles around. She could easily make out a total view of this giant violet sun crystal. Character? Lin Ming's mind connected with Mo Eversnow, and he was able to see from her point of view. As he overlooked this mysterious place, he finally saw the entire scene of the violet sun crystal. The massive violet sun crystal formed a strange character. Every stroke was as thick as a mountain range, as if it were dividing this world in half. This character exuded a boundless and ancient aura, as if it had been sleeping here for countless eons. But Lin Ming simply didn't know what this character was. This is probably the ancient language of the divine realm. Lin Ming recalled the bone slip that he bought at the trade fair. The characters had some similarities, so they should have come from the same system. This is indeed the ancient language of the divine realm, and I also recognize this character, Mo Eversnow said. In the past, in order to understand the ancient celestial tyrant Manuel Jade Slip, she had specifically studied every possible ancient language of the divine realm that was possible. In terms of studying the ancient language, she could be called a top first-class master within the divine realm. What character is it? Lin Ming curiously asked. This character is Seal. Seal. Lin Ming's mind shook. He looked at this character and felt as if there really was a world sealed within it, hidden from all. A sealing array formation? Heavens! Just what is it that would need such a massive violet sun crystal to form the seal? And just what cultivation did the person who laid down this sealing array formation have? Lin Ming was utterly shocked. This mysterious character had actually used a massive violet sun crystal that rose and curved like mountains and rivers to form a single seal character. Someone with this ability had to be at least an extreme Empyrean, and whatever was sealed here was likely a super existence on the level of an Empyrean. It was at least a god beast. This is Miss Mo. Do you know how long this sealing array has been here? Who laid it down? In immemorial Imperial City, was there another war between Empyrean-level characters? Lin Ming asked as he took a deep breath. Mo Eversnow shook her head. I cannot estimate this at all. It could be hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years. It might even be longer than that. This has existed for far longer than the sky-spill planet's eternal demon abyss. And this sealed character, if I'm not wrong, was likely created by a type of transcendent divine might, the divine seal art. The divine seal art was a transcendent divine might that Mo Eversnow had only heard of in the past, but as for what it actually entailed, she had never experienced it before. She had only seen some descriptions in the ancient texts that seemed similar to this massive seal character in front of her. Transcendent divine might. Lin Ming forcefully gulped. Up until now, the number of transcendent divine mights he had heard of could be counted on a single hand. Of them, he had only learned the heavenly demon martial intent and heretical god force. The former was an incomplete third, and as for the latter, Lin Ming wasn't able to confirm whether or not it was complete. There was simply nothing that could be done about this. A transcendent divine might Jade Slip was often a unique and singular existence, something that was inherited over hundreds of millions of years. These Jade Slips would often experience countless battles and looting over them, and the chances that they were incomplete was high. Every single transcendent divine might was incomparably precious. Even Crimson Strife Cloud's father, a great world king, only had a fragment of a transcendent divine might Jade Slip. A fragment couldn't even be called an incomplete transcendent divine might. With only a fragment of a transcendent divine might, it was simply impossible to cultivate it. At most, one could perceive some martial skills from it. An Empyrean used the divine seal art to lay down this sealing formation. Hundreds of millions or even billions of years passed. So could this existence that was suppressed still live? Perhaps even that Empyrean who created this ceiling formation has turned to dust by now. Lin Ming looked at the massive violet sun crystal mountain in front of him and found it hard to calm himself. Although he didn't know whether or not the existence that had been sealed was alive or dead, what he did know was that even thinking of taking this violet sun crystal would not be easy. If this was laid down by an Empyrean, then even if billions of years passed, wanting to move it would still be impossible. Fishy, could the violet sunstone embryo you mentioned be bred in this violet sun crystal mountain? Lin Ming asked Fishy, who was hidden in the extreme violet ring. Yes, it's in there. Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Before this, he had in truth been afraid that Fishy would turn out to be a violet sunstone embryo that had developed its own consciousness and taken human form. If that had happened, then all of those bizarre matters like eating violet sunstones as food and being able to feel out the location of violet sunstones could be explained. Even remembering this position could be understood then. But if that were true, it would also be extremely troublesome because Lin Ming would never sacrifice Fishy to use her in alchemy. Now that he knew Fishy was not a violet sunstone embryo, he relaxed a great deal. But the position of the violet sunstone embryo actually caused him to have a bitter taste in his heart. How could he possibly obtain the violet sunstone embryo that was within an Empyrean's sealing array? Lin Ming asked, Fishy, are you sure? This area is 5,000 miles beneath the ground and also hidden away in a space node. The violet sun crystal mountain is extremely large, so it wouldn't be surprising if you could see it, but the violet sunstone embryo is so small, so how are you sure that it has been bred within this violet sun crystal mountain? Lin Ming found this difficult to explain, but Fishy tilted her head and said, Yes, that is because there are a lot of them. As Fishy spoke, Lin Ming froze for a moment. M.O. Eversnow suddenly said, Fishy is right, there are indeed many of them. As M.O. Eversnow spoke, she projected the image of her divine sense into Lin Ming's mind. Then, Lin Ming was also able to see the image within the violet sun crystal mountain. As he saw this, his mouth fell open and he found it difficult to close. With M.O. Eversnow's senses piercing into the violet sun crystal mountain, he could see that there was another world contained within. He didn't know if this was a world formed from energy or if it were real. Sealed inside were lakes, forests, rolling fields, majestic palaces, and grand heavenly temples. He had never seen such a scene or imagined such an ability. And deep within this world there were also living beings. There were people as well as other living beings. These other living beings had blurry shapes, as if they weren't fully complete yet. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Today, he had really opened his eyes and broadened his horizons. This feeling was similar to the time he had first seen the eternal demon abyss. Everything he saw here had gone beyond his understanding. All things had a spirit. In the legends, all of this world's plants, creatures, even stones, once having experienced countless years and unimaginable coincidences, could gain wisdom and turn into a monster. And all of these spiritual beings that Lin Ming saw were clearly bred from violet sun crystals. M.O. Eversnow said, in order to be bred, a violet sunstone embryo requires a massive amount of energy and the purest violet sunstone crystal as a foundation. It would have to experience heavenly retribution and the baptism of the heavenly Tao, absorbing nearly limitless world essence and passing through endless years before being formed. It is already extremely rare if a violet sun crystal can form a violet sunstone embryo, but for so many to appear here, it is better to say that this violet sun crystal mountain is not breeding life, but breeding a world. The quality and amount of energy within this massive violet sun crystal left behind by an Empyrean could be imagined. After being refined by a transcendent divine might and becoming an existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao, it had passed through perhaps billions of years, absorbing infinite world essence during this period. If this happened, How could there only be a violet sunstone embryo bred here? Now, M.O. Eversnow and Lin Ming could see that what was bred was a world. Not only was there life, there were mountains, rivers, insects, plants, and all sorts of wonders. M.O. Eversnow took a deep breath. She said, "In the heavenly Tao laws, the driving force for creating all life is energy. Even our universe was bred within an infinitely hot blazing mass of energy. From this energy came plants, mountains, rivers, seas, and following that came spiritual matter, from which all life was formed. Now, the world bred within this violet sun crystal mountain has similarly wonderful principles driving it, just as our universe does. In the legends, those supreme elders that reached the peak of the road of martial arts could open up their own boundless true world. Still, I never imagined that we would find a world bred within a violet sun crystal while looking for the violet sunstone embryo." Chapter 1148, Ancient Spirit. Chapter 1148, Ancient Spirit. The discovery of this strange space left Lin Ming shocked. There were far too many secrets hidden within the divine realm. Who knew just how many world-shattering battles had occurred before this mysterious ancient ruin was left behind? An Empyrean was someone that held life and death in their hands. For them to display such an amazing technique and lay down this sealing array formation, just what reason could it have been for? Lin Ming couldn't help but glance at Fishy. He felt that if Fishy could find this place, there was no way she was a simple little mortal girl. Moreover, why would this place be secretly hidden deep beneath Immemorial Imperial City? Could that Empyrean who laid down this massive sealing array be related to Immemorial Imperial City? Or was it possible that Immemorial Imperial City was founded by that person to serve as the eye for this divine seal array? Far too many thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Fishy, is this the first time you've seen this place? Or is it because you have some impressions of this area that you found it? Lin Ming's question startled M.O. Eversnow. She said with a true essence sound transmission, "Lin Ming, are you suspecting that Fishy is somehow related to these ancient ruins?" "I have no idea. I'm just randomly asking." Even Lin Ming found his own thoughts a bit too fantastical. After all, these ancient ruins had already existed here for hundreds of millions or even billions of years. There should be no life that was able to live that long. Whether it was someone deeply sleeping or even someone reincarnating, crossing billions of years shouldn't be possible. Fishy tilted her head, a confused look on her face. She clearly didn't understand what Lin Ming was wanting to ask. "It's fine. Pretend I didn't say anything." Lin Ming shook his head. He continued walking through this land and reached that place where the spiritual lives were being sealed up by violet sunstones. He had already found a violet sunstone embryo that was buried in a very shallow area. It hadn't yet formed its own intelligence and was shaped just like a monkey. But how to take it out was another problem altogether. The most direct method was to destroy this violet sun crystal seal and then take out the violet sunstone embryo. But Lin Ming was well aware of his own abilities. How could an array formation laid down by an Empyrean be easily broken by him? Lin Ming stretched out a hand. According to what he could sense within the violet sun crystal mountain, the violet sunstone embryo was a mere 3 feet away from him. However, these 3 feet had become an insurmountable moat. Grand Miss Space. Lin Ming's thoughts concentrated, and a lush red prime emperor lotus flower bloomed behind him. Grand Miss Space was able to decompose all matter and laws. Lin Ming wanted to cover up this area with the Grand Miss Space to see if it could do anything, but he was soon disappointed. Around the violet sun crystal mountain was an invisible force field that isolated all infiltration of energy. The energy that Lin Ming released struck this force field, and it was the same as a slight gust of wind striking a towering oak. There was simply no response at all. "Lin Ming, it's impossible for you to break this seal." let alone you. Even if my Ani were here, she still wouldn't be able to do anything. This is an array formation laid down by an Empyrean powerhouse. It has formed its own independent world and has even crossed through billions of years. It is not something that the average person could hope to unravel. Mo Eversnow's voice echoed within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. How could Lin Ming not know this? Even so, he couldn't stand idly by and just return empty-handed. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly thought of something. Fishy, could you help me with something? All right, big brother Lin Ming. Fishy's voice echoed back. Lin Ming used his true essence to form an enchantment, isolating the high temperature and pressure in this deep underground world. Then he traced a spatial ring, and a gentle energy wrapped around Fishy, bringing her out in front of Lin Ming. After eating some violet sun crystals, Fishy had already restored her rosy color and liveliness. Her cute and round cheeks were just like red apples. Wow, what a big purple stone. It's much larger than what I imagined. Fishy looked up at the massive violet sun crystal mountain in front of her, her dark eyes going wide, her pupils filled with a radiant light. This was just like a little girl who loved eating sweets coming face to face with a massive mountain-sized cake. Although Fishy had seen this area, she had never personally been here herself. The visual impact of this massive violet sun crystal mountain was far too great. Fishy, do you think you could try taking a bite out of this violet sun crystal? As Lin Ming said this, a strange and awkward color came over his face. Even he felt that his own words were ridiculous. Even he couldn't do anything against this Empyrean-level seal, much less a little girl who couldn't even defeat her a chicken. Moreover, she would have to use her teeth to do it. This was just far too ridiculous. However, there were too many strange things occurring within Fishy's body. When she was in the extreme violet ring space, Lin Ming was able to see Fishy eat violet sun crystals like they were delicious cookies. And the hardness of a violet sun crystal far surpassed that of diamonds found in the mortal world. This Empyrean seal was essentially a massive violet sun crystal. If so, then Yen Littlefish might have a small chance of being able to bite it apart. There were far too many strange laws within Fishy that Lin Ming couldn't understand. Many of the most fundamental and basic rules of the heavenly Tao didn't apply to Fishy. Mo Eversnow was speechless. Lin Ming's attempt might have seemed absurd, but it wasn't necessarily impossible. Fishy being able to find this place was already an unbelievable matter. Bite it. Fishy looked at that incomparably massive violet sun crystal mountain and licked her lips. Her two eyes shined, and she drooled a bit like she was becoming more and more hungry. Be careful, though. If anything strange happens, then we're leaving immediately, Lin Ming cautioned. He used his sense to surround Fishy's body. If anything happened, he would immediately take her back into the extreme violet ring. Fishy rubbed her small belly and then dropped down onto the violet sun crystal mountain like a tiny kitten taking a sudden bite. Crunch! With a loud, crisp sound, a strange occurrence happened where Fishy bit down. The indescribable energy structure began to unravel, dissolving into pure energy underneath Mo Eversnow. And Lin Ming's astonished gaze. It's very hard, Fishy mumbled, as she had something between her lips. She made a visible effort to bite down harder, just like she was chewing on a frozen steamed bun. Then bit off that piece of violet sun crystal. This. Lin Ming took a deep breath and glanced at Mo Eversnow, a deep awe in both of their eyes. This child was too sturdy. Lin Ming also hadn't expected anything to come from this. He had only wanted to give it a try. But the result was that it actually worked. This divine seal array was laid down by some ancient Empyrean. What would that Empyrean do if they realized that this array formation they laid down with so much effort was eaten up by a little girl as if it were food? It's very hard My teeth hurt. Fishy held her hands up to her small cheeks and gently rubbed them. That piece of violet sun crystal was still between in her lips. She hadn't been able to eat it. M.O. Evers now looked at Fishy and gently smiled. She said, "Violet sunstones and crystals are originally a condensation of energy. It seems that Fishy's body can decompose energy and then absorb it. This is truly incredible. Even a violet sun crystal used by an Empyrean to lay down an array formation can be eaten up by you." When this ancient Empyrean laid down this array formation, they had clearly refined and transformed the energy within the violet sun crystal. It was just that it still wasn't able to surpass the strange laws contained within Fishy's body. Thus, such a result occurred. But to depend on Fishy to eat up this entire massive seal was simply impossible. Even 100 million years wouldn't be enough time for her to finish it off, let alone eating this giant seal. Even biting through the violet sun crystal barrier and taking out that violet sunstone embryo was a vast and time-consuming project to Fishy. As M.O. Evers now and Lin Ming were thinking, the entire underground world began to violently tremble. With a loud, rumbling sound, rocks began to fall down from all around the enchantment. Startled, Lin Ming directly received Fishy back into the extreme violet ring, maintaining complete vigilance of his surroundings. Lin Ming held his breath. He could feel abnormally great energy fluctuations all around him, as if some slumbering ancient beast was awakening. M.O. Evers now was also alarmed. She had specifically used her sense to investigate this underground world, but hadn't been able to find any other living life forms here. As for that giant seal, there was no way that it could have been broken just because Fishy took a tiny little bite from it. At this moment, a potent and ancient voice containing an ice-cold, killing intent echoed throughout the entire world. "Who is it? Who dares to disturb my slumber?" Slumber. Lin Ming was beyond shocked. This underground world that had passed through billions of years actually had some sort of existence living here. Just how long had it slept for? Was it possible for anything to live this long? And from the pressure and aura surging out from that voice, this existence's strength had reached a terrifying boundary. Even if it weren't an Empyrean, it was still an existence whose strength reigned near the peak. Such a being was not something that Lin Ming could deal with. M.O. Evers now was panic-stricken. She sent out her divine sense. And this time, she was finally able to sense this other existence. Hidden deep within the violet sun crystal mountain was an incomparably powerful soul. It was the same as her, a soul form. Soul? Could it be an Empyrean soul? M.O. Evers now sucked in a deep breath. From this other's aura, she could sense a deep, killing intent. If it were truly the soul of an ancient Empyrean, then even if they only had their soul remaining, that was still countless times more than enough to kill them all without a chance of resisting. "Since you dare to disturb my slumber, then compensate with your lives," the ancient voice said, cold and heartless, without the least bit of emotion. This voice was the same as the uncaring heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was unbiased and ruthless, seeing all of life as nothing at all. In front of the heavenly Tao, humans were no different from ants. Everything was equal. "Senior, please wait a moment." As Lin Ming felt this killing intent, he could feel sweat seeping out all over his body. If he died here, then that really would be too great of an injustice. He didn't know who this ancient slumbering existence was, but its attitude was extremely bad. Just because they had disturbed its slumber, it was actually planning to kill them in return. Lin Ming revolved his true essence to the limit, and the phoenix blood spear leapt to his hands. The heretical god force completely opened, and the prime emperor lotus flower also bloomed behind him. In that instant, Lin Ming had used his complete strength. It was impossible for him to just sit here and wait for death to come to him. His only choice left was to desperately struggle for his life. Chapter 1149. Horrifying Power. Chapter 1149. Horrifying Power. Lin Ming, hurry up and retreat. Mo Eversnow's voice rapidly sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. At this time, the disparity between Lin Ming's strength and the strength of that terrifying soul couldn't even be described as a firefly against the full moon. In this moment of life or death, Lin Ming waved the phoenix blood spear. Suddenly, a brilliant gold light blazed from between his eyes as he burned the blood of the ancient phoenix. The power of thunder and fire within the heretical god seedling flooded out and wrapped around the phoenix blood spear. With a thrust forwards, the power of thunder fire twisted around a blue lotus that hurtled straight towards the ancient soul. The power of thunder was the nemesis of soul forms. Lin Ming, pouring the power of thunder into the blue lotus flame dance, was already using his complete strength. He wanted to use the momentum from this attack to run away. After all, this ancient soul might be the existence suppressed underneath the divine seal array. If this were true, then even if it were incomparably powerful, it still had to be restricted by the sealing array formation. There was a chance that he could escape from here. As the ancient soul saw the deep red prime emperor lotus flower bloom from behind Lin Ming and emit a soft trill, it was faintly surprised. But this was only a little bit. At this time, the thunderfire twisted blue lotus spear light was already shooting towards it at incredible speeds. The ancient soul didn't seem to care at all. With a mere thought, a rustling sound filled the air as its battle spirit surged outwards, overwhelming the world. Like an undefeatable enemy, the battle spirit filled the entire space. The thunderfire blue lotus that Lin Ming shot out was swallowed up by this world of projection, as if a black hole had formed, swallowed everything. It vanished. Lin Ming's hands and feet instantly turned ice cold. It wasn't just his thunderfire blue lotus, but even the grand mist space around it seemed as if it was swallowed up by that world of will projection. This was a power of laws that he was completely unable to understand. His opponent was only a soul form, but it was actually able to rely on just its battle spirit to achieve such a terrifying combat strength. Your martial skill is quite good. Is this a force field? The rank is very high. The old voice echoed out. The ancient soul was obviously referring to the primordious, martial, intense grand mist space. Although this ancient soul's experience was amazing, it actually wasn't able to recognize just where this grand mist space came from. This wasn't because Lin Ming used a martial skill to conceal the energy fluctuations of the grand mist space, but because Empyrean Primordius was at most born a few dozen million years ago. In other words, this ancient soul had been quietly slumbering here far before Empyrean Primordius had even been born. The ancient soul didn't know of Empyrean Primordius, thus it also didn't recognize this grand mist space. Such a powerful martial skill, and yet you can't use its full strength. What a waste of heaven's gifts. You might as well give it to me. The ancient soul sneered. Its world of will projection blocked out all of the surrounding space. Lin Ming could see countless battle spirit tentacles stretching out endlessly like an infinitely large spider web, sealing off all the space for several hundred miles. And Lin Ming was a bug caught in that spider web. It was impossible for him to escape. Lin Ming's thoughts sank. Was this truly the existence suppressed by this seal? If so, how could it casually display such horrifying supernatural powers? Or perhaps the seal had already weakened, and it was able to use a greater portion of its strength. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming tightly gripped onto the phoenix blood spear, his mind tighter than a steel wire. Facing such a life or death crisis, he had to remain calm at all costs. Otherwise, he would never find a chance to escape. Lin Ming's palms were already slick with sweat, but his eyes still remained as calm and placid as before. In all these years growing up and walking down the road of martial arts, he had experienced countless life or death situations. Although this wasn't the most dangerous one, this opponent was the most powerful he had ever faced. If you kill me, then you'll never obtain my cultivation methods or martial skills. My body does not have any cultivation method, Jade Slips. Lin Ming gloomily said. One of the unique aspects of a transcendent divine might was that it was nearly impossible to duplicate. The only way was to obtain a transcendent divine might, Jade Slip, or be like Lin Ming and have the ability to transform another's soul into pure memories. If one tried this using another method, they would inevitably be influenced by the other's spirit mark. Then that's a pity, but you will still die here. The ancient soul's voice contained a light, killing intent. Its world-able protection still enveloped all of the surrounding space, removing any chance of Lin Ming being able to escape. Senior, may I ask you for a reason why you wish to kill me? I did not mean to offend you, but because I only disturbed your rest you wish to kill me? Lin Ming was clear that these ancient monsters had extremely eccentric and paranoid personalities. They were reckless and did whatever they desired, and wanting to use reason to persuade them was simply an impossible hope. Moreover, the existence sealed here might be a bloodthirsty and vicious demon to begin with. Still, Lin Ming hoped that he could avoid this battle where his chances of winning approached zero. That's right. And what if I do? In order to allow my soul to withstand the endless tides of time, I used the destruction-sundering art, meaning that every time I had to awaken, it would cause great harm to my life. In order to not be bothered by pests, I purposefully established this hidden land so that I could rest here. I never imagined that someone like you would be able to find this place if I let you leave and you spread the news of my slumber here, and also reveal the giant violet sun crystal mountain that exists here. Then who knows how many self-serving powerhouses will come here, thinking themselves indestructible because of their greed, or how many so-called geniuses would come thinking their luck and destiny would protect them. Although I don't fear any of them, my peaceful days would be numbered. As that ancient soul spoke, there was only a faint humming noise like ghosts and spirits crying and screaming. The space all around began to violently vibrate, and underneath Lin Ming, the ground began to collapse. The massive violet sun crystal mountain trembled as a hazy shadow appeared on it, gradually forming the face of a person. This face was hundreds of feet high and a gray-green color. Its face was expressionless, but its eyes were cold and sharp, like a divine god overlooking the world. This was clearly the main form of the ancient soul. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, facing this ancient soul. The pressure he felt was like facing the endless heavens themselves. Was this the soul of an Empyrean? With things having devolved to this point, Lin Ming knew that any promise he made to keep what he learned a secret would be just a joke. Fighting was inevitable. At this time, a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. It was M.O. Eversnow's True Essence Sound transmission. Lin Ming, it's clear that the only path we have left is to fight. If I fall into a deep sleep once more, you'll have to rely on yourself from now on. Miss M.O., Lin Ming anxious said, startled. There is no need for needless words. If I fall into a deep sleep again, then there will always remain the chance that you can awaken me once more, and perhaps one day when you are stronger you can even reform my mortal body. But if you were to die here, everything we've done so far would come to nothing. As M.O. Eversnow spoke, her soul force began to penetrate into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. She wasn't attempting to seize his body, but was trying to fuse with his soul for a short duration and wield dual control of Lin Ming's body. Like this, the two of them could display their strongest combat strength. After Lin Ming crossed heavenly tribulation, his combat strength could not be underestimated. At this time, there was a whistling sound as a brilliant light flashed, and an incomparably keen sword shot out from between the ancient soul's eyebrows. This sword was forged by both soul force and battle spirit. As it appeared, it sliced apart the divine realm space. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. In this face of this peerless power, he and Mo Eversnow both poured their complete soul and will into the magic cube. Awaken, magic cube, lend me your strength. Mo Eversnow's cold and clear voice echoed out as she began to burn her soul force. Of everything Lin Ming had, the only thing with the strength to resist this ancient soul was the magic cube. The magic cube was a divine instrument of the soul, and this ancient existence was also a soul form. This was the only reason why Mo Eversnow had a faint hope that they could defeat this great enemy. With Lin Ming's current strength, it was still far from enough for being able to galvanize the magic cube. To Lin Ming, the magic cube was only a soul treasure that passively defended him. It could only remain defensive and not attack. The exception was if a situation occurred like before, when he had fought Yang Yun at the Temple of Marvels. At that time, the ancient devil's soul had rushed into Lin Ming's spiritual sea and wanted to seize his body. But because of the passive defensive powers of the magic cube, the ancient devil had suffered serious damage to its soul. This was the only way that this ancient soul could be defeated. Otherwise, this ancient soul would branch off a tiny portion of its soul and will to attack Lin Ming. Lin Ming could rely on the magic cube to defend, but it was impossible for him to harm his opponent. At most, he would swallow up the tiny portion of soul that attacked him. In order to defeat this ancient soul, the only method was to drive the magic cube to attack on its own initiative. But with Mo Eversnow's current condition, the price for this would be tremendous. There would only be a single chance. Hum dash. The magic cube slumbering within Lin Ming's spiritual sea began to rapidly spin, forming an ash-gray soul storm. After this soul storm was formed, it grew increasingly intense like a black hole that would swallow all of existence. Kacha! With a harsh cracking sound, the sword of soul and will that the ancient soul sent out chopped down onto that black hole formed by the magic cube. Then, it suddenly disappeared without the slightest hint that it ever existed. As the ancient soul saw this, its expression suddenly changed. This aura, could it be? Just how? The tiny soul force that was swallowed up by the magic cube had completely disappeared, but the ancient soul was clearly unharmed. It was clear that this wisp of soul was a less than insignificant loss. It narrowed its eyes, carefully sensing just where its soul wisp had gone to. Finally, it discovered that after its soul wisp had been parted from its body, even the spirit mark contained within it was completely erased. This sort of feeling was like its soul wisp had fallen into a true black hole and was isolated in a completely different space-time. It's really that object. You have that thing on your body? The ancient soul said, suddenly excited. Its originally emotionless face began to experience all sorts of changes. Lin Ming's mind shook as he heard this. Without a doubt, the object that this ancient soul referred to was the magic cube. Magic cube. This was Lin Ming's first time hearing that anyone knew of the magic cube beyond the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. He went on full alert. If this ancient soul knew of the magic cube, then it naturally knew of the magic cube's value too. There was a chance that it would compete for it with everything it had. Lin Ming gathered his strength, preparing for an all-out strike. Then, at this time, the ancient voice suddenly said, all right, consider this over. If you stop now, then the damage won't be too great on you. Otherwise, if you use this treasure with your strength, then even you might end up as a sacrifice. Chapter 1150, World Calamity. Chapter 1150, World Calamity. Lin Ming continued to revolve all the energy in his body. It was impossible for him to stop just because of some words, but if he really did continue to attack, then he would need to burn Mo Eversnow's soul force. Thus, Lin Ming wasn't willing to recklessly send out such a strike. He didn't dare to confirm whether, or not Mo Eversnow would experience permanent damage to her soul after falling into a deep slumber twice. At that time, perhaps even using dragon marrow blood wouldn't be enough to awaken her. Lin Ming's nerves were taut, fully alert of his surroundings to prevent any surprise attack from the ancient soul. It's like you don't believe me. If I said you can stop, then I naturally won't attack you again. Otherwise, do you think that in a situation where I am prepared, you could rely on yourself and that other soul force within you to use that tool and kill me? The ancient soul sneered. The ancient soul had seen through Mo Eversnow's existence. This was also reasonable. Mo Eversnow had originally been hiding in the magic cube space, so the ancient soul hadn't been able to sense her. But afterwards, Mo Eversnow had released her soul force and began to gather up energy for an attack. The ancient soul's soul force was much more powerful than Mo Eversnow's, so it was naturally able to discover her. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then temporarily cut off the connection between his spiritual sea and the magic cube. Otherwise, if the magic cube continued to spin, it would consume more and more of Mo Eversnow's soul force. Although the magic cube had stopped spinning, Mo Eversnow's soul was still momentarily joined with Lin Ming's. The two of them could activate the magic cube to counterattack at any moment. Where did you get that? The ancient soul suddenly asked. Lin Ming remained silent, not replying. The ancient soul chuckled, as if it didn't care if Lin Ming answered or not. In truth, this question doesn't matter. No matter what you say, you obtaining this object is your good fortune. I never thought that after 6 billion years, that object would appear in this world once more. It seems that the great calamity of this world is approaching once more. The ancient soul whispered, but these words dumbfounded Lin Ming. 6 billion years. This soul had lived for 6 billion years. Just what sort of concept was 6 billion years? The evolution of life on a planet often only happened for several hundred million years. 6 billion years was enough for a star to be born and then perish. This was an unimaginable amount of time. Even an Empyrean could not live this long, let alone 6 billion years. There was no one that was capable of living for 100 million years. 100 million years seemed to be one of the limits that the laws of the world placed on a martial artist's life. 100 million years could be called its own era within the divine realm, and no one was able to live past an era. Although an Empyrean could control the world laws to a certain degree, it wasn't absolute control, nor couldn't control every law. There were certain laws that even they had to submit to, just like everyone else. For instance, the ebb and flow of time. You seem to be very surprised? Then I might as well tell you that the reason I am able to live this long is because I am not a human, but an artifact spirit. Lin Ming was surprised yet again. Artifact spirit? Heavens! If an artifact spirit was powerful to this degree, just what rank of spirit artifact did it occupy? An artifact spirit was a type of life. However, it was not one with a flesh and blood body, but an energy life form. In the past, when Lin Ming had met the temple spirit from Divine Phoenix Island's mystic realm that had been a similar existence, their lives were much longer than humans and even vicious beasts. It wasn't strange for them to sleep for 100,000 years at a time. According to that temple spirit, their lives lasted as long as rocks. So, surviving for several 100 million years wasn't strange. Moreover, Lin Ming had heard this ancient spirit say that it had used some special technique called the destruction sundering art. Although he didn't know what it was, he could guess that it was some special technique that could extend one's life through placing oneself into a deep sleep. seeing that this ancient existence before him was an old monster that had lived for 6 billion years. Lin Ming felt as if all of this were unreal. Great calamity. What do you mean by great calamity? Lin Ming asked, his voice low. That is the great calamity of the world. In this world, there is nothing that could exist in perpetuity, forever and eternal. Nothing can resist the withering of time. Empyreans cannot. God beasts cannot. Artifact spirits cannot. This independent world cannot. And even the boundless universe cannot. This world will always encounter a great calamity. And if this calamity is too great, then even this universe may collapse and be forever destroyed. As for what this eventual disaster is, not even I can foretell. Hearing the ancient soul's words, Lin Ming was stricken. Destruction of the universe. Did that mean that not only the billion worlds of the lower realms, but also the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm, including all life that dwelled within them, would be completely exterminated? In front of such a world-shattering storm, even an Empyrean would be as weak as an ant. Yes, however, that is something that may occur every several 100 million years or dozens of billions of years. As for this great calamity, the universe may not necessarily be destroyed. So are you saying that 6 billion years ago, there was such a great calamity? Lin Ming could feel that what this ancient soul said was true. Could it mean that this magic cube, which appeared during these great calamities, was actually an ominous object? Yes, that disaster caused the world laws to change. Because of that, body transformation laws were no longer suitable for humans. And that is when the essence gathering system began to flourish throughout all civilizations. Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. He had heard that the rules of the world had changed, and thus dual body and energy cultivation had become something that defied the heavens' will. But as for why or when that happened, even M.O. Eversnow wasn't able to answer him. Only today did he learn the reason why. A calamity that could change the very laws of this world. What kind of terrifying storm had the universe passed through? I feel that you also dual cultivate body and energy. Really, you've got guts and talent, and you're not too weak either. You have found many lucky chances, and you even practice transcendent divine mights. If you can truly walk further down the road of dual body and energy cultivation and break through the shackles that bind you, there is a faint chance that you will become an Empyrean in the future. The ancient soul evaluated. This was already an extremely high estimate of Lin Ming. Since ancient times, no matter how talented a genius was, they would never have 100% confidence of becoming an Empyrean. For someone to have even a faint ray of hope already meant that they were an extraordinary genius of their generation. As the ancient soul spoke to hear, it suddenly grinned. It playfully said, that little girl in your body is still standing guard against me. Aren't you afraid that her soul will suffer tremendous damage once again? A cyan light suddenly shot out from between the ancient soul's eyebrows, straight into Lin Ming. Lin Ming was startled, nearly subconsciously counterattacking. However, he immediately realized that this cyan light didn't have any hostility to it at all. Rather, it was a soft, gentle strength. He didn't stop it. As this cyan light covered his body, a cool feeling spread throughout him, as if all the pores in his body were opening. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He knew that the light this ancient soul released was helping to soothe and heal M.O. Eversnow's soul injuries. M.O. Eversnow had briefly combusted her soul, just now to activate the magic cube. Although she hadn't sent out a true attack, she still had to consume a tremendous amount of soul force all this time. This caused more wounds to stack up on top of her previous injuries. The soul energy that this ancient soul sent out was able to supplement M.O. Eversnow's damaged soul force. At least it would help her so that her hidden wounds wouldn't suddenly erupt. Whoosh! M.O. Eversnow and Lin Ming's souls separated. She didn't form a soul projection, but remained in Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Clothed in pure white, her face was pale and wan. Briefly activating the magic cube just now had greatly consumed her energy. Lin Ming, that artifact spirit, Mo Eversnow never imagined that this ancient artifact spirit would actually help heal her wounds. The ancient soul had undergone a complete change in personality from before discovering the magic cube to after discovering the magic cube. Mo Eversnow thought this was somewhat strange. She didn't think that this ancient soul was some kind-hearted savior. Everything must have been because of the magic cube. Lin Ming thought for a moment, and then said, "I deeply thank Senior for helping my friend. Could Senior have some sort of fate with the magic cube? Could it be that, as Lin Ming spoke, an inexplicable idea suddenly popped up in his mind? Could Senior be an artifact spirit of a treasure similar to the magic cube? There were two treasures similar to the magic cube. Could this ancient soul be an artifact spirit of one of those treasures? Magic cube. That name is quite suitable," the ancient soul casually said. "Not only do you possess the magic cube, but you also know that there are two other similar objects. Quite interesting, you two are. However, I am not an artifact spirit of those treasures." The ancient soul shook its head. Those three objects do not seem to have ever had an artifact spirit. If they did, then if an artifact spirit was able to activate the power of those three tools themselves, the power of that would be unimaginable. I am the life transcendent spirit treasure forged by Empyrean Divine C himself, the ancient Elysium seal. In fact, you have already seen my true form. That is the violet sun crystal mountain in front of you. As the ancient soul spoke, Lin Ming was shocked. It turned out that this giant violet sun crystal mountain was actually a transcendent spirit treasure, the ancient Elysium seal. Lin Ming was at a loss for words. When Fishy had bitten into the crystal, what she had been biting into was a transcendent spirit treasure. And strangest of all was that she had actually managed to bite off a piece. That was simply too ridiculous. A transcendent spirit treasure was in existence on the same level as a transcendent divine might. This sort of thing surpassed the reach of the heavenly Tao and could control the world laws to a certain degree. It was an existence that the heavenly Tao would not abide. Once one was born, it would have to undergo heavenly tribulation. Fishy had actually bitten off a piece of a transcendent spirit treasure. The ancient soul seemed to know what Lin Ming was thinking. It laughed and said, "The violet sun crystal mountain that little girl bit into is only a manifestation of my body. The core of my being, the true ancient Elysium seal, is still stabilizing the eye of this divine seal array. Although that little girl is special, she hasn't yet grown. Causing some insignificant damage to an Empyrean's array formation is already her limit. If she wanted to destroy it, or even me, the transcendent spirit treasure guarding it, that would simply be impossible." As the ancient soul spoke, an idea popped up in Lin Ming's mind. In the past, Empyrean Divine C had gone to every extreme, sparing no expense to lay down this array formation, and had even used his own life, transcendent spirit, to do it. So, just what was sealed underneath this divine seal array formation? It had actually been sealed away for 6 billion years. Chapter 1151, Refining the Stone Embryo. Chapter 1151, Refining the Stone Embryo. Lin Ming hesitated for a bit. If he really asked what was suppressed beneath the ancient Elysium seal, then that would be unavoidably rude and offensive. This was definitely something that the ancient Elysium seal's artifact spirit wouldn't be willing to reveal. Thinking like this, Lin Ming said, "Senior, Junior would like to ask you a question. How come you decided not to kill me when you saw the magic cube?" Lin Ming felt this was a bit strange. This ancient soul clearly knew the value of the magic cube, but it had no intention of fighting Lin Ming for it. This seemed a bit contrary to common sense. The ancient artifact spirit laughed as it heard Lin Ming's question. Its gruff voice sounded a bit lonely and desolate. Every person and every treasure has their own time and era. My era ended with Empyrean Divine Seal 3, 6 billion years ago. That bygone and splendid era had belonged to us, but now I will no longer fight for anything. It is impossible for me to make another breakthrough in my path. The reason that I used the destruction sundering art was to extend my own life, because the only reason I have left for existing is to protect this divine seal array formation. And when the true heavenly tribulation arrives, it will need heroes of that era to step forwards and lead the charge to battle against destruction. There will need to be a protagonist that can rise above all, and I clearly cannot be that person. Even if this divine seal array formation no longer needed my protection, and I was capable of leaving this land, the most I could accomplish would be to play a supporting role. As for you, you do have a faint chance of becoming that leading hero that this era needs. Of course, whether or not you can accomplish this is actually an unknown. The ancient artifact spirit said, rather than believing in Lin Ming, what it believed in was the magic cube. Those that obtained the magic cube didn't necessarily have the destiny to withstand possessing it. In the past, M.O. Eversnow's grandfather was a great world king, and M.O. Eversnow herself was a peerless genius. They had found the magic cube, but not only did they not become the hero of their era, but they had instead suffered catastrophe. If Lin Ming perished, there would be someone else who would inherit his destiny. This cycle would continue on and on until the magic cube would fall into the hands of the true protagonist. Just how long was 100 million years? Even if the magic cube only changed masters every 10,000 years, it could still switch between the hands of 10,000 masters. Among these people, there was bound to be an unrivaled hero. Senior, are you saying that for these last 6 billion years, you've been protecting this divine seal array formation? Yes. Are you curious as to what is suppressed underneath the divine seal array formation? I advise you to put away your curiosity. This thing far surpasses your wildest imaginations. It is something related to the great world calamity from 6 billion years ago. If you learn what it is, not only will it bring no benefits to you, but it may even draw a disaster upon your head. As Lin Ming heard the ancient soul's words, his mind turned numb. 6 billion years, no matter what kind of blood and flesh life form it was, it should have been turned to dust by now. The only possibility was if it was an energy life form like an artifact spirit, but whatever it was actually needed such a grand and mighty array formation to suppress it. Could it be? Lin Ming thought of the demon bead and purple card that appeared beside the magic cube's phantom. If it were those items, they would truly need to be suppressed like this. But thinking about this further, Lin Ming shook his head. This ancient soul had said these 3 objects did not possess artifact spirits. A treasure without an artifact spirit shouldn't have any intelligence of its own and wouldn't need to be suppressed by this seal. Moreover, if they really did possess artifact spirits, then perhaps even the ancient Elysium seal wouldn't be able to suppress them. Lin Ming didn't think about it any further. The day that he grew strong enough, he would inevitably find out what was suppressed here. There was even the possibility that he would have to face it. But for now, it was just like the ancient Elysium seal said. With his weak strength, knowing such a heaven-shaking secret would only bring disaster upon him. Senior, Junior has one last question. About Yen Littlefish. She is the little girl that this Junior brought here. Would you know what secrets her life has? The ancient soul was silent for a moment. It said, about her, I only have some faint speculations. I have been sleeping here for far too long, and there are many matters that happen outside which I cannot guess. Fate is illusory and unpredictable. Even an Empyrean cannot grasp the winding roads of fate that we all walk down, and the future will always be shrouded in mist. But at the appropriate time, you will find out the truth. the ancient soul slowly said, its voice bringing with it a dim bleakness. Lin Ming heard it and remained silent. Even an Empyrean was unable to control fate. In truth, things like destiny, lucky chances, and karma, when all of these were combined together, they formed something that could be called a road that existed separate too, and above the heavenly Tao. It was whimsical, unpredictable, and impossible to determine. Junior, you and that little soul-formed girl within you are extreme geniuses of your generations. Even that little child that eats violet sun crystals is not ordinary. You came here to where I slumber and wanted to break off a piece of this grand array. Just what do you seek here? Junior came for a violet sunstone embryo, Lin Ming directly said. Violet sunstone embryo, a spirit body bred within a violet sun crystal? That's easy. My manifested body has many such things sealed within it. I will bestow you one, but after this you will have to walk down your own road. I will wait 10,000 years for you and see whether you fade into ashes or become a truly supreme character of the divine realm. Ha ha! The ancient soul guffawed. Then a wave of purple light surged towards Lin Ming, sweeping over him. Lin Ming felt the space in front of him suddenly distort as energy wrapped around him, and he was shifted outside of the spatial node. But at this time, right beside Lin Ming, a human-sized violet sun crystal also appeared, slowly floating in air. Sealed inside this violet sun crystal was a purple stone monkey. Although it was a stone monkey, it looked completely lifelike. It had black crystal eyes, and every detail on its body was utterly perfect, down to every single hair. This was the violet sunstone embryo. Lin Ming waved his hand and directly received the violet sunstone embryo into the extreme violet ring. Mo Evers now turned into a stream of light and entered the extreme violet ring. As she saw the stone monkey in front of her, she took a light breath. This is a violet sunstone embryo that has formed for hundreds of millions of years. Empyrean Divine Seal was truly amazing. He was able to take the massive violet sun crystal mountain as a derivative body of the ancient Elysium seal and constantly nourish it with energy fathered from the array formation, sealing it all away for 6 billion years in a single try, and even creating a world that forms violet sunstone embryos. Just any one of these is a top-quality treasure amongst all top-quality treasures. Mo Evers now sighed, as she deeply felt the difference between her strength and the strength of an Empyrean. When she had been at her peak state, she had only been a half-step world king. Indeed, perhaps in the past, Empyrean Divine Seal was the hero who led the forces of this universe to resist the Great Calamity. And even now, the Divine Seal Array formation is still suppressing something related to the Great Calamity. I wonder just what it is. Lin Ming, we've smoothly succeeded in obtaining the violet sunstone embryo, but it's likely that River Feather hasn't yet gathered the other materials required for refining the esoteric immortality pill. Instead of returning to Immemorial Imperial City now and wasting our time, we might as well stay underground here. I will refine the essence of the violet sunstone embryo, and you can cultivate. With your level of spirit body, there is no bottleneck for you between Ninefall and the Divine Sea. You only need to absorb enough origin energy and have your world seed germinate. Okay. During Lin Ming's Ninefall, he had absorbed a massive amount of world law fragments. However, he hadn't yet found the time to perceive them. To slowly digest and comprehend these laws was an extremely slow process. Lin Ming rose up until he was only 3,000 miles underground and began to close up in training here, deep underground. Although the level of heat wasn't like that of the 18 Hells of Flame, which contained different types of laws, it was still able to play a role in enhancing his comprehension of the concept of fire. As for Mo Evers now, after she completely refined the violet sunstone embryo, she took out the bone slip that Lin Ming purchased from the Underworld Trade Fair and began to skim through its contents. This was a bone slip from ancient times. Although it was just a fragment, there were likely many things recorded within that were valuable. Fishy spent these days happy and comfortable, eating then sleeping, then waking up to eat again. After the violet sunstone embryo was refined by M.O. Eversnow, all that was left over was the violet sun crystal skin. This was also graciously eaten by Fishy. This violet sun crystal skin was of a far higher quality than ordinary violet sun crystals. The violet sun crystals mined from within violet sunstone mines would absorb heaven and earth origin energy from the world, even as it slowly emitted energy. Finally, this energy would achieve a balance, and the energy contained within these crystals would not increase or diminish. But the divine seal array formation's massive violet sun crystal mountain was different. Because of the barrier formed from the array formation, it would only absorb energy without any escaping. This violet sun crystal skin had formed over 2 billion years, gathering energy all the while. The purity and degree of energy contained within it could not be compared to those violet sun crystals mined from violet sunstone mines. The difference between them was like wine that had just been brewed versus wine that had been stored in a cellar for a millennium. After Fishy ate this violet sun crystal skin, her round face blushed red with a sunset glow, as if she had become drunk on wine. Her steps were unsteady, and she finally plopped to the ground, where she fell straight asleep. In these days, Fishy had eaten up many valuable violet sun crystals worth tens of millions of violet sunstones. This didn't even include the incomparably precious violet sun crystal skin. Her cheeks became more and more shiny and red, and seemed as if one could pinch them and find water. They were like 2 round happy peaches. Fishy rested for 7 days and 7 nights. After waking up, she was unexpectedly still hungry. M.O. Eversnow investigated Fishy's body with her sense. Although she couldn't find any condensation of true essence, she could faintly feel as if something had changed. This result didn't disappoint M.O. Eversnow. If even the ancient Elysium seal said that Fishy's physique was extremely special, then it was impossible to awaken her bloodline just by eating a few dozen million violet sunstones. After waking up, Fishy was able to eat more and more. Even so, her body didn't change at all. It was unknown just where the massive amount of heaven and earth origin energy disappeared to. Like this, over half a year passed. Deep in meditation, Lin Ming's body suddenly shook, and he opened his eyes. Within his dantian, the world seed there had become smaller, but around the world seed there were violent space distortions, as if the whole thing were about to tear apart. This was the symbol that the world seed would soon erupt. Lin Ming was just a step away from reaching the divine sea. If he wanted to, he could force it and even make a breakthrough now. Of course, the best way was to suppress his cultivation to the limit until he naturally made a breakthrough. Miss M.O., it's time. Let's return to immemorial Imperial City. Chapter 1152, Sacred Martial Mansion. Chapter 1152, Sacred Martial Mansion. Illuminated by the rising sun. Immemorial Imperial City seemed like an incomparably massive monster that floated in the skies. It blocked all sunlight for tens of thousands of miles, casting an enormous shadow on true martial mainland. At any moment there were countless spirit ships and mounts shuttling back and forth around immemorial Imperial City. The smallest of these were like horses, but the larger ones were bigger than mountains. They were like a swarm of locusts that extended to the distant horizon, endless. Walking through immemorial Imperial City, there were very few revolving core martial artists. If some were seen, they were often young elites that still hadn't grown. As for ordinary martial artists, it was impossible for them to pay the fee to enter the city. This second time I've come to immemorial Imperial City. It seems as if it's much livelier than it was 8 months ago. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. The last time he came to Immemorial Imperial City, he had felt that there were many young heroic elites, and now there were even more of them. For every 10 people he saw on the street, no more than 3 or 4 of them would be over 50 years of age. As Lin Ming arrived at a corner of the city, he lit up a sound transmitting talisman. This was the sound transmitting mark that River Feather gave to him. After just 10 breaths of time, Lin Ming received a reply. River Feather was already on his way. Ever since the last trading fair, where Lin Ming had displayed a strength that far surpassed a genius of a world king level holy land, River Feather had wholeheartedly wanted to pull closer his relationship with Lin Ming. River Feather would naturally do his best with the task Lin Ming had given him. Brother Lin, in less than an hour, a white-clothed River Feather appeared in Lin Ming's sight, a bright and excited smile on his face. "Ha! Lady Luck was smiling on me this time. I didn't humiliate myself. I have already prepared all of the materials you wanted." "Thank you, Brother River." Lin Ming cupped his hands across his chest. It wasn't easy to find the materials required to refine the esoteric immortality pill. Many of the materials were strange and unorthodox ingredients. River Feather's family had a large number of channels and contacts throughout Immemorial Imperial City. With his help, Lin Ming was able to save himself a great deal of time. "In terms of price, I will make sure to pay you more than enough. I won't let Brother River suffer a loss here." River Feather was startled. He quickly said, "Brother Lin, what kind of words are these? I was only helping you with some minor matters, and even if you paid me at the normal price, my River family would still turn a profit." Compared to a favor from Lin Ming, Violet Sunstones weren't worth mentioning at all. "That's right, Brother River. I just returned to Immemorial Imperial City and discovered that there are many more young geniuses than there were before. What's going on? Is there some important event that happened recently?" Lin Ming was only casually asking, but after River Feather heard this, his face glowed with excitement. He enthusiastically said, "These young geniuses are all here to participate in the Sacred Martial Grand Tournament. The Sacred Martial Grand Tournament is a competition between geniuses of the younger generation. There are countless masters, and the prizes are extremely rich. But what a pity the tournament is already half over. Brother Lin missed out this time." River Feather shook his head in regret. "They've already begun the knockout rounds. If Brother Lin had come several months ago and signed up, you surely could have won the championship and dazzled everyone." "Oh, Sacred Martial Grand Tournament?" Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up. He didn't feel bad that he missed out on the St. Martial Grand Tournament. This sort of tournament was only a battle between the geniuses in Immemorial Imperial City. No matter how large a city was, there were still limits. It didn't matter if he missed it or not. "That's right. I have no idea why, but recently True Martial Great World has been holding many tournaments so that juniors can compete with each other. As for my Immemorial Imperial City, this Sacred Martial Grand Tournament is being held by the second World King level influence here. The Sacred Martial Mansion." In Immemorial Imperial City, there were 2 World King level holy lands that had bases. The first was True Martial Holy Lands. That was a holy land built by the great World King of True Martial World, and was also the top holy land of True Martial World. As for the second World King level holy land, that was St. Martial Mansion. The 2 World King level holy lands only had a part of their forces based in Immemorial Imperial City. Their main headquarters weren't here. But this was simply how things were. It was already amazing enough that 2 World King level holy lands were based in the same city. Even throughout the entire divine realm, this city could be considered somewhat famous. It's still a bit early. I'll have my subordinates gather up all the materials for Brother Lin. Brother Lin, if you're free, how about following me to the venue of the Sacred Martial Grand Tournament and taking a look at these geniuses as they fight? The Sacred Martial Grand Tournament is nearing its latter stages, so The ones stepping on stage are all peak talents of immemorial imperial city. There are even extraordinary geniuses from the two-world king level Holy Lands. The battles are sure to be amazing. As Lin Ming heard River Feather's exuberant tone, he was indeed somewhat tempted. Up until now, the only world king level Holy Land he had experienced was the ancient Dragon Clan. However, the ancient Dragon Clan didn't have a world king level martial artist in their ranks at the moment. Lin Ming didn't know just what degree of strength an ordinary world king level Holy Land genius had. Okay, let's go take a look. Lin Ming followed River Feather all the way to the sacred Martial Grand Tournament's venue. The closer they were, the more outstanding young elites they saw on their way. Many of these people were even more talented than someone like White Daohong. These martial artists had come from all over true martial great world, crossing over countless miles to come here. They hoped to show off their skills in immemorial imperial city and gain glory and riches. What are the prizes for this sacred martial grand tournament? Lin Ming asked. This question caused River Feather to bubble with even more excitement. He fanatically explained, the prizes are amazing. The reward for the #1 champion is a 9 divine shifts pill. This is a high-grade heaven step pill that a late divine sea powerhouse uses to help attack the divine transformation realm. Through taking it, one can help develop their own inner world. If they take this pill, then during the early divine transformation realm, the size of their inner world would surpass even the inner worlds of middle divine transformation martial artists. The prize can only be used for divine sea martial artists to attack the divine transformation realm. Lin Ming traced his chin. It would be a long time until he could use something like this. Normally in this sort of competition between geniuses, only divine sea realm martial artists will participate, many of them Ninefall geniuses. Life destruction realm martial artists are busy accumulating energy and perceiving the laws. Many of them are desperately suppressing their own cultivation as much as possible until they break through to Ninefall and amaze the world with their momentum. If they can reach Ninefall, they can even overturn the heavens. By reaching Ninefall, they will have the luck of having experienced a baptism of a massive amount of laws. To seek Ninefall and find the 9 divine shifts, the most important of these 18 boundaries is Ninefall. That is a completely different watershed from the other realms. If a genius can reach Ninefall, the further they go, the greater the disparity will become. This is why Ninefall has such significance to divine sea geniuses. Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, the future achievements of a genius and their degree of talent were most visible and accurately seen during the divine sea realm. If a genius couldn't even form a Ninefall foundation, then there was no way they could ever become a holy lord unless they were able to stumble upon a heaven-shaking lucky chance. As the two spoke, they arrived at a massive palatial construction that spanned hundreds of miles. Without needing River Feather to tell him, Lin Ming could already discern that this was the arena for the sacred martial grand tournament. The surrounding martial artists had already grouped up into a seething torrent of people. From those that came in and out from countless different entrances, most of them were part of the audience. This is spectacular, Lin Ming praised. Even though this was just a tournament between geniuses in a city, it had still reached such an incredible scale. Of course, my immemorial imperial city is one of the largest cities of true martial great world, and Sacred Martial House is also a true world king level Holy Land. The tournament of geniuses they hold is only inferior to those held by the true martial Holy Lands, River Feather said, satisfied by Lin Ming's acclaim. But just as River Feather revealed a happy smile, that smile froze on his face. In front of River Feather, a blue-clothed youth strolled into view, clasping a beautiful young woman at his side. This blue-clothed youth had a joking smile as he looked at River Feather. The blue-clothed youth had a refined and collected energy to him, One could tell that he was a master just from a glance, someone far stronger than River Feather. This youth didn't pay attention to Lin Ming. He only looked at River Feather and said with a smile, "Isn't that my dear little brother? How are you? The last I heard, you were eliminated in the preliminary matches, right? Why did you come to the main arena? Are you here to watch me compete?" The blue-clothed youth chuckled, his voice grating on River Feather's ears. Lin Ming remained quiet. He was able to discern the situation with just a glance. This blue-clothed youth was River Feather's older brother. In the mortal world, brothers were as close as they could be, mutually supporting each other. But in these distinguished martial families, especially between half-brothers, there were often struggles in the race to be chosen as the next successor of the family. These struggles could even turn tragic, and the relationship of these brothers was as volatile as water and fire. Thus, mocking each other upon meeting was also normal. Hee, River Feather, if you're smart, then I advise you not to struggle with me. Whether it is strength or how many people are under my control, you are inferior to me. In the Sacred Martial Grand Tournament, I am also the only one in the family who made it past the preliminary matches and am able to participate in the finals. In this competition, those who can step on stage are mostly geniuses of World King level Holy Lands. If I can defeat just a single one of them, my status in the family will reach all new heights. Chapter 1153, Grandest Event of All Ages. Chapter 1153, Grandest Event of All Ages. Yeah, he's your big brother? Lin Ming casually asked after the blue-clothed youth left. River Feather revealed an embarrassed expression. Brother Lin must think it funny, but he is really my brother. He was born a few years before me, so his strength is naturally higher than mine. He said that he was the only one of your River family that was able to participate in the finals. That's right. River Feather wryly smiled. The finals have around 200 people that were chosen, and around 80 of them are disciples of Sacred Martial Mansion. The remaining 120 are divided amongst the other influences. The competition is intense, and there is also the true martial Holy Lands to worry over. They only sent a very small number of disciples to attend, but they still account for over a dozen participants. Since this Sacred Martial Grand Tournament was held by Sacred Martial Mansion, the prizes were also distributed by them, and the most valuable of these prizes would likely be obtained by disciples of Sacred Martial Mansion in the end. It would be difficult for any outsiders to have a chance. As for the true martial Holy Lands, they had merely sent some stronger disciples to join in on the fun. They couldn't be considered as having sent their peak disciples, or else that would have been a slap to Sacred Martial Mansion's face. After paying an entrance fee of some violet sunstones, Lin Ming and River Feather entered the martial field. Luckily, Lin Ming had already known that this grand finals arena would be gargantuan. Even so, as he entered the arena, he was startled. This arena actually held its own dimension realm inside and extended for 800 miles. 800 miles. If Lin Ming was running at full strength, it wouldn't take long to cross. But if this size were reflected in just a single building, then that was terrifying. At this time, the stands in the arena were over 1,000 feet high and already filled with people. Looking from afar, the spectators resembled a swarm of ants. Further away, they merged into a dark mass, and even the entire arena appeared solid with people. The arena stage was divided into 100 martial fields, and every martial field had its own battle playing out. All sorts of energy explosions recklessly struck against the protections of array formations with dazzling sparks shooting off into the sky. Giant ringing sounds of energy detonations filled the air. When these sounds combined with the raucous cheers of the audience, they seemed to overwhelm the world. This massive building, over 800 miles wide and over 1,000 feet high, could easily fit 100 million people. And in the sky, There were massive array discs floating about. These were battle array discs, similar to the battle array discs Lin Ming had once seen at Skysplit Tower that recorded the battles of the Eightfall War Emperor. However, these battle array discs were much more exquisite and high quality. They were able to gather up the world laws to form massive phantom projections in the air, reflecting everything happening in the battlefields below them. At this time, one of the array discs was displaying one of the many battles occurring on stage. Two youths were fighting in the center of a martial stage, their momentum irresistible. Their phantoms were enlarged by thousands of times until their images were tens thousands of feet tall. Their projections were reflected in the skies above the martial field. In the 800-mile large arena, they were like two giants battling in the air. Even a mortal with poor vision could still see them from 100 miles away. Of course, there were no mortals present in the audience, so they were able to see even more clearly, as if the fight were happening right in front of their eyes. What a wonderful atmosphere! Lin Ming praised. This sort of martial field really had a magnificent aura to it. The arena was able to hold 100 million spectators, and 100 matches were occurring at the same time. And the key matches were projected into the skies, allow martial artists from every corner of the arena to see what was happening there. Just a single immemorial imperial city could hold a tournament with such momentum. This was far from what any influence in the lower realms could hope to achieve. As Lin Ming recalled the tournaments that were once held at the 7 profound valleys, the difference between the two couldn't even be described, as a firefly to the moon. As the two youths fought, they sent out energy shock waves. Sword light, spear light, battle spirit projections, and every other aspect of their battle was amplified to epic proportions for all to see. This was a truly three-dimensional image. When a massive sword light was sent out, it shot towards the audience, even cutting down upon them. When this phantom sword light passed through their bodies, those affected really did faintly feel as if they had been spiritually struck. This oppressive feeling was truly lifelike. Watching such a shocking and stupefying battle, even if one knew that this was only a light projection, it still thrilled the heart, especially since these people were all martial artists. As they saw a fight like this, they all began to roar out together. As martial artists, and especially genius martial artists, the pressure placed on them was intense. The pressure of competition, the pressure of life or death risks, the pressure of cultivation. When all of these pressures were combined together, they really required an outlet to be released. Now that they could howl out like this, all of them were happy and ecstatic. This is crazy. Lin Ming took a light breath. In the mortal world, there were all sorts of sports that attracted many people. For instance, kickball competitions and other such movements. These sorts of competitions were able to attract a massive number of fans and spectators, all of whom would cheer during the competition, causing the atmosphere to turn crazy with elation. But no matter how crazy they were, they could never be even 1,000th as crazy as martial artists watching a battle between powerhouses. In the world of martial artists, there was no one who didn't practice martial arts. This was the absolute competition that everyone shared between them. The road of martial arts was everything to a martial artist. In this case, with such a spectacular fight occurring right in front of their eyes, the impact could be imagined. When these martial artists all gathered together, the atmosphere was enough to make their blood boil over. Many of those in the audience were friends or relatives of the competing martial artists. They were senior apprentice brothers, junior apprentice sisters, good brothers, and so forth. As they all shouted out together, their voices were collapsing mountains, spreading over the world like an endless tsunami. Oh, isn't that you, Iron Rock? Lin Ming discovered that in a corner of the arena there was a towering young man. That was you, Iron Rock. When you, Iron Rock, stayed in the enchantment that hastened the flow of time, that was all for this sacred martial grand tournament. As Lin Ming thought about this, he looked over at you, Iron Rock. Currently, Yu Arnrock's complexion was extremely poor. The opponent he faced was a red-haired youth with sharp eyebrows that slanted upwards, bright eyes, and a square face that looked as if it had been hewed from stone with a very sharp axe. This person's aura seemed to light up with red flames. His aura was wild and reckless, as capricious as a demon. That is really Yu Arnrock. His luck is poor enough. The opponent he's facing is one of the leading juniors of Sacred Martial Mansion. He's called the Little Sovereign of Sacred Martial Mansion, Sacred Yueping. River Feather shook his head. Before he finished speaking, his words were drowned out in a roar of cheers. Little Sovereign is invincible. Little Sovereign will win. Waves over waves of momentum completely overwhelmed all other sounds on the martial field. As for Yu Arnrock, as Sacred Yueping's match, the pressure on him could be imagined. Without needing to think, one could already tell that the reason this battle was projected into the skies with a battle array disc was not because of Yu Arnrock, but because of Sacred Yueping. You are not my match. Before the battle had begun, Sacred Yueping had already issued a declaration of victory. Yu Arnrock angrily said, "If you want to defeat me, you will still have to pay the price." Yu Arnrock roared and extracted a giant halberd from his spatial ring, chopping down at Sacred Yueping. When Yu Arnrock had fought Lin Ming, he hadn't used a weapon at all. When he fought Lin Ming, he had underestimated him. But now fighting this Sacred Yueping, one of the leading juniors of Sacred Martial Mansion, he naturally put forth 120% of his strength. Whoosh! The return strike from Sacred Yueping was a blood-red spear light. This spear light was like a dragon swimming through the oceans, wildly delving into Yu Arnrock's attack. With a loud rumbling sound, Yu Arnrock's giant halberd was struck down by the spear light. Before he could even use a second move, his protective true essence was pierced through by Sacred Yueping. He was sent flying backwards, blood splashing out from his body. Sacred Yueping, victory. After being enhanced by an array formation, the voice of the announcer spread throughout the entire martial field, causing the atmosphere to grow even crazier. Although this result was well within everyone's expectations, when it truly happened, the fans and supporters of Sacred Yueping still issued out deafening cheers that seemed capable of washing the clouds away. As for the disciples of Sacred Martial Mansion, they were much calmer. Defeating a mere Holy Land-level genius wasn't anything to cheer for. Sacred Yueping is too strong. He's one of the strongest disciples of Sacred Martial Mansion and one of the leaders of the younger generation. In my immemorial imperial city, he can be considered the #1 junior master of the spear. River Feather praised from his heart as he watched this battle. He was filled with envy of Sacred Yueping's talent and strength. They could both be considered outstanding individuals of their generation, but if he were to be compared with Sacred Yueping, the difference would be like cloud and mud. He really makes others jealous. He's strong, has tremendous momentum, has the worship and adoration of countless women, and Sacred Martial Mansion will also vigorously train him. In the future, it won't be any problem at all for him to become a Holy Lord-level powerhouse. In the divine realm, if one wanted to become a world king, even the worst of world kings, that was still something that was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Thus, in most cases, describing a genius as someone that would become a holy lord was already a very high evaluation. Lin Ming didn't respond, only silently watching the tournament. The central battle array disc was naturally used to project the battle of Sacred Martial Mansion's strongest talent. As for the smaller battles happening at the sides, Lin Ming didn't miss them either. As he continued to watch them, he gained an approximate understanding of the average level of strength that the young elites in immemorial Imperial City possessed. There were truly a great number of heroic young elites here. This wasn't just holy lands and quasi-holy lands, but also included the geniuses of hidden martial families, as well as the disciples of some roaming old eccentric martial artists. These martial artists would often accept a person as their disciple to inherit their legacy. When all of these were added together, there were simply far too many. Among these people, there were sometimes dark horses that appeared from time to time. Lin Ming observed a few of them. They were hiding away in various areas of the arena, conserving their strength for the future matches. As the tournament grew increasingly intense and the battles more brilliant and splendid, these hidden masters would begin to emerge one after another. However, Sacred Martial Mansion still suppressed them all. Their three leading figures, Sacred Yueping, Sacred Tianhao, and Sacred Yanran, all seemed invincible. All of the martial artists in this tournament seemed strong, but when facing these three, they couldn't even last 3 moves. Heavens, they're too strong. They only have a middle divine sea cultivation, but even a late divine sea genius of a holy land can't even last for 10 breaths of time in front of them. Is there anyone in the junior generation that can possibly be an opponent to them? That's right, and they haven't even revealed their complete strength. This junior generation of Sacred Martial Mansion is truly strong. I fear that even the geniuses of the true martial holy lands are equal to them, even in the entire divine realm. These 3 outstanding geniuses of Sacred Martial Mansion truly have the capital to be famous. Famous throughout the divine realm? What sort of domineering confidence is that? Ha ha ha! As these martial artists were speaking, the atmosphere became increasingly heated. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred throughout the entire arena. An indescribable force field came crashing down from the skies, swallowing up all sound and all light. The horrifying pressure of this force field caused every fight happening in the arena to stop. None of them were able to summon any strength in the face of this power. In that instant, everyone felt as if they had lost their breath, suffocated, locked into a separate space-time where they could only hear their own heartbeat. Heavens! Just what kind of force field was this? Lin Ming was shocked. This force field was able to cover such a terrifying scope. This force field wasn't even aimed at him, but just by being caught in it, Lin Ming felt as if he faced the endless universe, unable to resist at all. At this time, a boundless and potent voice reverberated through the endless space. 3 months from now, the first martial meeting of the Divine Realm's 3,000 great worlds will be held in the Divine Dream World, held jointly by Empyrean Vast Universe and Empyrean Divine Dream. All heroic young elites of the Divine Realm may participate. This great voice echoed in space for a long time, resounding again and again. Lin Ming was completely stunned. The first martial meeting of the Divine Realm, and it would be conducted by Empyreans? This was actually Empyreans. This was a grand tournament that covered the entire Divine Realm and also included every single young elite of the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm's 3,000 great worlds held numerous world king-level influences, countless Holy Land-level influences, and all sorts of hidden families and descendants of roaming masters. This unimaginable quantity of people would be completely gathered at the Divine Dream World. Among these people were even descendants of Empyreans. What kind of scene would that be? That would be the grandest event of all ages. Chapter 1154, The Yen Little Moon of Years Gone By. Chapter 1154, The Yen Little Moon of Years Gone By. As the vast voice vanished, the force field also retreated like a receding tide. Everyone in the giant arena was still immersed in a moment of shock. The tournament had paused and didn't continue yet. The first martial meeting of the Divine Realm. The news that we heard was correct. Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe, 2 great Empyreans, conducting the first martial meeting that will sweep over the entire Divine Realm. I'm looking forwards to this so much. In comparison to that, this sacred martial grand tournament is just an appetizer. It cannot show our true strengths. On the martial field, Sacred Yueping wildly laughed, his red hair blowing in the wind. It's impossible to know when this sort of martial meeting will truly be held, but as the date of this martial meeting approached, all of the great influences had received some type of rumor on the wind, and because of this, many geniuses were raised by these large influences. This is the greatest martial meeting beneath the heavens. Many great influences, including even our sacred martial mansion, have been hurriedly training their geniuses to prepare for this once-in-a-lifetime event. I thought it was just a rumor, but it turned out to be completely true. Sacred Tianhao avidly said from beside Sacred Yueping, his expression clearly excited. Recently, great tournaments had been held at Immemorial Imperial City again and again, all in order to prepare for this upcoming Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. The first martial meeting was a chance which all geniuses of the Divine Realm could participate in. Among the young geniuses produced from the great influences, all of them were arrogant talents of their generation, and none of them were willing to admit that they were worse than others. They all looked forwards to competing against other geniuses at their age, and being able to shine in glory at this Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. Miss Mo, do you know about this? Lin Ming asked. He was also filled with anticipation towards this Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. He had heard again and again how vast and broad the Divine Realm was, and how many powerhouses there were, but as for how great it was, and how many powerhouses there were, Lin Ming hadn't truly experienced it. And this time was the best opportunity for him to do so. Only competing on this incomparably grand stage could cause his blood to boil over with passion. I do. The first martial meeting can only be initiated by an Empyrean. Normally, there are different Empyreans that take turns hosting this event. Not every generation of geniuses can encounter the first martial meeting. This is because every time the first martial meeting is held, the momentum of the event grows far too huge. The consumption of resources and energy is tremendous. Thus, oftentimes there can be 2,000 to 3,000 years between each first martial meeting. There are even some great influences that will have their young geniuses enter into time-changing enchantments if they feel that the time for the first martial meeting will begin soon. They will have their geniuses come out only when the date for the first martial meeting arrives. However, I didn't do this in the past, nor did I participate in the first martial meeting. Miss Mo, you didn't participate? Lin Ming asked, stunned. He felt it somewhat a pity. Mo Eversnow was the most talented person he had ever encountered to date. If she had participated in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, she would have inevitably blossomed in glory. Mo Eversnow said, even if I did participate in the martial meeting, there is no saying how I would do. The Divine Realm is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are far too many powerhouses, more than you could ever imagine. And especially in this first martial meeting, it will have gathered the greatest extreme talents of the past several generations. Even for you, I can't say how well you would do when competing against all the young geniuses of the Divine Realm. The key point is that you are too young. You're just over 30 years old, but the requirement for the first martial meeting is only that all heroic young elites must be at the late Divine Sea Realm and below. This is mainly a test of laws, perception, battle spirit, foundation, and other such factors. There are many people that will pause at the late Divine Sea Realm even until they are in their 50s so that they can participate. These types of people will have over 20 more years of practice and experience than you. I understand. Lin Ming thought little of it. Instead, his fighting spirit rose, bubbling with excitement. For a genius to grow, they needed a greater stage. Before this, the ancient Phoenix clan that Lin Ming had gone to, and even Carefree Island, could only be considered Holy Land and Quasi-Holy Land level sections. As for World King level influences, he hadn't yet experienced them, much less something far greater like an Empyrean level influence. This divine realm first martial meeting was an amazing chance for him to temper himself and gain experience. Before, the great voice that echoed throughout the sacred martial grand tournament wasn't limited to just the true martial great world. It also reverberated through all the great worlds of the divine realm, including all the dimension realms and minor dimensions. This voice passed through all barriers, entering the ears of all. At this time, at the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters in a deep crimson space, 3 old men were standing before a blood pond, and in front of them were 7 or 8 youths. One of them was an elegant and beautiful young woman with a wonderful aura about her. She was Yen Little Moon. After several years had passed, Yen Little Moon had become slimmer and more graceful than before. She had lost a bit of her past naivete and gained a heroic and daring air to her. The energy from her body was faster and sharper, and she exuded a feeling as if she were a honed long sword. You should all know that the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting will be held 3 months from now. An old man slowly said in front of these youths. His voice was potent and filled with a boisterous energy, every syllable vibrating to the bone. This person was one of the ancient Phoenix clan's highest elders, the Peak Holy Lord, Violent Stone. Understood. The several youths nodded, taking deep breaths. Their hearts were still beating faster than before. They had the chance to participate in this martial meeting and face all the young geniuses that existed in the entire divine realm. So how could they not be excited? I won't speak any crap. My only requirement for you lot is that at least one of you pass through the qualifying round and enter into the top 100,000 rankings. Pass the qualifying round and enter into the top 100,000 rankings. The several youths looked at each other, a bit confused. It sounds a bit sad when you say it like that, but this is the truth. Our ancient Phoenix clan has one of the most extraordinary bloodlines throughout the entire divine realm, but we have a singular and fatal weakness, and that is that we are not true descendants of a phoenix. We are only mortals that have the phoenix bloodline transplanted into our bodies. In this aspect, the ancient Dragon Clan, Kirin Clan, and Rock Clan are all the same as us, and there are some unorthodox bloodlines, for instance the Hydra bloodline, that are far below us in quality. But there are some in their ranks that truly had a Hydra as their ancestor. Those Hydras are great monsters that crossed through heavenly tribulation and gained the ability to take human form. Not only do their descendants possess their bloodline, but they also possess the flesh, organs, and fascia of a Hydra. Our ancient Phoenix clan simply cannot compare with them in this aspect. It is extremely difficult for a Phoenix to give birth to a descendant, much less copulate and produce children with a human. Thus, the Hydra clan is also a peak holy land. Throughout the entire divine realm, every great world has 100 to 200 holy lands, and the 3,000 great worlds together possess between 40,000 to 50,000 holy lands. In addition, there are also the countless medium and small worlds that existed around, and between the 3,000 great worlds. There are all sorts of martial families, hidden masters, and secret influences that exist in all corners of the universe. This is why the number of geniuses is at least double what you would expect. As for our ancient Phoenix clan, we can still be considered at the peak of these influences. But above us, there are also World King level holy lands and Empyrean level holy lands. To achieve a rank of 100,000 is already a wonderful result. Since ancient times, the highest result that our ancient Phoenix clan has ever obtained is still over 8,000. As Violent Stone spoke, all of the heroic young elites present gulped, feeling shocked. This great tournament between geniuses that would sweep through the entire divine realm was much more terrifying than what they imagined. It had to be known that in the history of the ancient Phoenix clan, there had been extreme characters such as Xiao Daoji and Burning Heaven. However, the highest anyone had reached was still a ranking in the 8,000s. Violent Stone suddenly turned to Yen Little Moon. He said, "Little Moon, your progress in these past years has been outstanding. When you crossed Ninefall, you reached the peak of the absolute 3 levels. I have great expectations for you in this grand martial meeting. Still, you are only at the early Divine Sea realm, so your cultivation is a bit low. In these next 3 months, you will enter a time-altering enchantment and raise your cultivation to the Middle Divine Sea realm. I will personally direct you in this matter." Yen Little Moon vigorously shouted, "Yes, Elder." Violent Stone nodded. He seemed to suddenly remember something as he shook his head. That brat Lin Ming, I wonder just where he went to go adventuring. He's definitely not the type that would miss out on this sort of grand martial meeting. Thinking of the time, his cultivation should be at the early Divine Sea realm by now. I wonder just how many layered heavens that brat managed to experience. Beside Violent Stone, another elder heard these words and shook his head. When Lin Ming crossed Ninefall, his momentum should surely have been more amazing than Yen Little Moon's. He would have surpassed the absolute 3 levels, or he might have even surpassed 18 layered heavens and reached an even higher boundary. Unfortunately, he is still too young. An early Divine Sea cultivation is a bit low, but he still has 3 months remaining. Even if he entered into a time-altering enchantment, the distorted laws within would impede his training. If this divine realm first martial meeting had happened 20-some years from now, then that would have been great. If so, Lin Ming would have definitely been able to dazzle the world. But now, perhaps he might only be able to enter into the top 10,000 ranks. Only 10,000. Violent Stone quietly repeated. Even as one of Lin Ming's masters, Violent Stone didn't know much about his disciple. He didn't know about M.O. Evers now. He didn't know of the magic cube. He didn't know of the 10-severing Dao fruit tree. He didn't know that Lin Ming had stolen the supreme dragon bone in the god-beast mystic realm. And he didn't know many other things. However, he could feel that Lin Ming held many secrets on his body. Thus, he was still looking forwards to Lin Ming being able to create a miracle at this first martial meeting. I believe that he won't stop at just being ranked around 10,000. Violent Stone silently said to himself. In true martial great world, within a massive floating palace, there was a black-cloaked martial artist standing in the main hall. His back was broad, and he seemed to stand as high as a mountain peak. Around him, all sorts of laws constantly changed and transformed. There was even heaven and earth origin energy that twisted about, forming into all sorts of magical creatures. These creatures all bowed down to this person. This was a symbol of one having achieved an extremely high degree of comprehension in the laws. Behind him, over 1,000 youths were bent down to their knees. Each youth had their right hand placed across their chest, and their heads were bowed, nearly touching the floor. At this time, these youths all had reverential expressions on their faces. The large man in front of them was no other than true martial great world's world king. He was the one who controlled the entire true martial Holy Lands, and was also one of the great world kings of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds, the true martial world king. It's begun. It's finally begun. I won't speak about just how meaningful this first martial meeting will be to all of us. According to the past rewards, if nothing has changed, then the top 3 challengers will have the chance to study a complete transcendent divine might. Although they won't give the transcendent divine might jade slip to you, this is still a mind-boggling stroke of good fortune. Of course, achieving top 3 is impossible for you all, but there are still incomparably rich rewards for ranking in the top 1,000 or even top 10,000. The reason that I spent so much time and resources to train you is all for this moment. In 3 months, you must blossom on stage and dazzle the world. Do not disappoint me. For the one who performs the best in this first martial meeting and also manages to enter into the top 1,000 rankings, I will train him as my direct successor. Chapter 1155, Boundless World Pill. Chapter 1155, Boundless World Pill. A successor of the true martial Holy Lands, Holy Lord, the true martial world king. Just what sort of great honor was that? One could directly enjoy the most precious resources of the true martial Holy Lands. Of course, even if one could become a successor of the true martial world king, the chances of becoming a world king in the future were still incomparably slim. In fact, there actually existed many true martial world king successors. After all, the true martial world king had already lived for millions of years. In these millions of years, even if there was only a single successor chosen every couple tens of thousands of years, there would still be over 100 of them. In this group of successors, it was already extraordinary if an ordinary world king could be produced amongst them. If a great world king could be born, that would be a festive occasion celebrated throughout the entire Holy Land. But the chances of this happening weren't too great. Even so, for the true martial world king to promise a single chance of becoming a successor was already a massive lucky chance to these juniors. As long as they were raised as a successor, their future achievements would not be lacking. They could enter into the highest echelons of the true martial Holy Lands and become a peak Holy Lord level character. It wasn't just the true martial Holy Lands Holy Lord that was making such a promise, but the Holy Lords of the many other world king level Holy Lands were also promising large rewards. Once one entered into the top 1,000 or even top 10,000, not only would they obtain the rewards of an Empyrean, but they would also obtain rewards from the leader of their sect or family. This was simply ascending to heaven in a single leap. 3 days later, the detailed list of rewards for the first martial meeting was handed out to all the major intelligence organizations. Even though they published this list in near infinite quantities, it still fell far short of demand. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting would reward a total of 18,000 martial artists. Outside of the top 3,000, one would only receive a symbolic participation prize. The reward for that was 10 million violet sunstones and a violet sun crystal medal from 900 to 3,000. The reward was 20 million violet sunstones and a medal corresponding to their ranking. Above that was 50 million violet sunstones. Moreover, there were also many other types of rewards, such as spirit artifacts, pills, cultivation method jade slips, and so forth. The most attractive rewards were in the top 10. From 10th to 6th place, the reward was 30 billion violet sunstones. From 5th to 4th, the reward was 100 billion violet sunstones. From 3rd to 2nd, the reward was 300 billion violet sunstones. And the first place reward was 500 billion violet sunstones. If one could obtain first place, that was equal to gaining Lin Ming's current wealth. But this massive number of violet sunstones could only be considered a tiny reward. What drew the most attention was that the top 10 genius disciples could enter into vast universe heavenly palace, the influence established by Empyrean vast universe, and accept the guidance of Empyrean vast universe's chief disciple. The top 3 could obtain the chance to perceive a transcendent divine might. From 4th to 10th place, one could enter into vast universe heavenly palace and choose to study any top technique beneath a transcendent divine might. These sorts of top techniques were all personally created by Empyrean vast universe. Although they weren't as wonderful as an incredible transcendent divine might, they were still far superior to a great world king's martial arts. They surpassed the inheritance of a world king, level Holy Land. Guidance from Empyrean vast universe's chief disciple, Lin Ming's mind stirred, but he didn't know what the cultivation of Empyrean vast universe's chief disciple was like. It seemed that even if one obtained first place in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, it was still impossible to obtain the personal direction of an Empyrean level character. M.O. Evers now guessed Lin Ming's thoughts and said, "Lin Ming, The chief disciple of an Empyrean has already reached a level of strength that is difficult to imagine. Although they aren't great world kings, the truth is that the top several ranked subordinates of an Empyrean surpass most great world kings in status and strength. Think about it. They come from an Empyrean level influence, and some of them might even be descendants of an Empyrean. The talent they inherited from their parents is simply unbelievable, and what they study are transcendent divine mights. There is no need to also mention the resources that they can enjoy. These kinds of people all have a starting baseline that is much higher than even a great world king. There are many great world kings that don't have the chance to study a transcendent divine might. Although an Empyrean might not be able to create their own transcendent divine might, every Empyrean still possessed their own. This was because they didn't create their own, but derived them from ancient texts and other legacies from the past. As for extreme characters like Empyrean Primordius and Empyrean Divine Seal that were able to create their own transcendent divine might, they were truly outstanding individuals amongst all Empyreans. As for world kings, most of them didn't have a transcendent divine might. In fact, it was already incredible if a great world king possessed an incomplete transcendent divine might. Also, an Empyrean can live for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. In the Holy Land that they established themselves, I imagine that most of the disciples haven't even seen the Empyrean. As for the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, although it is a gathering of all the young geniuses in the Divine Realm, it is still something that occurs every several thousand years. Compared to the long life of an Empyrean, this is far too short a time. As Lin Ming thought of this, he also gained a deeper understanding into just how high the status of an Empyrean was. To them, even a Holy Lord-level powerhouse was nothing more than an ant. The chief disciple of an Empyrean was also an extraordinary person. Even a great world king had to politely greet them and treat them with the utmost respect. Lin Ming, you do not have to think about an Empyrean guiding you, or even their chief disciple guiding you. To the current you, they are an existence that you cannot yet get close to. What you need to do now is increase your own strength as much as possible and enter into the top 10 rankings of the first martial meeting. If possible, you need to enter into the top 3 and obtain a transcendent divine might. There is still 3 months remaining. If I create a time enchantment for you, then you can steadily enter into the early divine sea, or even reach the peak of the early divine sea. But a higher cultivation is impossible. The laws within a time enchantment are distorted, and mediating within them for too long is a waste of time. As M.O. Eversnow spoke, Lin Ming nodded. As he crossed life destruction, he had ruthlessly suppressed his cultivation to the limit. This allowed him to complete a 33-layered Heaven's 99-mile origin energy cloud when he broke into Ninefall, but this also made his cultivation speed much slower than that of other geniuses. Back when Lin Ming was at the Sky Spill continent, even the likes of Yang Yun had broken through to the divine sea in his 40s. And right now, Lin Ming was just over 30 years old, but still at the 9th stage of life destruction. If his cultivation was too low and he was still so young, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in this first martial meeting. Just as Lin Ming was preparing to look for a place and set up a time enchantment area to train, at this time, a flame lit up in front of him. It was the light of a sound transmitting talisman. River Feather's voice immediately sounded in his ears. Brother Lin, 3 days from now immemorial Imperial City, will be holding a grand auction that will encompass all of Imperial City. The trade associations will be bringing out rare items to sell, and many of these treasures will be extremely suitable for young elites such as ourselves. There will be many treasures that can increase one's strength, such as pills, weapons, heavenly materials, and so many other things. Brother Lin, you definitely can't miss out on this. River Feather's true essence sound transmission caused Lin Ming's heart to stir. Imperial City Auction. That was it, because there had been competition after competition recently. A massive number of young elites had gathered at immemorial Imperial City. And these young elites all came from influential sects, martial families, or even as secret disciples of hidden supreme experts. All of them were superbly wealthy. And now, since the Divine Realm First Martial meeting was going to be held soon, in this situation where every sword needed to be sharpened to the extreme, time had become the most important factor of all. These geniuses needed to enhance their own strength as quickly as possible. As one of the busiest and liveliest places in the Divine Realm, how could immemorial Imperial City miss such a grand chance to do business? This auction was deliberately aimed at these young elites. The heated fervor with which these youths would struggle for these treasures could be imagined. There were many rare treasures that could greatly enhance one's strength and cause countless young geniuses to fight for them. And among these great influences, there were many direct disciples and descendants who would have been given a great deal of capital so that they could obtain better results in the Divine Realm First Marital Meeting. At the very least, they could go just a bit higher and be tempered that much more. Imperial City Auction. I wonder just what my 500 billion will be able to buy. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He knew that 500 billion was a great deal of wealth, but if those great sects and families really did put forth their full capital, it truly wouldn't be enough. Whether it was Carefree Island or the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, 99% of their wealth was actually in fixed assets that couldn't easily be moved. For instance, immortal palaces, array formations, spirit artifacts, medicine gardens, all sorts of heavenly materials, and so forth. These influences didn't have much liquid capital. For instance, taking Carefree Island as an example, the Carefree Palace that M.O. Riverbliss had left behind accounted for 80 to 90% of the entire sect's wealth. If these influences wished to sell these fixed assets for violet sunstones and crimson sun pills, they would be able to gather a monumental amount of wealth in a relatively short period of time. Moreover, before the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had been destroyed in the past, M.O. Eversnow had only carried off with her a tiny portion of the wealth, and most that was M.O. Eversnow's own collection to begin with. If this 500 billion was compared with the total wealth of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands in the past, it would simply be a drop of water in a vast ocean. If Lin Ming really wished to struggle in an auction with these geniuses of World King level Holy Lands, 500 billion was far from enough. It had to be known that in the trading fair from before, Iron Rock had taken out a few $100 million, and that had only been casually. If Iron Rock had time to exchange all of his assets into pure liquid currency, he would be able to gather billions in currency. And Iron Rock was only a disciple of a stronger Holy Land. Compared to influences like Sacred Martial Mansion and others, they still fell far short. Lin Ming felt a great pressure on him. As he thought of his own possessions, there really weren't many things he could sell off. For instance, he definitely wouldn't sell the Phoenix Blood Spear. There were some things like the Dragon Bone relics that could sell for a good price, but Lin Ming wasn't willing to sell such precious objects. Moreover, it might cause a disturbance and bring trouble upon himself if he took them out. As Lin Ming was thinking, he took out a sound-transmitting talisman and sent it to Riverfeather, asking if he could borrow some wealth from him. Of course, this was only a thoughtless question. He didn't expect to borrow much from Riverfeather. Riverfeather's family wasn't a top influence to begin with, and he was also one in a long line of potential successors. Among these successors, he didn't have the highest status, and the wealth he had was limited. However, what surprised Lin Ming was that Riverfeather invited him to a branch division of his family to lend Lin Ming a part of his wealth. News of the auction soon spread throughout the entire immemorial Imperial City like an unstoppable tide. Currently, the number of young geniuses in the city was measured in units of 100 million. The explosiveness of the auction happening 3 days from now could be imagined. And in just half a day, another piece of news crashed into the city like a meteor. This was because in the auction, there would be a pill that neared a transcendent divine pill in quality called the Boundless World Pill. As the name suggested, this pill would have unimaginable benefits in forming and developing a divine sea powerhouse's inner world. Its value surpassed even Carefree Island's 10-severing Tao fruit tree. Chapter 1156, The Source of Wealth. Chapter 1156, The Source of Wealth. Boundless World Pill. Lin Ming also quickly learnt this news, that the Boundless World Pill would be one of the final closing treasures of the auction. It was something that was greatly beneficial to a divine sea martial artist, and even a divine transformation martial artist. Lin Ming, if you can obtain this Boundless World Pill, then that will be phenomenal. Mo Eversnow's voice resounded in Lin Ming's mind. Boundless World Pill. The rumors about the auction house stated that its rank approached a transcendent divine pill, transcendent divine pill, transcendent divine might, transcendent divine weapon. All of these were Empyrean-level treasures because they were existences that surpassed the heavenly Tao. When they were born, they would summon heavenly tribulation. Although the Boundless World Pill was only a quasi-transcendent divine pill, the value of this pill was still extraordinary. Mo Eversnow said, in order to refine the Boundless World Pill, one needs to use the Realm Heart Stone of a boundless world. The so-called Realm Heart Stone is the very cornerstone that supports that world. The degree of toughness could be imagined. To destroy this Realm Heart Stone is the same as destroying that entire boundless world. But although a boundless world is stable, it is not eternal. When an Empyrean or world king grows old, their senses and beauty will fade away, and their inner boundless world will also begin to perish, meeting calamity upon calamity. Their entire world will lose vitality, and the heaven and earth origin energy will gradually disperse until all life decays to nothing, finally collapsing and being completely destroyed. At this time, the Realm Heart Stone might be destroyed with the collapse of this boundless world, and fragments will be obtained by others. Although they are still incomparably firm, it is far inferior to the complete Realm Heart Stone. If a great world king level alchemist can obtain a fragment and consume a massive amount of time and energy, they can refine that fragment, fusing all sorts of other heavenly materials to form a boundless world pill. When a martial artist crosses into the divine sea realm, their world seed will erupt and form their inner world. Although a human's body is like a miniature universe and the evolution of the Dantian follows the endless flow of time and change of the universe, there are still differences. Their inner world will never be as firm as a true world, but by taking the Boundless World Pill, one can fuse the power of a true world into their inner world, fusing characteristics of a true boundless world into their inner world. As Mo Eversnow spoke, Lin Ming's heart raised with excitement. Divine Sea, divine transformation, divine Lord. The deeper a martial artist foundation was, the greater their inner world would be, and the stabler it would be. This was because for a martial artist of the 9 divine shifts, the origin of their strength was the power of the world within their inner world. If one could truly fuse the strength of a true boundless world into their body, then their inner world would be just as stable as a true world. The benefits of this could be imagined. Lin Ming, this Boundless World Pill will be immensely beneficial to you. Although you can break through to the divine sea with your own training and cultivation, if you have the Boundless World Pill, it can help mold your inner world. When your inner world is born, it will then have characteristics of a true world. Moreover, your foundation is already incomparably solid to begin with, that will cause your inner world to be large and stable beyond belief, and your strength will also soar into the skies. If you have the Boundless World pill, you can definitely enter into the top 10 of this first Marshall meeting, and you even have hopes of entering into the top 3. No matter what, this will greatly help you. Otherwise, it will be much more difficult. Understood. Lin Ming took a deep breath. In truth, he didn't need M.O. Eversnow to say this, but a Boundless World pill was useful not only to him, but was also greatly advantageous to all other divine Sea Realm geniuses. No one disliked their own inner world being too stable, and they certainly wouldn't give up on something this great. If he had to rely on just his own 500 billion violet sunstones to struggle with them, then perhaps this was simply a useless battle. I have to figure out some way to obtain this Boundless World pill so that my strength can rapidly rise. Otherwise, I won't have any great advantage in this divine realm first Marshall meeting 3 months from now. To enter the divine realm first Marshall meeting was to face every young genius in the entire divine realm. Lin Ming wasn't blindly confident in himself. Sometimes there would be others that underestimated him, but that was because they didn't understand his strength. But M.O. Eversnow was the singular person in this world who understood just how strong he was. Since she said it would be extremely difficult, she naturally wouldn't be exaggerating her claims. It wasn't wrong that Lin Ming possessed transcendent divine mights, but those geniuses of Empyrean-level influences did too. Lin Ming had consumed a massive amount of resources growing up, but there were also many geniuses in the divine realm who had a destiny that soared through the heavens, and there were even talents that were raised by super influences who enjoyed no fewer resources than he did. Lin Ming's advantage lay in his dual body and energy cultivation, his large success gold battle spirit, as well as his 33-layered Heavens 9, by 9 life destruction that had come from the combination of the magic cube, transcendent, divine mights, and cultivation systems he practiced. On the other hand, his cultivation was lower. In conclusion, it was hard to say whether or not Lin Ming could enter the top 10. The divine realm was simply too large. It was likely that many other top monstrous geniuses like Lin Ming and M.O. Eversnow would appear to contest him. In order to increase his chances as much as possible, Lin Ming had to obtain the Boundless World pill no matter the cost. Brother Lin, you've arrived. When Lin Ming met up with River Feather, he was surprised to discover that the place they would meet up at was Starbind Bank, where M.O. Eversnow had once deposited her violet sunstones. This place is... Lin Ming looked up at the signboard of Starbind Bank. River Feather appeared a bit embarrassed as he said, Brother Lin, I must be honest with you. Even if I used every single connection and favor I had, I wouldn't be able to borrow more than 3 billion from my family. That is nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Moreover, my big brother has used many methods to suppress my ability to loan any sort of funds. He deliberately wants me to not be able to buy anything at the grand auction. As for himself, he went through layers upon layers of connections to borrow 6 billion from the family. Lin Ming nodded, clearly hearing the grievance in River Feather's voice. It seemed that a family like the River family, whether it be the grand auction or the divine realm first Marshall meeting 3 months from now, was only a small ripple that wouldn't be able to draw any attention. If the River family wanted to struggle for some minor accomplishments, they had to pour all of their effort into training a single feather. In this aspect, River Feather's big brother was clearly the superior choice. Then we have come here for... Lin Ming thought this was strange. If River Feather didn't have the support of his family, where would he have gotten any money? River Feather hesitated for a moment. Then he clenched his teeth and said, I called Brother Lin here today because I truly think that Brother Lin is a friend of mine. One of Starbind Bank Services is pawning items. One can pawn treasures and receive wealth in exchange. I have a secret, and that is that I was originally an ordinary disciple of the River Feather family with average martial talent. If I died, no one would have even noticed. But in a mystic realm, I went through many dangers and stumbled upon a great lucky chance. thus producing the current me that can even struggle for the position of the future family head with my older brother. But now, I have pawned my secret for wealth to lend to Brother Lin. I want to help Brother Lin compete in the divine Realm First Martial Meeting, break into the top 3,000 rankings, and soar into fame. As Riverfeather spoke, Lin Ming was aghast. He looked at Riverfeather with incredulity in his eyes, not believing his own ears. According to Riverfeather, he had some incomparably important treasure that was responsible for all of his current achievements, but he had actually pawned this treasure in exchange for wealth to lend to him, let alone the fact that he and Riverfeather were merely acquaintances. Even if they were good brothers, there were very few people that could lend out the entirety of their life savings without batting an eye. Brother River, aren't you afraid that I will forget this favor in the future and not acknowledge you? Lin Ming was at a loss. This behavior, if said nicely, would be called loyalty. If one was a bit coarse, it would be called being taken advantage of. Brother Lin, let's get straight to the point and not put up any more fake pretenses. Although my cultivating talent is mediocre, I have some skills at discerning the character of others. When you were at the Underworld Trade Fair, you were willing to part with hundreds of millions of violet sunstones to buy a little girl. I can see that the reason you were willing to buy her was not only because she said she knew the location of the violet sunstone embryo, but also because you sympathized with her plight. A person like you will not be an ungrateful man with no grace or virtue. This time I really have burned away all my bridges. It's true, you can make me a fool, but even if there is a 30% chance, I am still willing to struggle. This is because I know my own worth, and I know that it will be impossibly difficult for me to match my older brother's achievements in the future. And because of my previous conflicts with my brother, if he becomes the family head, then my fate will be extremely miserable in the future. At the start, I had nothing to begin with. With just my cheap life, I fought for over 30 years to claw my way up to where I am now. I do not want to lose. Thus, I can only make a bet and hope that I can form a friendship with someone like you who may become a world king in the future. I do not need a contract. This is because even if I had won, I know that with your skills and ability, you could easily find some great expert to dissolve it. Thus, what I will believe in is Brother Lin's upright and moral character to return this money. Lin Ming looked at Riverfeather with surprise. He didn't expect that such an ordinary-looking youth would be so daring and so ruthless to himself. He actually dared to make such a final gamble, even ridding himself of the lucky chance he found in the past. Such a person would either meet a tragic death or find great achievements in the future. And looking at Riverfeather now, he seemed to be someone who had the blessing of destiny on his side. Lin Ming thought for a moment, then said, "Thank you, Brother River, for trusting me. I will remember this favor. Although I have means of dissolving a contract, I will still form one with you, and I will also be responsible for paying you back with interest. Brother River, how much can you lend me?" "Around 100 to 200 billion. As Riverfeather spoke out this number, he carefully observed Lin Ming's response. When he didn't see Lin Ming with any sort of overly happy expression, he immediately understood that this number wasn't able to move him. Lin Ming's background must be truly terrifying. His goal in this auction must be immeasurably high. Could it be one of the items that served as the closing act to this grand auction? Riverfeather's eyebrows shot up. It seemed that it really was difficult to form good relations with Lin Ming. The disparity was too great. As Riverfeather was imagining all sorts of things, Lin Ming was deep in thought. 100 to 200 billion was equal to the total wealth that the disciples of Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone Clan had obtained from the Red Desolate Mystic Realm. It seemed that Riverfeather's lucky chance was really something else. Even with this money added on, Lin Ming's wealth was still lacking. He asked, "Brother River, how does this pawning service work? Can I hide my status?" "Of course you can. Brother Lin can have full faith in Starbind Bank's reputation. Starbind Bank has already been in operation for several million years. Riverfeather, immediately understood that Lin Ming wanted to personally pawn some treasures for wealth. But just what did he have to pawn? His first thought was actually to hide his identity. Chapter 1157, Necklace of the Goddess. Chapter 1157, Necklace of the Goddess. Lin Ming, could it be that you want to pawn the dragon bone relics? Mo Evers now asked from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Currently, the most valuable objects Lin Ming had that he was willing to pawn right now were the dragon bone relics. The 1,000-foot-long supreme dragon bone was a treasure that could make a world king go mad with envy. If Lin Ming had this sort of thing, it was certainly impossible to take out. However, compared to the original 1,000-foot supreme dragon bone, pure dragon bone relics were much lower in value. Dragon bone relics already had their dragon marrow pulled out. To an essence-gathering system martial artist, dragon marrow was much more valuable. It could improve one's meridians and bloodlines, but the dragon bone itself could only be used to transform the organs and bones, something much more suited to a body transformation martial artist. Moreover, Mo Riverbliss had refined the 1,000-foot-long supreme dragon bone into 108 dragon bone relics. Each dragon bone relic was equal to 1/108 of the original dragon bone's value. If he could hide his status and just pawn several dragon bone relics, there wouldn't be too much trouble in that. Lin Ming, the materials for the esoteric immortality pill are already prepared. I will finish refining it before these 3 months are over. There are only 36 dragon bone relics left, even if we consider the remaining dragon strength within your body. In order to process the esoteric immortality pill, I will still need to use up at least 30 of them. You can pawn at most 6. 6. Lin Ming faintly frowned. 6 dragon bone relics might not be enough. How much could a dragon bone relic be pawned for? It's hard to say. That will depend on what the appraiser of Starbine Bank offers, and they often quote a price lower than market value. I estimate that it will be no more than 60 billion. 60 billion times 6 was 360 billion. In addition, with River Feather's 100 billion, Lin Ming's total wealth was still lower than 1 trillion. This amount of wealth was probably far from being enough to purchase the Boundless World pill. Lin Ming, the esoteric immortality pill must be refined. We have gone through much to obtain the violet sunstone embryo, and the other materials have already been gathered to refine it. I can guarantee that you will be able to open the gate of life before you participate in the first martial meeting, and that Boundless World pill is no less significant to your progress. I understand. Lin Ming worried. He could deeply feel just how profoundly poor he was, extremely poor. If he wanted to gather a great deal of wealth, then the only way was to ask the ancient Elysium seal. But as he thought about it some more, the body of the ancient Elysium seal was arranged with a painstaking cost by Empyrean Divine Seal, and it had also been tempered with energy for 6 billion years. If it were broken down into normal violet sun crystals, then that would truly be a waste. Fishy, besides those treasures buried 500 miles underground, do you see any other violet sunstones buried nearby? Lin Ming suddenly asked with a bit of hope in his voice as he remembered Fishy's ability. At this time, Fishy had just woken up. She rubbed her sleep-tired eyes and tilted her head for a bit before responding. Big Brother Lin Ming wants to look for some buried treasure? There are some violet stones in some places outside the city, and they are buried very deeply. Can those be considered buried treasure? Buried deeply? How many are there? It depends. Some are as big as a fat pig, and some are as small as my fist. I see. Lin Ming shook his head. He hadn't held out much hope for this route to begin with. In Fishy's life, it seemed as if she hadn't left the range of immemorial Imperial City. It was already a surprise that there would be such a great treasure hidden right underground, but it was impossible for there to be a second. As Lin Ming was thinking about what to do, A flash of light suddenly popped up in his head as he recalled something. Miss Mo, I suddenly thought of something that could give us a pleasant surprise. I've forgotten about it all this time. What is it? Lin Ming said. It's a string necklace. In the past, when I visited the ancient goddess grave in the eternal demon abyss, I obtained a string necklace as well as a jade pendant from her. That jade pendant seemed to be a keepsake of some sort, but as for that necklace, I have no idea what it is, because I've never brought it out in these 10+ years. I'd nearly forgotten about it. The goddess necklace and jade pendant. Mo Eversnow's thoughts stirred. When she had been deeply sleeping in the magic cube, she had only been able to faintly sense what Lin Ming experienced. As for the concrete details, she wasn't sure. For instance, she hadn't known that Lin Ming had obtained a replica of the demon bead in the Steps Master's treasure chambers. Let's take a look. Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow entered into the extreme violet ring together. Lin Ming looked for a moment inside the ring before finding the goddess jade pendant and necklace. The goddess jade pendant was similar to the pendant that the young girl Jew of the Forsaken God clan had been wearing. At the time, because of this jade pendant, Lin Ming had rescued Jew from her slavery at his wedding banquet, and this subsequently brought him together with the Forsaken God clan. After that, Lin Ming, under their protection, had safely stepped into life destruction and escaped the chasing down of the Azura divine kingdom. Because of this, Lin Ming guessed that the goddess jade pendant was a keepsake from the Forsaken God clan. But the necklace was different. It was special, with strange energy waves around it. These fluctuations of ancient laws showed just how unique it was. The necklace of the goddess had links as thick as a pinky finger, and there was a palm-sized metal piece at the end of the chain. This metal plate was less than 1 inch thick and had a square-shaped hole in the center. There might have been some gem inlaid in this hole in the past, but that gem had already disappeared. This necklace wasn't soft or elegant. It lacked all grace that a young woman's necklace would normally possess. Instead, it was humble and heavy with a solemn aura to it. Wearing this chain would have felt like wearing a lock. As for the jade pendant, it was a deep azure color all around and icy cold to the touch. The center of the jade pendant was carved with totem images of birds looking quite common. Mo Eversnow looked at them for a moment. Then she put away the jade pendant and focused her vision on the necklace. Miss Mo, what do you see? Lin Ming asked from the side. Mo Eversnow pressed her eyebrows together, not speaking for a long time. Underneath the control of her battle spirit and will, the necklace steadily floated in the air. This process continued for a full hour. Then, Mo Eversnow turned into a ray of light and directly sank into the necklace. After the necklace lost the support of her battle spirit, it fell to the ground. Lin Ming subconsciously thrust out his hand to grab it. Miss Mo. Lin Ming was immediately worried. He instantly contacted Mo Eversnow's mind and could sense that the state of her soul was very steady without any problems. He was finally able to relax. Like this, another hour passed. Mo Eversnow finally emerged from the goddess necklace. She said, Lin Ming, if I'm not wrong, this should be a spirit treasure that Empyrean Primordius himself personally forged. Mo Eversnow's voice was filled with amazement. Lin Ming was also startled, although this result wasn't too surprising. As he saw something that was truly crafted by an Empyrean, he was still shocked. Something that Empyrean Primordius made himself? Is this a transcendent spirit treasure? No. Mo Eversnow shook her head. A transcendent spirit treasure isn't easy to create. Even for an Empyrean, they could only craft a single transcendent spirit treasure in their lifetime. The value of one would be inestimable and not inferior to a transcendent divine might jade slip in value. As for other things created by an Empyrean, although they might not be a transcendent spirit treasure, they would still be extremely valuable. If I'm not wrong, this should be a defensive spirit treasure. But unfortunately, the artifact spirit has already died. Lin Ming asked, dazed. The artifact spirit died? The goddess of the eternal demon abyss should have withstood some sort of extremely powerful attack, causing this defensive spirit treasure to be mostly broken. As a result, the artifact spirit was destroyed, and the value of this spirit treasure was also greatly diminished. It was probably impossible to restore the functions that it had in the past. Lin Ming glanced at the necklace. He never imagined that such a simple and plain necklace would be something that Empyrean Primordius created himself. But what a pity! Even if it was something created by an Empyrean, it was still incomplete. If its value was reduced so greatly, how much could it be pawned for? Lin Ming asked, unsure. Mo Eversnow saw Lin Ming's worried expression and chuckled. That is something that you do not need to worry about. What kind of character is an Empyrean? Even a holy lord is nothing but an ant in front of an Empyrean. This first martial meeting may be held by Empyreans, but the truth is that only the disciples of the Empyreans are managing affairs. How could an Empyrean possibly bother themselves with such things? Even the rewards for the top 10 are with the direction of Empyrean, vast universe's chief disciple. Even if one managed to achieve first place in this first martial meeting, they still wouldn't have the chance to meet an Empyrean, let alone an incomplete spirit artifact. Even if there was only a tiny fragment left over, there would still be a massive number of martial artists chasing after it like a flock of ducks. Even if that fragment had no more function, there would always be people wishing to collect it. Moreover, this necklace also has fluctuations of laws carved within it. They contain the principles of the refiner and can be used as a reference by World King level refining masters. It is extremely valuable. As Mo Eversnow spoke, Lin Ming nodded in agreement. To an Empyrean that lived for tens or even hundreds of millions of years, it would be hard to arouse their interest with this divine realm first martial meeting that occurred every several thousand years. They had simply seen far too many first martial meetings. How much can this necklace be pawned for? I cannot say. Mo Eversnow shook her head. Even with Empyreans, there are divisions of high and low. For instance, there is Empyrean Primordius, and also Empyrean Divine Dream, who is conducting this first martial meeting. Both of them are outstanding existences even among Empyreans. I do not understand the world of Empyreans, but whatever Empyrean Primordius made should be much higher in value than a normal Empyrean's treasure. Moreover, there seems to be a seal in this necklace. However, I fear that no one besides Empyrean Primordius is capable of unraveling this seal. I have no idea just what could be inside. Lin Ming thought for a moment and asked, could this necklace tempt World King level powerhouses? It shouldn't. There are some great World King life weapons that can compare favorably to an Empyrean spirit treasure. Moreover, this necklace only has an incomplete artifact spirit. Starbind Bank has done business for millions of years. They shouldn't do something that would destroy their hard-earned reputation by coveting this necklace, or even a transcendent divine might jade slip. Okay, then we'll pawn this. I wonder just how much wealth we can get for it. Lin Ming put away the goddess necklace and flew out from the extreme violet ring, really where hills bent and the streams and roads seemed to end. There existed flowers that bloomed past the dark willows. This was the sudden glimpse of hope that he needed at this moment. He never imagined that the necklace he obtained from the ancient goddess grave in the past would play such an important role now. Chapter 1158, Sky High Pawn Price. Chapter 1158, Sky High Pawn Price. Starbind Bank's interior had different dimensional worlds located within it, and Its pawn store was in the shape of a six-floored pagoda that floated high in the sky. Many masters arrived at the pagoda and turned into a beam of lightning, flying directly within. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. He bid farewell to River Feather and flew in alone. At this time, a light blue hazy mist covered his body, and one was barely able to make out the contours of his features. One couldn't clearly see his appearance nor clearly make out his age. This was a protection that Starbind Bank arranged for those people that weren't willing to disclose their identity. Of course, if one really wished to look through this concealment, it would be easy. But in this aspect, Starbind Bank's credibility had stood up to the most rigorous tests of time. It had operated for so many years, and yet there had never been a single time when they tried to steal the belongings of their guests, nor had they ever secretly investigated the appearance of their guests or violated their privacy. After Lin Ming entered the pagoda, he went to the first level. The space here was 1,000 miles long and wide, with a large crowd of talkative guests that were here to pawn treasures. Lin Ming moved straight to the second floor. According to what River Feather told him, expensive treasures had to be pawned on the second floor. Just as Lin Ming arrived at the second floor, a beautiful young woman dressed in white with a late divine sea cultivation stopped Lin Ming, saying with a smile, "Young sir, please hold on. Do you have a VIP card?" Although she was technically refusing him entry, her tone and expression were actually quite comfortable. "No. My apologies. If you do not have a VIP card, you will have to have the appraiser on the first level appraise your treasure first. If the value is high enough, you may enter the second floor." As the young woman spoke to hear, her voice caught in her throat. She felt a deep pressure suddenly enveloping her. Under this pressure, even her soul began to tremble. Peak Holy Lord Master? No. Half-Step World King? The white-clothed woman's eyes flashed with a startled light as she took a step backwards. With her late divine sea cultivation, she could judge Lin Ming's relative strength according to the pressure he released. This was not a level of perception that an ordinary divine sea master could possess. It was clear that many great masters often came to Starbind Bank's second floor. Even so, Peak Holy Lord and even Half-Step World King powerhouses were very rare. These were distinguished guests. The only level above them was World Kings, and it had to be known that one of Starbind Bank's secret owners was the true martial great World King. The white-clothed woman's voice immediately attracted everyone's eyes. They all glanced at Lin Ming. Half-Step World King? Is it some supermaster from a Holy Land level influence? To think that they would personally come here. I wonder just what they are pawning. This is a Half-Step World King powerhouse. That's the first time I've ever seen one. Just incredible. Even a Half-Step World King has come out. The grand auction 3 days from now will surely be worth watching. Senior may certainly enter a higher level. Please. The white-clothed woman motioned with her hand, inviting Lin Ming upstairs. Like this, Lin Ming stepped onto the stairs leading to the second floor underneath the envious gaze of others. But he didn't stop at the second floor and went straight to the fourth. As he entered the fourth floor, a middle-aged scholar welcomed him. Together with the woman, they guided Lin Ming to an inner room. At this time, Lin Ming had already restrained his aura. Soul pressure itself was a kind of force field, and to use it required soul force. Since Mo Eversnow's soul was still damaged, she wasn't able to release this soul pressure for too long a time. He had disguised himself as a Half-Step World King Master in order to increase his number of chips and ensure that this transaction would be absolutely safe. Senior, are you here to pawn treasures for the auction 3 days from now? May I ask what Senior would like to pawn? The middle-aged scholar said with anticipation. If the treasures pawned were valuable enough, the yearly interest would be quite considerable. Correct. Take a look at these and tell me what their value is. Lin Ming raised a hand and tossed out 6 dragon bone relics. 30 dragon bone relics were enough to refine the esoteric immortality pill. These 6 remaining dragon bone relics were to be pawned to ensure that his chances in the auction would be better. As the middle-aged scholar saw these 6 black crystal beads, his eyes shined. God, beast bones. The middle-aged scholar was able to instantly discern the value of these dragon bone relics at first sight. Lin Ming praised this man inwardly. This middle-aged scholar was indeed a professional, able to tell whether something was a common treasure or a top treasure with just a single glance. The middle-aged scholar revealed a solemn look. He clapped his hands and the curtains outside moved. A robust and vibrant old man with a long beard walked in. This person only had an early divine lord realm cultivation, but his eyes shined exceptionally bright. It was clear that he was an appraisal master. The old man appraised the dragon bone relics for a moment. Then, with a slight movement of his lips, he sent a true essence sound transmission to the middle-aged scholar containing his appraisal results. The middle-aged scholar praised, "These are dragon bone relics refined from the bone of an azure dragon. They are truly wonderful items. But what a pity the dragon marrow has already been taken out, and there is only the pure skeleton left behind. Because of this, the value is reduced by 70 to 80%. Even so, these dragon bone relics are much more precious than a drop of dragon horn blood. For these 6 dragon bone relics, I am willing to pawn 350 billion violet sunstones for Senior. What does Senior think about this?" Lin Ming nodded. This was about the price he expected. The price for pawning something was only 50 to 60% of the selling price. This was the only way that the pawn store could make a profit once the original master decided they didn't want the item anymore. "Haha, Senior truly is great. Does Senior have any more items that you wish to pawn?" The middle-aged scholar personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Ming. "This is 9 fog tea formed from 10,000-year camellia flowers. They are infused with high-quality spirit spring water. Senior, please have a taste." Lin Ming received the teacup and took a sip. Really, this tea was quite fragrant. There was even a light feeling of having his soul revitalized. Compared to the chaotic crowd downstairs, the treatment on the 4th floor was worlds apart. This was the difference power and wealth brought. Lin Ming drank the tea, and then took out the goddess necklace from his spatial ring, placing it in front of the middle-aged scholar. A doubtful expression crossed the middle-aged scholar's face. As he looked at this necklace, he didn't notice anything special about it. The middle-aged scholar picked up the necklace. It was quite heavy and ice-cold to the touch. Moreover, there were some faint law fluctuations exuding from it. This is a spirit artifact. However, it seems to lack an artifact spirit. No, that's not right. The long-bearded old man was the first to respond. Startled, he looked at Lin Ming with incredulity in his eyes, and then began to rapidly whisper to the middle-aged scholar. After the middle-aged scholar listened to him, he suddenly shot up from his chair. "Are you serious?" The old man nodded. The middle-aged scholar was completely floored. He investigated the necklace again, but was more or less assured in the old man's opinion. Although the old man didn't have a high cultivation, he was actually the chief appraisal master of this pawn store. If there was something that caught his interest like this, he certainly wouldn't make a mistake, especially if it was so valuable. If he didn't have absolute assurance in his guess, he wouldn't have said anything. "This is a spirit treasure created by an Empyrean. Senior actually has such a treasure." The middle-aged scholar sucked in a deep breath and looked at Lin Ming with awe in his eyes. An Empyrean spirit treasure was something that normally only Great World King-level powerhouses possessed. For instance, when direct disciples of Empyreans grew up, they were on the same level as Great World Kings. The weapons they used would often be Empyrean spirit treasures. Of course, this spirit treasure that Lin Ming presented was broken and could no longer be used. Even so, the value was tremendous. If the inherent refining techniques and law fluctuations within this necklace were obtained by someone, the comprehensions they could gain would be a truly serendipitous lucky chance. As the middle-aged scholar saw this necklace, he found it hard to remain calm even though he had come across many treasures. For someone who worked in a pawn store, the most exciting matter was to come across extremely rare, heavenly treasures like this. "Senior, do you plan on selling this necklace? We will pay you a full and satisfying price," the middle-aged scholar politely said as he rubbed his hands together. If it weren't for a special time like right now, normally others wouldn't bring out such a treasure to sell. They would only trade it for something equally precious. But Lin Ming firmly shook his head and said, "I am not selling, only pawning. I will return to redeem it within 5 years." Lin Ming certainly couldn't sell something that Empyrean Primordius had left behind. Even if it had no value to him, he would still redeem it. This was his respect to Empyrean Primordius. After all, Empyrean Primordius had been his teacher. What a pity! The middle-aged scholar secretly shook his head. If this was sold, he could even present it to the true Martial Great World King. Although the true Martial Great World King already had a complete Empyrean spirit treasure, just the laws within this necklace would be enough to tempt him. As the middle-aged scholar and Lin Ming spoke, the curtains around them lifted once more, and 2 additional appraisal masters walked in. One was a white-haired old woman, and another was a skinny man. These 2 didn't even speak to the long-bearded old man. Instead, all 3 of them were completely engrossed in appraising this Empyrean spirit treasure, their eyes shining with obvious excitement. They constantly moved around, changing their perspective and speaking with true essence sound transmissions. It was only after an hour that they finished appraising the goddess necklace. The long-bearded old man told the middle-aged scholar the appraisal result. Even in the end, the 3 appraisal masters weren't able to discern which Empyrean had crafted this necklace. This was also within reason. The world of Empyreans was incomparably mysterious. Even with the long-bearded old man's experience, he still wasn't able to touch upon such a high realm. He was only able to determine that this was an Empyrean spirit treasure, a vague estimation of its quality, and an approximate price. For someone to be able to do this was already extremely rare. The middle-aged scholar hesitated for a moment, and then waved his hand, tossing out a sound transmitting talisman. A moment later, he received a sound transmitting talisman in reply. After several exchanges, he made a final decision. Only after this was finalized again did he stretch out his 2 hands and stick out 6 fingers. He calmly and clearly enunciated, 6 trillion. Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped up. Silently, he began to rapidly converse with Mo Evers now in his spiritual sea. "Okay, it's a deal at 6 trillion. The following matters were much simpler." Lin Ming left behind a password array formation symbol. Then he took away a total of 63,600 violet sunstone crystal cards from Starbind Bank and left. When this was added to his original wealth, as well as the 1,000-some crystal cards that River Feather had given him, he had a total of 60,000 crystal cards. This was a total of 7 trillion. And at this time, the auction for the Boundless World Pill had finally begun. Chapter 1159, The Grand Auction. Chapter 1159, The Grand Auction. True Martial World was originally one of the liveliest and most prosperous trading hubs of the divine realm. Immemorial Imperial City was the largest city on True Martial World, with the most citizens living within, and now borrowing the great wind of the divine realm first martial meeting to boost everyone's spirit. The grand auction that was being held could be said to be the grandest event for the last several thousands of years. Before this grand Imperial City auction was held, Immemorial Imperial City had already held many smaller auctions. But compared to the precious items at the Imperial City auction, everything else was simply left in the dust. This auction would continue for 3 days and would include thousands of treasures. In addition, there were also 100,000 pieces that would only be bid on in private. Although these weren't items that would be put up for public auction, the truth was that they were very precious. For instance, items such as peak top-grade Saint artifacts would be privately sold. In the past, even most direct disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace wouldn't have such a treasure, but here they wouldn't even see the light of day. 2 sirs, here are your seat numbers. Lin Ming and River Feather each took a jade slip. They looked through them and saw that their numbers were over 200,000. This was proof that just at this moment there were already over 200,000 guests at the auction site. And these 200,000 people all had to have shown proof of certain financial prowess, or they wouldn't have been able to take a single step inside. One could only say that the divine realm was far too great. The two moved towards their seats. Lin Ming hadn't chosen to alter his appearance. He retained his original appearance, as well as his original name. It was easy to hide his appearance in Starbind Bank, because Starbind Bank protected the privacy of their customers. Even if there were powerhouses in the bank, they still wouldn't do something so rude as investigate Lin Ming's true appearance in front of everyone. But at this auction, many visitors were Holy Lords, Peak Holy Lords, or even half-step world kings. It was impossible for Lin Ming to use his appearance-changing technique in front of them with any hope of success. Instead, if he remained secretive yet possessed a massive amount of wealth, that would only attract more eyes to him, and Lin Ming wouldn't be able to do anything against this type of probing. So he might as well use his true appearance and enter the stage. It didn't matter if anyone noticed him. He had already rented out the best cultivation area he could at Immemorial Imperial City. As soon as this auction was finished, he could train in there for 3 months in absolute safety. After he joined the first martial meeting, he would be even more secure. This auction site was similar to the arena of the Sacred Martial Grand Tournament. However, it was a bit smaller. The venue was only a 5-mile wide square, and the seating areas were much taller at up to 10 miles. Like this, they could accommodate more guests. At first glance, the countless seats were just like little grains of sand in the desert. At the center of the auction venue, there was also a battle array disc floating in the sky. It would project an image of the auction goods so that everyone could clearly see them. Lin Ming followed River Feather into the auction venue until they reached the area that the River family had been assigned. Here, they couldn't help but meet River Feather's older brother, River Wind. River Wind looked at River Feather and Lin Ming with a smile on his face. He directly ignored Lin Ming and only looked to River Feather. "Dear little brother, I never imagined that you would manage to scrounge up enough money to come and bid on the trashiest items here. Did you borrow it from your pack of loser friends? Are you counting on buying a few top-grade Saint artifacts here and giving the first martial meeting a shot? Do you want to gain some experience or something?" Riverwind's words were clearly mocking. He had suppressed River Feather's ability to borrow violet sunstones from his family and had expected that River Feather wouldn't have any money to come here. Being able to buy a few top-grade Saint artifacts was already better than what he had expected. As for River Feather making any sort of progress in the first martial meeting, that was simply a joke. Let alone River Feather. That was impossible even for you, Iron Rock. River Feather sneered. He said, "The reason I came to this auction is to accompany my friend to participate. As for the first martial meeting 3 months from now, Big Brother doesn't need to waste energy and worry about me." "Friend." River Wind shot Lin Ming a glance and then heartily laughed, not even bothering to toss out any cruel words. After all, he didn't have any hatred or conflict with Lin Ming, and he wasn't stupid enough to randomly create a new enemy. Moreover, Lin Ming only had a 9th-stage life destruction cultivation. River Wind simply didn't place him in his heart. Lin Ming didn't look at River Wind. This sort of lowly and trivial character didn't even enter his eyes. At this time, his only competition was the heroic young elites of the World King level Holy Lands, and these people were all seated at the uppermost reserved seats. No one from the true Martial Holy Lands has come. It does make sense, though. The true Martial Holy Lands Holy Lord is the true Martial Great World King. This person has managed true Martial Great World and Starbind Bank for so many years that he must have accumulated an incalculable amount of wealth and resources. These resources should be more than enough to supply the disciples of his holy land with everything they need. In just this aspect alone, an ordinary world king level holy land like the sacred Martial Mansion simply cannot compare. As Lin Ming was thinking, he looked over the young elites sitting in the reserved section. Not only were there people from sacred Martial Mansion, but there were also disciples of other super influences. These disciples had come from outside of immemorial Imperial City. If they could sit in the highest levels, the level of the influences they came from must be no worse than the ancient Dragon Clan. All around Lin Ming, 90% of the martial artists present were heroic young elites. They had all come for this auction, and also the first martial meeting 3 months from now. They were constantly discussing all of the exciting events that were recently occurring. Lin Ming sat with his eyes closed in meditation, ignoring all the conversation around him. This auction would be similar to a battlefield. If he couldn't win here, then it would be difficult for him to rapidly increase his strength in these next 3 months. It would greatly affect his performance in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. If he wanted to advance into the top 10, then it would be far too difficult. Esteemed guests, you have waited for a long time. The Imperial City auction will begin now. At this time, at the very center of the auction site, a charming and flirtatious voice echoed out, easily spreading over a dozen miles. Lin Ming opened his eyes. He could see that at the center of the auction site, there was a red-clothed woman standing there. She was delicate and naively beautiful, with icy white skin and a body that seemed molded from water. She had a playful look with eyes that promised 10,000 different dreams. Overall, she was incredibly beautiful. Moreover, what was strange was that she had a long winter-white foxtail. That is the Wintry Fox clan's Princess Honeylush. I didn't think that this auction would be managed by her. River Feather commented from the side. Lin Ming was from one of the 4 God-Beast clans, but even though they were called God-Beast clans, they only had the bloodline of a God-Beast transplanted into their bodies. As for the Wintry Fox clan, they clearly had a true Wintry Fox ancestor. They were descendants of a human and a wintry fox that had lived long enough to manifest a human form. They were considered half-monsters. Thus, they had certain characteristics like a foxtail. As for the 4 God-Beast clan juniors, although they could use some secret skills to take on the shape or characteristics of God-Beasts, they weren't true body parts. This is, wow. I heard that Princess Honeylush's talent is extremely high, not inferior to the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. There are countless suitors chasing after her. With her presiding over this auction, those countless young elites will crazily kick up the price in their feverish desire to please her. Lin Ming thought little of it. It doesn't matter. Princess Honeylush will at most be able to affect the prices of some ordinary goods. As for those true final closing treasures that involve a massive amount of money, no one will carelessly increase the price just for a smile from a random beauty. Lin Ming sat down, keeping his heart and mind calm and clear. At this time, the first auction item was placed on stage. For every auction, the best items would naturally be placed at the end. But the very first item would be of high quality too, with value no lower than those that would come at the end. This was to rouse the good mood of the guests and to bring a grand opening to the event. Princess Honeylush patted the box near her and sweetly smiled. She said in a clear and coy tone, "Thank you, distinguished guests, for your support. In this Imperial City auction, there are over 300,000 guests present. This is the first auction item for this grand and momentous event. What could it possibly be? Not even I know. Princess Honeylush's voice was just as sweet as honey, causing those who heard her to feel their hearts twitch. She was skilled at galvanizing the mood of heroic young elites. Many people shouted, asking her to immediately open the box and start the auction. The first item up for auction is, as Princess Honeylush spoke to hear, she slowly opened the box, revealing a piece of flawless crystal. This crystal was in the shape of a baby, only half a foot high. Through the projection of a battle array disc, one could clearly make out every single inch and texture of the crystal. What was strange was that this baby had 9 holes in its body. Coincidentally, these 9 holes all corresponded to vital acupoints on a human body. They were naturally formed and not carved, a miracle of nature. And beside this crystal was a card. Princess Honeylush picked up the card and looked over it. She laughed and said, "The first item for auction is a 9-aperture spirit crystal." Hee hee. So it was this sort of thing. I think that many guests present will be joining the Divine Realm first martial meeting in 3 months. If you lose to an opponent in strength, then there is nothing left to say. However, if you lose to an opponent not because of your strength, but because of a weapon, then that would truly be regretful. This 9 orifice spirit crystal can be used to nourish a spirit artifact's artifact spirit. I think that there is no need for me to mention just how useful an artifact spirit is to a spirit artifact and what benefits a stronger artifact spirit would bring. In order to perform well, the necessary tools are required. With a superior weapon, the battle is already half won. This 9 orifice spirit crystal has a base price of 4 billion violet sunstones, and the minimum bid increase each time is 500 million violet sunstones. And now, it is time to begin the auction. 9 orifice spirit crystal. Many of the young elites present gulped. The first auction item was actually aimed at a spirit artifact. One couldn't forget that this auction was aimed at divine sea martial artists. A divine sea martial artist using a spirit artifact? Just what kind of luxury was that? This sort of spirit artifact required a top supreme elder to expend a great deal of time and energy so that a young elite could be attuned to it, besides juniors of super influences. No other divine sea martial artist could possibly be so extravagant. From this alone, one could see just how magnificent and lofty this auction was. Some poor young elites felt their hearts ache. They had collected the lowest amount possible to hopefully join this auction as a foil, but they couldn't even afford a fifth of the starting bidding price. 9 orifice spirit crystal. Not bad. Lin Ming thought to himself. The first auction item was something that would actually be extremely useful to him. This was a very good sign, but also well within reason. Everything in this auction was aimed at top divine sea geniuses. 5 billion. In the audience, a youth called out, suddenly attracting the envy and admiration of many others. This proved that this youth had a spirit artifact as a weapon. His background could be imagined. This youth faintly smiled, as if this wasn't something worth mentioning. But in the next breath of time, another person raised the price. 5 billion. 6 billion. The price climbed higher and higher, but Lin Ming remained unmoved for now. He knew that the starting price was only a tentative exploration. The true buyers still hadn't yet shown themselves. Chapter 1160, Zhong Wenshu. Chapter 1160, Zhong Wenshu. A guest has bid 5 billion. Is there another guest that is willing to bid a higher price? Princess Honeylush asked on the auction stage with a flirtatious tone, a tone that caused many young elites to bubble over with heated blood. But as they thought of this 5 billion cost, they were all discouraged. This price was simply too high. 5 billion. Whoever bids this high must be rich. A young disciple sighed enviously from beside Lin Ming. For many present, Their total usage of resources growing up until now didn't surpass 5 billion. But this cost was actually used to bid on a 9-aperture spirit crystal to nourish a spirit artifact. There was simply no way to describe this gap. It's impossible to withstand the world of the wealthy. As some were discussing in the higher-level reserved seats, someone suddenly called out 10 billion. The one who spoke was a young man who looked to be 15 to 16 years old. He was handsome with clear eyes and shining teeth, and also had an early divine seed cultivation. Although he only appeared to be 15 to 16 years old, for him to have reached a divine seed cultivation, his natural age had to be over 30. That is Dual Polarity Palace's Zhong Wenshu. Dual Polarity Palace is also a World King Holy Land. They're on a similar level to Sacred Martial Mansion, and one of their branch divisions is located in White Sun City. White Sun City is only slightly inferior to Immemorial Imperial City in terms of trade. There must be an auction held over there. But these fellows actually decided to cross tens of millions of miles to come to our Immemorial Imperial City and steal our meat. In true martial world, the highest-ranked world king level Holy Land influence was naturally true martial Holy Lands. As for Sacred Martial Mansion and Dual Polarity Palace, they could only be considered as being on the lower end of the spectrum of world king level Holy Lands. This was simply how things were. Even so, they weren't something that the Yu family or the River family could compare with. They had tens of millions of years of accumulation, and just a tiny hair from them was thicker than some of these distinguished families' thighs. Humph, these world king holy lands are too widely distributed, and there are far too many young disciples. Even Sacred Martial Mansion has a massive amount of their power distributed outside of Immemorial Imperial City. It is impossible for them to fully hedge on a single city auction. With the first martial meeting approaching, they have to spread their net out as much as possible and buy as many goods as they can. This Immemorial Imperial City auction is a battlefield that many World King Holy Lands are gambling on. We shouldn't think of being able to partake in any of the good treasures. Just eating a bit of the soup should be enough. Disciples of ordinary Holy Lands and small families understood their own worth. It was impossible for them to purchase any of the major items, but they had hopes of buying some of the smaller goods. At this time, beside them, a youth suddenly raised a jade slip in his hands. 5 billion. The youth who called out this bid sat in the lower seats of the auditorium, where the disciples of the ordinary families were. To call out this bid from that seating position, this action immediately attracted everyone's eyes. Who is he? What sort of background does he have? All of the young elites couldn't help but wonder this. Lin Ming remained calm. He was already prepared to be noticed by others in this auction. The true war of wealth was still to come. This brat, could he be randomly shouting? What a joke! In this auction, there are very serious consequences for maliciously bidding without meaning it. Moreover, the 200 million violet sunstones we put out to come here won't be returned either. For a disciple of an ordinary family, having to give up 200 million violet sunstones would absolutely ruin them. No one was so crazy that they would waste all of their hard-earned wealth to do some grandstanding, much less risk the danger of being executed later. Beside Lin Ming, River Feather wasn't surprised at all. He already knew that Lin Ming had a spirit artifact spear, and an extremely high-quality one at that. But River Feather's older brother, River Wind, was left completely dumbfounded. He looked at Lin Ming and gulped. 5 billion to buy a spirit crystal to enhance a weapon? Moreover, this was proof that Lin Ming had a spirit artifact as a weapon. How could his little brother possibly know such a person? Zhong Wenshu looked at Lin Ming with some surprise before revealing a playful smile. He simply hadn't placed Lin Ming's competing bid in his heart. He adjusted his seat to a more comfortable position, and then lazily lifted the jade slip in his hand, calling out another bid. 12 billion. 5 billion. Lin Ming said before a single breath of time passed. This second bid, he shouted, was as if he were tossing out a pile of rocks instead of violet sunstones. How interesting, Zhong Wenshu humphed. 13 billion. 13. 5 billion. Every time Lin Ming put in a higher bid, it was 500 million more. It was succinct and the same no matter what the other party called. This was a reflection of his rich property and his determination to purchase the 9-aperture spirit crystal. Against this sort of momentum, it was easy for others to give birth to fear in their hearts, a feeling that it was impossible to win a bidding war against Lin Ming. Zhong Wenshu frowned. He sat up, his expression serious. 15 billion. 15. 5 billion. This brat. Zhong Wenshu's handsome face flashed with a trace of impatience. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were a bit cold. He had his own spirit artifact. Although his family had spent a great deal of wealth to refine it for him and help train him to use it, if he really sold it then, he would only be able to receive 80 to 90 billion. If he had to buy this 9-aperture spirit crystal to enhance his spirit artifact's artifact spirit, that would be nearly a sixth of the entire value. It would be an overall loss for him. If it weren't for Lin Ming, he definitely wouldn't spend so much. 16. 5 billion. Zhong Wenshu shouted out as he raised his jade slip again. This 9-aperture spirit crystal was extremely valuable to him. If he missed out on it this time, there was a chance that he would lose to his opponent in the first martial meeting due to the difference in weapons. 9-aperture spirit crystals were extremely rare. It wasn't possible to buy one whenever he wanted to. Thus, as he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes became increasingly cold. 17 billion. Lin Ming calmly said, raising the bid by another 500 million. He definitely had to obtain the 9-aperture spirit crystal. This was because his Phoenix Blood Spear was much more valuable than the weapons that these other young elites used. There was no other reason than the fact that the Phoenix Blood Spear was personally raised by Lin Ming. For the other young elites, no matter how wondrous or magnificent their backgrounds were, their weapons were still granted to them by their elders. This was because no matter what sort of heaven-defying lucky chances they had experienced in their 30 to 40 years of life, it was impossible for them to form their own source artifact spirit. Lin Ming was able to become one with the Phoenix Blood Spear. Thus, the Phoenix Blood Spear was not a spirit artifact that the weapons of other geniuses could compare with. So, the Phoenix Blood Spear was worth Lin Ming spending a great deal of money to buy the 9-aperture spirit crystal so that he could raise the Phoenix Blood Spear to become his own life weapon in the future. In the higher reserved seats, some peak disciples of World King Holy Lands looked down at Lin Ming and Zhong Wenshu competing in their bidding war. Some revealed a bemused expression, but some were frowning. They also wanted the 9-aperture spirit crystal, but because of Lin Ming and Zhong Wenshu's competition, they didn't have the chance to enter into this bidding war. And by this point, the bid had already surpassed the original value of the 9-aperture spirit crystal by a great deal. There wasn't much meaning to shouting out another price. Moreover, Lin Ming appeared as if he were willing to obtain the 9-aperture spirit crystal no matter the cost. This caused them to immediately lose interest in competing with him. Let them struggle and buy the 9-aperture spirit crystal at a higher price so that they can use up their resources. That youth sitting down below probably isn't planning on bidding on the closing treasures, so he's bidding so unscrupulously now. As for us, we have to focus on those last few treasures. Even if it is only 10 billion or 5 billion, every amount is precious. A tiny straw can be the weight that crushes the camel. That tiny bit of wealth can decide our victory in the final auction bids. If the 9-aperture spirit crystal was said to raise a martial artist's strength by a single point, then the boundless world pill could increase a martial artist's strength by dozens of points. Moreover, one was aimed at an external object and the other was aimed at the martial artists themselves. Their Values naturally couldn't be compared. What these young elites were thinking was also what Zhong Wenshu was thinking. Zhong Wenshu deeply looked at Lin Ming as if he were carving Lin Ming's looks into his mind. Second uncle, did that boy change his appearance? Zhong Wenshu asked an old man meditating beside him. This old man was a peak Holy Lord level powerhouse. The old man opened his macerated eyes and looked at Lin Ming for a few breaths of time before expressionlessly saying, "No." He's sitting in the seating area of the commoners and still doesn't understand how to restrain himself. Instead, he swaggers around trying to struggle with the disciples of World King Holy Lands. It's as if he wants to die. Find someone to thoroughly investigate his origin and just what family he comes from. Zhong Wenshu sneered. Since Lin Ming wasn't sitting in the reserved section, that meant he likely didn't have a World King Holy Land background. Even so, it was best to be careful and investigate Lin Ming's background, lest he be forced to kick himself later. Of course, it was impossible for him to do anything in immemorial Imperia City. That would be a blatant violation of the rules. If anyone dared to provoke the sanctuary of the true martial Holy Lands, their future might not be so safe. This wasn't a particular grievance that Zhong Wenshu was looking to take revenge on, but a natural process of the world of martial arts. In the world of martial arts, the law of the jungle was all that mattered, and the strong ate the weak. Besides, in some super cities and other areas, there weren't any legal constraints at all. Killing someone and stealing their possessions was common. This was because the strong did not need to reason with the weak. Strength was the only reasoning required. Thus, if one only had a minor background and managed to stumble into a great deal of wealth and come to this auction to play around, then that was completely suicidal behavior. 17 billion. Is there anyone that would like to place a higher bid? Princess Honeylush gently smiled on the auction stage, her eyes on Zhong Wenshu. She had already glanced over the young elites from the Otherworld King Holy Lands, and he was the only one who seemed willing to raise the bid. One had to admit that Princess Honeylush's warm and watery eyes seemed to speak volumes. Her vision seemed to contain 10,000 temptations, causing one to lose concentration, as if they were lost in free fall. Zhong Wenshu coldly coughed and sat back down in his chair. He said in a cold and clear voice, "Little girl, there's no need for you to try to stir me up with your eyes. It doesn't matter to me how you keep batting your eyes at me. What is 17 billion? Much less 17 billion. If I were in a better mood, even 170 billion would be nothing at all. However, the reason for me coming here today is for the Boundless World pill, so I can't be bothered to haggle with those little mice sitting down below. This 9-aperture spirit crystal, what's the big deal if I grant it to you?" Zhong Wenshu's words were filled with energy as they spread throughout the entire audience. This sort of appearance made it seem as if Lin Ming didn't win the bidding for the 9-aperture spirit crystal, but rather that Zhong Wenshu bestowed it to Lin Ming. Moreover, when he said those little mice sitting down below, that was clearly mocking all of the young elites from ordinary family backgrounds. This caused those ordinary young elites to immediately be enraged. Yet they had no words to refute him. Zhong Wenshu was absolutely not someone they could provoke. Chapter 1161, Auctioning the Boundless World Pill. Chapter 1161, Auctioning the Boundless World Pill. Fuck. Who the hell does he think he is? He clearly lost, so why is he pretending to be so amazing at losing? River Feather cursed. It's as if he thinks that he's donating to us, or something. Everyone clearly knows he lost the bid, and yet he thinks he won it. Lin Ming thought little of it. He said, "That type of person has an arrogant personality with a mouth that keeps running off on its own." Even if he lost, he would tell others that it wasn't because he was weak, but because he couldn't be bothered to put his full force into fighting. These geniuses from somewhat influential backgrounds are born with a sense of superiority, so being idiotically arrogant like this is also normal. As for Princess Honeylush, she looked at Zhong Wenshu without the least bit of embarrassment. As the auctioneer for this event, it was common knowledge that she would be able to keep a small percentage of the profits for herself. Even so, any normal person would have been humiliated after being publicly scolded by Zhong Wenshu. But Princess Honeylush only smiled. She said, "What Sir Zhong said about me, I will surely remember. I hope that once the final several items of this auction come out, Sir Zhong will be able to put forth a splendid performance. If no one wishes to bid again, then I will begin the countdown." As Princess Honeylush spoke, Lin Ming was a bit surprised. This young woman wasn't simple at all. She was actually able to remain so calm and composed in the face of Zhong Wenshu's ridicule. It might really be true that she had a talent that approached the three prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. 17 billion. Going once. Princess Honeylush slowly spoke. As she finished the countdown, no one bid again. Congratulations to this guest for obtaining the 9-aperture spirit crystal. Princess Honeylush smiled at Lin Ming. As for those young elites around Lin Ming, all of them were looking at him with strange expressions on their faces. They never imagined that this youth they were sitting with would actually be so special and wealthy. Does anyone know what his background is? Not sure. If he comes from a World King Holy Land, then he should have revealed his status. If his status was certified, he should have been able to sit in the VIP seats as an honored guest. Since this youth didn't, he might be the descendant of some expert. If that expert is amazing enough, then his status might not be too different from that of an upper-level Holy Land. Otherwise, if he's just some nobody that obtained a massive lucky chance by accident, then he will be in danger. All of the young elites began discussing Lin Ming's status with true essence sound transmissions, curious as to just who he was and where he came from. "Honored guest, would you like to switch seats?" Princess Honeylush kindly said to Lin Ming. She clearly wanted to swap Lin Ming's seat for one in the upper levels. Lin Ming shook his head. "No need." "Very well. Please do as you please. Now, it is time for the next auction." As Princess Honeylush spoke, she had already opened the second box. This was a 5-foot-long wooden chest. After opening it, a sword with a 4-foot-long blade was revealed. The blade edge was sharp and chilling. This was a transcendent saint artifact. A spirit artifact without an artifact spirit was a transcendent saint artifact. It was weaker than a true spirit artifact, but far superior to a top-grade saint artifact. And most importantly, this sort of weapon could be used by an extreme divine sea genius. By relying on the weak world power within themselves, they could move this weapon. It wasn't like a spirit artifact that required a divine transformation realm genius to use it. What a wonderful treasure. Ha! I just happened to use a sword. Although I can't compare to those rich fellows that use spirit artifacts, a transcendent saint artifact isn't too bad either. At least in terms of weapon hardness and durability, I won't lose to others. At the ordinary lower-level seats, many young elites were itching to put up a struggle for treasures. After the first auction, the quality of the items dramatically fell. Otherwise, they would never have been able to afford anything here. The base price of this transcendent saint artifact sword was 80 million. The disciples of ordinary families bid on it until it was finally won at 160 million. Following that, item after item was auctioned. However, the price normally wouldn't exceed 200 million. The audience for these items was ordinary young elites. Of course, these so-called ordinary young elites were still top disciples of Holy Land level sects and distinguished martial families. To Lin Ming and others, these things had little to no use. Lin Ming didn't call out another bid. As for those otherworld King Holy Land geniuses, they were all saving their strength for the true bidding. As item after item was sold, the auction finally began to approach its end. Princess Honeylush stepped on stage again. She said with a lively and spirited voice, "This auction has continued for 3 days. Several thousands of items have been auctioned, and now it is finally time for the grand finale. The first of the final items is also the most precious of them all, as well as what so many of you have come here for. It is the Boundless World Pill. Now, let us begin the auction." There were a total of 10 final items. The most precious, the Boundless World Pill, was the first and not the last. This was so that the young elites present would compete for it without holding back. Otherwise, if they all held their hands waiting for it, they would bid lower on the other items, thinking to save as much as possible for the Boundless World Pill. Once the Boundless World Pill appeared, everyone would still be in the situation where they had the most funds available to them. They could wholeheartedly compete for it with everything they had. If they couldn't win the bidding, then they could at least forget about it. At that time, they would be able to bid on other items. They would have already cut off all other paths, so they would have no choice but to purchase something else. Otherwise, they would have to leave empty-handed without anything to show for their efforts. This arrangement was to maximize the auction value of all items. It was also to ensure that the bidding competition between these young elites would be fair. Let's begin. The true act is here. Ha! I've waited 3 days for this. The Boundless World Pill is finally appearing. I must obtain it before I can go to sleep. In the higher reserved seats, every disciple of the World King Level Holy Lands was gearing up to bid. Beside them were also many of their elders that were here to back them up. Many of them were peak Holy Lord Masters. On Sacred Marshall Mansion's side, a tall and burly youth rubbed his spatial ring, caressing it like he would his most treasured lover. Without a doubt, there was a great deal of wealth contained within this spatial ring. This tall and burly youth was Sacred Tianhao, one of the 3 prodigies of Sacred Marshall Mansion. Beside him, the red-haired Sacred Yueping drawled, "Big brother, there is no need for there to be a fight between us brothers. Let's join together to purchase this Boundless World Pill, and then we can discuss how to split it up later." As geniuses of Sacred Marshall Mansion, although their relationship wasn't usually harmonious, they naturally fell in sync with each other at this time. That's a good idea. It's not just us, but we also have to join together with Third Sister. We have to win this Boundless World Pill at all costs. This is going to be a tough battle for all of us. In truth, even if several of them joined together, the force standing behind the 3 prodigies was only a World King Level Holy Land. Their advantage here wasn't too great, and in front of them were several geniuses of World King Holy Lands. For instance, Zhong Wenshu. At this time, Zhong Wenshu had completely put away his previous cynical and contemptuous manner. He was staring at the jade box in front of Princess Honeylush, eyeing it like a viper eyeing its prey. Zhong Wenshu had an early divine seed cultivation. If he could obtain the Boundless World Pill and close up in training for 3 months within a time-altering array formation, then it would be guaranteed for him to step into the Middle Divine Sea realm. Moreover, his inner world would become much more stable, and he would be able to have a more amazing result in the first martial meeting. With a great result, the advantages he would obtain from the sect would be indispensable for his future achievements. This Boundless World Pill is mine no matter what. Zhong Wenshu cried out in his mind. As for those disciples of ordinary sects and families, they could only watch the play unfolding in front of them. This would be a bloodbath of those with true wealth. Although they couldn't participate, they were still filled with anticipation in being able to watch. They all wanted to see just how astronomically high the price would rise. A Boundless World Pill used a Realm Heart Cornerstone as the main material in refining it. As for a Realm Heart Cornerstone, that could only be obtained after a boundless world reached its natural end time and collapsed, the preciousness of such a treasure could be imagined. Moreover, Wanting to refine such a pill wasn't easy either. Only a great world king level alchemist would have the ability and power required to refine such a pill. Even then, in normal times, this pill couldn't be bought with mere wealth. And now that the first Marshall meeting was approaching, the value of the Boundless World pill was impossible to calculate. Many people had a similar mentality in that even if they couldn't afford a high-priced treasure, and even if it was impossible for them to even dream of owning such an item, they would still want to see just how high of a price it could sell for. In the future, they could gossip about this and even boast about how they were present. I wonder just what it will sell for. I have no idea. The price will surely be unimaginable. Before the auction for the Boundless World pill began, Princess Honeylush waited for a full half-incense stick of time. Finally, she slowly opened the jade box containing the Boundless World pill. As the jade box opened, a perfectly spherical pill shot up into the air. The pill was surrounded by a clear jade green haze, and the main body was translucent. Sealed within the center of the pill seemed to be some kind of spirit. This spirit struggled within, as if it had a life of its own. However, there was a special array formation on top of the jade box. As soon as the pill rushed out, it crashed into the array formation. There was a golden flash of light, and the pill was bounced back, emitting hissing sounds all the while. As it floated in the air, brilliant beams of energy shot out like rays of the sun, beautiful and wonderful. It really is the Boundless World pill, Mo Eversnow exclaimed from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. She had clearly seen this pill before. As for the others present, even if they were the young elites of World King Holy Lands, this was still the first time they had seen such a pill. So that's the Boundless World pill. It seems alive. How incredible! As expected of a top-grade pill approaching the rank of a transcendent divine pill. If one could take this pill, then the advantages could be imagined. Princess Honeylush lifted up the jade box and placed it within the array disc projection, expanding the image to tens of thousands of times its original size so that everyone could clearly see it. Everyone, can you see that little life within the pill? That is a world spirit. In the legends, it is said that there is a world soul, but that is only a legend. Still, this Boundless World pill was refined with a realm heart cornerstone, so it wouldn't be surprising if a world soul could truly be bred within. What does everyone think about this item? Ho ho ho! This pill, if taken by someone at the Divine Sea or Divine Transformation Realm, will grant tremendous benefits to their inner world. Now, let us start the bidding. The starting price. Princess Honeylush trailed off as she spoke to hear, and then said, "The starting price is 0. 0. Many of the young elites were stunned. They looked at each other, not thinking that the starting price would be 0. But no matter what the starting price was, it didn't matter. In this bidding war, the final price for the Boundless World pill would surely rise to unbelievable heights. Chapter 1162, The Rise. Chapter 1162, The Rise. With a starting price of 0, there is no standard to measure the auction with. The first bid will be even more exaggerated. A world king, Holy Land Elder said from the higher reserved seats, because there were so few Boundless World pills and they were rarely traded, their price was difficult to estimate. Moreover, there were vastly different prices in each transaction without any standard at all. Thus, no one could say just what the price of the Boundless World pill should be. In this sort of situation, if the auction house were to put forth a starting price, then others would subconsciously think that this was the ordinary reserve price of the Boundless World pill. If this auction finally produced a price several times that of the starting price, then there would be people who thought that they spent too much money and would think this was a great injustice. This would cause some people to feel uncomfortable with their purchase and might even affect the final transaction price. But on the other hand, if the starting price was too high, then many people would develop fear at the start and wouldn't dare to bid. This would lead to the auction being deserted and wouldn't allow the bidding price of the item to reach its highest peak. Thus, the starting price had simply been set as 0. A starting price of 0 even meant that some not-so-wealthy geniuses of peak Holy Lands felt eager to dip their hands into the game. Although they knew it was impossible for them to win in the end, they still felt fired up enough to bid a single time. Then, in the future, for better or worse, they could say that they had joined in on competing for the boundless world pill. As several young elites opened their mouths to shout out a price in the lower common seats, a red bamboo hat woman who had yet to speak a single word spoke up. 100 billion. 100 billion. That bid immediately broke past the limits of what most people were able to bid. Even if these young elites were to put forth their entire wealth, they still wouldn't be able to match a tenth of that price. Moreover, this young woman was sitting in the lower common seats, so chances were that she wasn't a disciple of a world king, Holy Land. Just where had she come from? Good heavens, the starting price is 100 billion. River Feather wiped dripping sweat from his neck. He already knew that Lin Ming had raised an astronomical amount of funds in order to compete for the final items, but as for how much he had prepared, River Feather actually had no idea. And now, the first bid was 100 billion. The final bidding price might even be 10 to 20 times higher than that. Could Lin Ming have possibly managed to scrounge up so much money? Lin Ming glanced at the bamboo hat woman. Her voice wasn't gentle or elegant at all. Rather, she sounded a bit hoarse. The bamboo hat was covered with a fine red gauze, but although it was just a little bit of fabric, there was actually a strange energy covering it that made others unable to see her appearance. Where had this woman come from? 200 billion. On Sacred Marshall Mansion's side, Sacred Yueping suddenly stretched out the jade slip in his hand. His bright red hair was particularly radiant in the audience. 250 billion. 300 billion. 360 billion. The bidding price continued to rise without end. Before a voice even faded, another person would place a bid. This left the young elites present dazed. For them, it was already difficult to imagine just how much money this actually was. At this time, a voice shouted, 1 trillion. As this voice echoed forth, all of the heroic young geniuses of ordinary families were left completely panic-stricken. 1 trillion. This was 1 trillion. Just what kind of insane number was that? This was a number usually used to describe populations. However, a bidding price of 1 trillion didn't dampen the excitement of these Holy Land geniuses. Zhong Wenshu stood up. He glanced at Princess Honeylush and then at Lin Ming, revealing a playful smile. He raised the jade slip in his hands and said, 2 trillion. By the heavens! This was double the last bid. River Feather gulped as he thought of the 150 billion violet sunstones that he had lent Lin Ming. That could barely be considered a rounding error. That amount had already been his complete wealth. He had thought that he had an incredible destiny after stumbling into a great lucky chance, but compared to these truly wealthy individuals, everything he had in his life was now a joke. River Feather glanced over at Lin Ming and discovered that he was still sitting there with a placid expression, not hurried at all. This startled River Feather. How could Lin Ming remain so calm? This was 2 trillion. Did he still have the confidence to continue bidding later? 3 trillion. Sacred Marshall Mansion's Sacred Tianhao shouted out as he raised the jade slip in his hand, rising past Zhong Wenshu's bid. Zhong Wenshu frowned. He coldly looked over in the direction of this new bid and met the eyes of Sacred Tianhao. Both of them came from World King level Holy Lands, so neither of them feared the other. Good. Then let's have a little battle. 5 trillion. Zhong Wenshu shouted out another bid. Towards those like Sacred Tianhao and Sacred Yueping, who had a formidable power backing them from behind, he didn't bother mocking. He could only contend with them in a battle of wealth. 5 trillion. Is there a higher bid? Princess, Honeylush passionately said from the auction stage. She was extremely excited to be able to preside over such an auction, and at this time, Lin Ming finally stood up. Besides the bamboo hat woman, he was the only one in the lower common seats that was able to compete with these World King Holy Land geniuses. Because of the ruckus caused by Lin Ming competing for the 9-aperture spirit crystal, many people were able to recognize him. As soon as Lin Ming stood up, he immediately attracted everyone's eyes to him. As for Zhong Wenshu, he suddenly rose to a sitting position. He looked towards Lin Ming, a cold light flashing in his eyes. 3 trillion, Lin Ming said, slowly and confidently. Then he sat down. The new bidding price that he shouted out immediately shocked all of the young elites present, including River Feather. It was already astonishing to them that Lin Ming had spent 17 billion to purchase the 9-aperture spirit crystal. But now, something completely unbelievable had occurred. He had bid an entire 3 trillion. If Lin Ming truly came from a world king level Holy Land, then why wasn't he sitting in the reserved VIP seats? If he was able to bring out a token that indicated he was from a world king level Holy Land, then he would have been able to sit at the higher reserved levels. This would have helped him avoid a great number of troubles. Otherwise, it was simply too ostentatious for him to sit amongst the common young elites and call out such a high price. Once he left immemorial Imperial City in the future, he would be targeted by countless people. Just what was going on here? Regardless of what happened, Lin Ming was now the center of all attention. A youth who others suspected of having an ordinary background actually put forth a bid of 3 trillion. This brat, Zhong Wenshu's lips twitched. He had thought that Lin Ming only had enough to win that single item at the start. He never imagined that this young man would actually have the ability to contend for the final treasures, and the most precious one at that. In addition, the first time he had entered a bidding war against Lin Ming, he had lost. That had been the same as ruthlessly slapping his face. There must be some secret on that brat. We must investigate his identity in as much depth as we can. Zhong Wenshu said to the old man behind him. It wasn't just Zhong Wenshu, but the 3 extraordinary geniuses of Sacred Martial Mansion also noticed Lin Ming. However, in the vast divine realm, it wasn't easy to thoroughly vet someone's background. Just as Zhong Wenshu was about to shout out another bid, the bamboo hat woman that sat with Lin Ming in the lower common section actually stood up. She said in her coarse and deep voice, 3 trillion. What? This new bid left the audience bewildered. Lin Ming was already a surprise, but this bamboo hat woman also had trillions in wealth. Just what was going on here? Everyone looked at that bamboo hat woman. Because of some special array formation in the red gauze that covered her face, it was impossible to clearly discern her appearance. Humph, covering up your face is nothing but a joke in front of me. Several Holy Lord-level old monsters rudely released their senses. They wanted to directly pierce through the bamboo hat woman's veil and see just what sort of person she was. But at this time, a sharp light flashed in the eyes of an old woman sitting beside her. An unimaginable aura erupted from her, and the divine sense of these old men crashed into this aura, immediately repelled. This feeling was just like a mortal running at full speed into a brick wall. It was enough to cause them to almost vomit blood. The several old men who tried to investigate the woman's appearance paled as the blood drained from their faces. Their bodies shook, and they nearly tumbled out of their chairs. These old geezers were all stupefied. They knew now that they had kicked iron. That person was... Lin Ming's mind chilled as he looked towards the old woman. The old woman was wizened and haggard, with a face that was dried up like a walnut. Her hair was sparse and stringy, and her body was bent with rickets. Her entire body was swathed in gray robes, and her breathing was deep. It was hard to imagine that she was someone capable of defeating a crowd of peak Holy Lord Masters. All this indicated that she was a world king. Everyone present glanced at each other in dismay and shock. The appearance of this old man caused them all to be even more acutely aware that this auction was truly a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were some people that didn't come from world king level holy lands, but standing behind them were still unfathomably deep existences. Because these existences were hidden, they were mostly unknown to anyone else. However, their strength far surpassed one's imagination. And for this divine realm first martial meeting, they had personally sent out their disciples to temper themselves in the upcoming battles. That old woman is too terrifying. Many young elites spoke to each other with true essence sound transmissions. Looking at this old woman, their eyes filled with dread and awe. For this old woman to be able to reflect the divine sense of several Holy Lord level masters with just a thought, then even if her strength wasn't that of a world king, she was infinitely close to one. Miss Mo, is that old woman a world king? Mo Eversnow shook her head. She emits a very strange feeling. Her soul force is not inferior to that of an ordinary world king, but her true essence fluctuations are actually inferior to mine from 50,000 years ago. She should not be a world king, but she is someone approaching a world king, a peak half-step world king character. I am even more inclined to believe that she was once a world king. However, because of some injuries she received in the past, she dropped out from the world king realm. Mo Eversnow inferred the likeliest situation from the little bits of clues and information she knew. I see. Even someone that dropped from the world king realm is so frightening. She was able to casually defeat several Holy Lord level powerhouses, and there were even peak Holy Lord level masters within that group. If what you said is true, then that bamboo hat young woman might be that old woman's last disciple. In this auction, every opponent I face is stronger than the last. I only have 7 trillion. I wonder if that's enough. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. As he traced his spatial ring, his expression was solemn. Chapter 1163, Crazy. Chapter 1163, Crazy. Miss Mo, how much property would a world king level powerhouse and a world king level holy land have? Lin Ming asked Mo Eversnow, a bit unsure of himself. Mo Eversnow said, property is divided into fixed assets and liquid assets, whether it is a world king powerhouse or world king holy land, over 99. 9% of their total wealth will be locked down in array formations, palaces, transmission arrays, training locations, pills, treasures, and so forth. They wouldn't have many liquid assets available. For them, having too much money is useless. It's best to invest everything into training disciples and exchanging for resources. In the past, my Verdant Feather Holy Lands only kept around 4 to 5 trillion in liquid capital, and the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was also a great World King level Holy Land. It was much wealthier than these ordinary World King Holy Lands like Sacred Martial Mansion or Dual Polarity Palace. I estimate that they have a total of 1 to 2 trillion in liquid assets. Lin Ming nodded. This was a reasonable amount. When the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had been destroyed, Mo Eversnow had quickly snuck away some of the wealth, but that was only a small amount of the total, around 1 trillion in all. And then later, most of that had been taken away by Mo Eversnow's little sister, leaving less than 400 billion at Starbind Bank. As for an ordinary World King Holy Land, even though their liquid capital was normally around 1 to 2 trillion, they could sell a small amount of their fixed assets in exchange for violet sunstones. The true value of their property was definitely above his own. Fortunately, a World King Holy Land was far too large. there was more than one peak disciple, and there was much more to do than attending a single auction. This meant that the wealth of that holy land would be scattered about all over. This was his only chance. As Lin Ming was thinking about his own wealth, the bidding price had already dramatically risen to 8 trillion. The one who cast this bid was actually Sacred Yueping. 8 trillion was equal to the total liquid capital a normal upper world king, Holy Land, would have during normal times. But this amount was actually tossed out in a single breath in order to buy just one boundless world pill that helped solidify one's inner world. Once this pill was used, it would be no more. From this, one could see just how much money was required to raise an extreme genius. The wealth required to walk down the martial path surpasses my original expectations. No wonder it's impossible for a top genius to appear amongst the wandering martial artists, and it's no wonder that even a great world king level Holy Land would find it difficult to produce another world king successor after hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. This is why so many world king Holy Lands like the ancient dragon clan lack successors. Lin Ming thought to himself. He thought about the true martial Holy Lands. Starbind Bank had already been operating for millions of years, and there were also the many trade associations within immemorial Imperial City that fell underneath the control of the true martial Holy Lands. Just how much wealth had these businesses earned during this time? Perhaps not even the true martial world king was sure. But it was impossible for this wealth to be saved. It had to be spent at ridiculous speeds to help raise the future generations. However, up until now, the true martial Holy Lands had yet to produce a second world king. They had only produced over 100 successors to the true martial world king. In this divine realm first martial meeting, the true martial world king had even promised a position of successor for any disciple that obtained certain achievements. And to grow each of these successors cost a massive amount of wealth. Even so, the chances of them becoming a world king in the future weren't high at all. Of course, the true martial world king was still in the prime of his life. It was no problem for him to live for another 1,000,000 years or so. He still had hopes that he would be able to produce a world king before his eventual death. If he could guarantee raising a world king, then let alone several trillion, the true martial world king wouldn't hesitate to spend even dozens or hundreds of trillions. It seems that the reason the ancient Phoenix clan, Kirin clan, and Rock clan haven't raised a world king in all these years is that they are too poor. Lin Ming recalled the ancient Phoenix clans Xiao Doji and Burning Heaven. They were both extreme characters of their generation. The totem stones they left behind had filled Lin Ming with inspiration and wisdom. But even then, such characters had been stopped at the half-step world king realm. They hadn't managed to take that last step forwards. At that time, Lin Ming had thought this was unbelievable. But now that he thought about it some more, the reason they couldn't take that last step was not because their talent was too poor, and not because the foundation they built during Ninefall and the 9 divine shifts was too shaky, but because the ancient Phoenix clan simply wasn't able to afford it. The basis of the ancient Phoenix clan was that they had obtained the secret to finding out where the ancient Phoenix underwent nirvana, and thus were able to obtain the blood of the ancient Phoenix. However, the ancient Phoenix clan didn't even have enough of this blood to use, let alone trading it away for resources. As for the ancient Phoenix clan's resource sites, the most valuable one was the God-Beast Mystic Realm. But while the God-Beast Mystic Realm was excellent for tempering geniuses and allowing them to find great lucky chances, its ability to produce wealth was still below that of Carefree Island's red desolate Mystic Realm. Of the 4 God-Beast clans, only the ancient Dragon clan had been able to rely on its superior numbers and vastly greater wealth to raise 2 world kings in the span of 100 million years. Lin Ming could only sigh with emotion as he understood all of this. For a genius, if they couldn't grow because of their lack of talent, then that was their own problem. They had no right to complain. But if they were extremely talented individuals like Xiao Doji or Burning Heaven and yet failed to break past their boundaries because of insufficient resources, then that was truly sad. In the entire divine realm, there were many people that possessed the talent to become a world king, but lacked the resources to do so. As Lin Ming thought of this, he unconsciously clenched the arm of his seat. No matter what, he would not allow himself to become one of them. This boundless world pill had to be his at all costs. 9 trillion. Is there a higher bid? Princess Honeylush excitedly said from atop the auction stage. Her clear voice easily spread throughout the entire arena. Zhong Wenshu adjusted his position in the higher seats. He was the one to call out a bid of 9 trillion just now. At this time, with such a huge amount of wealth on the line, even someone as arrogant and proud as him found it hard to remain calm. Suddenly, Lin Ming stood up. He shouted out, 5 trillion. What? Zhong Wenshu glared at Lin Ming, fires nearly spouting out from his eyes. The three prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, Sacred Yueping, Sacred Tianhao, and Sacred Yanran all looked towards Lin Ming. At this time, most of the World King Holy Land disciples that were here had withdrawn from bidding. The only ones left competing were Lin Ming, the red bamboo hat woman, the three elites of Sacred Martial Mansion, as well as Zhong Wenshu. These were 4 different parties. To raise the price to 5 trillion in a single breath, that brat must be ridiculously rich. Does he really have the ability to obtain the boundless world pill? Or perhaps he's throwing out his total worth in hopes of scaring everyone away. Zhong Wenshu grasped his chair's armrest, his fist constantly clenching and unclenching. His palms were already wet with sweat. 5 trillion began to approach his total wealth. Within Dual Polarity Palace, Zhong Wenshu wasn't the only peak disciple. There were a total of 4, and each of them had a talent similar to the rest, and all 4 of them needed resources. In a situation where Dual Polarity Palace couldn't guarantee that one of these disciples could become a world king, they wouldn't be willing to spend everything they had regardless of how steep the price was. It simply wouldn't be worth it. This was why they had to carefully consider just how much they should invest in their young geniuses. Thus, although Dual Polarity Palace had mobilized a massive amount of wealth by going through various channels and even selling some of the palace master's own treasures, Zhong Wenshu himself had only been able to obtain 5 trillion. Then, after selling everything he possessed and taking as many loans as he could, he was still only at 5 trillion. In fact, in normal circumstances, Dual Polarity Palace wouldn't be willing to support their disciples in purchasing such expensive treasures. If every genius required the best resources on every step of their road of martial arts, Dual Polarity Palace simply wouldn't be able to keep up. 5 trillion. Zhong Wenshu grit his teeth and called out his bid. He had tossed out his complete wealth. At this time, he was no longer able to raise the price a little at a time. If he raised the price by 100 to 200 billion at a time, then his opponent might immediately surpass 5 trillion instead. If that happened, then there would be no way for him to raise the price yet again. He could only bet everything on this last desperate gamble and hope that it would work. After he called out this bidding price, he glared at Lin Ming, his eyes filling with a deep, cold, killing intent. Brat, I advise you not to go too far. If I'm not wrong, then you do not have a fierce backer supporting you. Do you know what fate you will suffer after obtaining the boundless world pill? Many people will chase you to the ends of the world to kill you and take it. You will die without a burial. If you have a life to buy it, then you won't have a life to use it. Even if you did, you would die later regardless of what happened. Lin Ming had intended to stand up and place another bid when he suddenly heard Zhong Wenshu's threat. He sneered. How interesting. I've already attracted enough attention today. So, what's the point in grabbing a bit more? This auction site has hundreds of thousands of people present. With such a great number of people, there are innumerable individuals that already have dark intentions towards me. If that's true, I might as well go all in and use this boundless world pill to strengthen myself as much as possible and obtain a good result in the first Marshall meeting. At that time, just who would still think of killing me? Ha 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 ha. What did you say? Unless I'm wrong, you only have a 9th stage life destruction cultivation, and yet you still want to carve a little space for yourself in the first Marshall meeting. Who do you think you are? A young Empyrean or something? Keep on daydreaming. I'm about to die from laughter. Zhong Wenshu recklessly laughed. If you stop now, then I can protect you. But if you wish to continue fighting with me, then I will have you suffer a fate worse than death. As Lin Ming heard Zhong Wenshu's words, he looked towards him with an unbelievable expression, as if he were watching a clown making a fool of himself. This is the first time in my life hearing such imbecilic and dim-witted words. Seek your protection? Are you expecting me to deliver a piece of meat to you, or something? As Lin Ming sent out this true essence sound transmission, he decisively stood up again. He locked his eyes onto Zhong Wenshu's murderous gaze and raised his jade slip, clearly shouting, 6 trillion. These words left the entire audience in an uproar. 6 trillion. That was simply insane. Such a crazy bidding scene left everyone thrilled and aghast. Just what background did this youth have? Lin Ming's words smashed into Zhong Wenshu like a wrecking ball. He felt his chest ache as he nearly vomited blood in anger. He no longer had a chance. Good. Very good. Since that's the case, then you can wait to be surrounded and killed by others. Zhong Wenshu threatened Lin Ming. But the truth was that this wasn't a threat. Everything he said was a fact. At this time, many great influences were ready to thoroughly investigate Lin Ming's status. If Lin Ming didn't have a background, then he would undoubtedly become the target of everyone here. For him to speak such a price was simply far too flashy. Moreover, Lin Ming wasn't like the red bamboo hat woman. He didn't have the protection of a quasi-world kingmaster. 6 trillion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Princess Honeylush said, her words coming out in panting gasps. Such a sum of money would even cripple a world king-level holy land for some time. It was incredible to imagine that this amount would actually come from the hands of an unknown youth. Chapter 1164, Divine Pill in Hand. Chapter 1164, Divine Pill in Hand. Yeah, Grandma. In the lower seats, the red bamboo hat woman began to speak to the old woman beside her with a true essence sound transmission, her voice a bit hurried. The withered old woman deeply looked at Lin Ming and said, "This price is too high. If Grandma is willing to go all in, then I can still purchase it. But you are only at the divine sea realm. The road before you is still very long, and you have far to grow. If you use resources of this level the entire time, then Grandma simply will not be able to support it. The money I have has to be spent as frugally as possible to buy the most cost-effective goods, rather than such luxurious treasures. Although the boundless world pill is good, the effects compared to the price are simply too low. This auction still has other final act items coming up. We should give this one up." The old woman let out a long and deep sigh. At this time, she no longer had a source of income and was only relying on the wealth she had saved up in the past. Even so, it still wasn't enough. "I understand. Grandma, rest assured that even without the boundless world pill, I will definitely have a dazzling result in the first Marshall meeting." The red bamboo woman looked at Lin Ming with discomfort in her eyes. This person only has a 9th stage life destruction cultivation. For him to use the boundless world pill is truly a waste. The old woman shook her head. "Don't underestimate anyone. Grandma is useless. I simply can't help you during your young years, as the old woman spoke, her back seemed to bend even more, emphasizing her age. After this massive jump in the bidding price, the red bamboo hat woman and Zhong Wunshu both withdrew from the bidding. Now, there was only a single influence competing against Lin Ming, the three prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. Sacred Yueping stood up, holding the jade slip in his hand. However, he didn't put in a new bid. His lips moved, and he said to Zhong Wunshu with a true essence sound transmission, "Brother Wunshu, an enemy of an enemy is a friend. If Brother Wunshu has already given up on this auction, how about lending us the money instead?" Zhong Wunshu turned to glare at Sacred Yueping. He sneered, "Dream on! You might as well lend me your money instead, so that I can continue to compete against Lin Ming." This sort of matter clearly seemed like a joke. How could Zhong Wunshu willingly lend his wealth to someone like Sacred Yueping? Moreover, even if he couldn't buy the Boundless World Pill, he could still save his funds and purchase the next best item in this auction. Sacred Yueping grit his teeth, saying, "We naturally won't let Brother Wunshu suffer a loss here. If Brother Wunshu lends us the funds, we are willing to pay you back with interest double that of Starbind Bank's loaning rate. Not only that, but we will also gift Brother Wunshu a square inch of 9 heavens aged gold. I heard that Brother Wunshu cultivates the metal laws. So after absorbing this 9 heavens aged gold, your cultivation will surely rise to another level. Even if Brother Wunshu cannot purchase the next best item in this auction because of lending us the funds, you still won't suffer a loss." As Sacred Yueping spoke, Zhong Wunshu was truly tempted. You really have 9 heavens aged gold. This sort of thing was extremely rare, but also extremely useful to Zhong Wunshu. Of course, I normally wouldn't be willing to part with this because I was waiting to perceive a second element of laws once I broke through to the divine transformation realm. At the start, I thought that the funds I had would be enough, but I never imagined I would bump into such a madman. Now I have no other choice but to cut off my flesh to get over this hurdle. I am already determined to fight to the end. Zhong Wunshu thought for a moment before saying, "Fine. However, I want 3 times the interest, and when borrowing you will need to sign an insurance guarantee with Starbind Bank. Also, the insurance premium will be paid by you." Sacred Yueping's lips twitched as he heard the words insurance premium. The insurance guarantee service that Starbind Bank provided prevented loans from being casually forgotten or ignored. In fact, this was an extremely common matter in the world of martial artists. With Starbind Bank's guarantee, if there was a problem with the loan, then Starbind Bank would be responsible for recovering the loan. And if Starbind Bank couldn't find the other party, they would pay for the damages. This service required an extremely high insurance premium, and the higher the amount was, the higher the insurance premium went. After Zhong Wunshu put forth these conditions, the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion looked ill, but after being forced to the wall by Lin Ming, this was all they could do. Deal. Sacred Yueping clenched his teeth, feeling blood dripping from his heart. But with Zhong Wunshu helping him, he believed that he could win. 6 trillion going twice. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher bidding price? If not, then this boundless world pill will belong to that young sir. Princess Honeylush clearly said from the auction stage. Sacred Yueping's conversation with Zhong Wunshu had only lasted for several breaths of time. As Princess Honeylush was about to count down a 3rd time, Sacred Yueping suddenly raised the jade slip in his hand and said, 3 trillion. Sacred Yueping's bid immediately caught everyone's attention. Heavens! 3 trillion. At the final stretch, it wasn't the arrogant and haughty Wunshu or the mysterious red bamboo hat woman that remained, but the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped up. The blood vessels around his temples faintly bulged. 3 trillion was far too close to his limit of 7 trillion. Miss M.O., To refine the esoteric immortality pill, what is the absolute minimum number of dragon bone relics required? Lin Ming began to fear that his own funds were insufficient. 27. It cannot be any less than that. 27. Then I can also pawn another 3. If I didn't pawn them, but sold them, I could probably obtain a few 100 billion more, Lin Ming rapidly calculated in his mind. If he pawned an item, he would only receive around 50 to 60% of the value. If he sold them, he could obtain a much higher price. It was only that Lin Ming was a bit reluctant to sell the dragon bone relics. 5 trillion. Lin Ming raised the bid once more. His voice was grim and dignified. Currently, the bidding price had far surpassed the usual price for a boundless world pill. You brat, you are ruthless enough. As Sacred Yueping looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were incomparably gloomy. 5 trillion. At this point, the rate of increase in the bidding price had dramatically dropped. No one would raise the price by several 100 billion now, only 100 billion or less at a time instead. Adding even 50 billion at this time was a great mental burden on Lin Ming and Sacred Yueping. This was because this money wasn't theirs, but money that they had borrowed from others. Moreover, there was also interest. 6 trillion. Lin Ming lifted his hand once more. Now, it wasn't just Sacred Yueping looking at him with hatred in his eyes, but Lin Ming himself was also glaring at Sacred Yueping with an icy expression. If it weren't for Sacred Yueping, then he could have won the boundless world pill at 6 trillion. If his debt was reduced by 1 trillion, then he could be much more relaxed. 65 trillion, Sacred Yueping stubbornly said, refusing to give up. As the bidding war reached this stage, all that was left over were two sides in Lin Ming and Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies. The price rose slowly, a bit at a time. This was a great war, where not even a single drop of blood would be spilled. Sometimes the market was more brutal than the battlefield. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly shined with a sharp light. He raised the jade slip in his hand once more, took a deep breath, and shouted out loud, 7 trillion. 7 trillion. He had increased the bid by 350 billion in a single breath. This sudden bid left the several 100,000 people in the auction venue completely dumbfounded. Beside Lin Ming, even Riverfeather was gawking at him with disbelief. He couldn't understand just what Lin Ming had pawned. All of the ordinary Holy Land disciples were also staring at Lin Ming, unsure of what expression to make. In this final moment, the reason that Lin Ming had raised the bid by so much at once was because he wanted to completely rout Sacred Yueping's confidence in a single strike. If Sacred Yueping raised the price once more, then Lin Ming would have to sell the 3 dragon bone relics, as well as the 6 dragon relics he pawned before. At that time, he would have another 400 to 500 billion. Not just that, but Lin Ming also had some Thunderdao fruits, although they were far inferior to the dragon bone relics in value. Even the weight of a straw was noticeable at this point. As long as Sacred Yueping increased the price once more, Lin Ming would shout out a bid of 5 trillion, and desperately risk everything. If he couldn't defeat Sacred Yueping, then Lin Ming could only give up 7 trillion. 7 trillion. Is there a higher bid? Princess Honeylush fervently said. Sacred Yueping's forehead was dripping wet with sweat. He was constantly reevaluating his own wealth in his mind. This was 7 trillion. If he really added up all of Zhong Wenshu's wealth, then their combined funds would absolutely surpass Lin Ming's. Sacred Yueping didn't doubt this at all. But this money was all borrowed. In particular, for the 2 trillion he borrowed from Zhong Wenshu, not only would he have to pay it back with a sky-high interest rate and 9 heavens-aged gold, but just the insurance premium meant that he would have to pay Starbind Bank another 200 billion. Being a martial artist was an extremely high-risk career. Perhaps a few years later the borrowers might be dead. Thus, for guarantee, with such high risks, the charges were appropriately high. Moreover, in order to continue bidding to this point, he had done so with the support of Sacred Tianhao and Sacred Yanran. He still had to pay them back. Where would Sacred Yueping obtain that much wealth? Also, Lin Ming might even put forth a higher bid. Even if he could win with a 7.05 trillion bid, he would have far too many problems in the future. There was no way he could make ends meet. And with the price having gone this high, it was now a question whether or not the Boundless World pill was worth it. In the end, this sort of top luxury item should be used by someone like a peak disciple from an Empyrean level influence. As a disciple of an ordinary world king holy land, he couldn't afford to take the Boundless World pill. This was just like a poor mortal commoner borrowing some silver to eat steamed pork buns. This was already a luxury. But if that commoner instead borrowed silver to eat shark fin and bird nest soup, then while they could still eat it, it would be extremely stupid behavior. Sacred Yueping fidgeted, wanting to raise the jade slip in his hand again. But in the end, he kept it down. Princess Honeylush's voice echoed in his ears, seeming incomparably distant. 7 trillion. Going once. Is there anyone that would like to put in a higher bid? 7 trillion going twice. If no one bids, then this Boundless World pill will belong to that young sir over there. 7 trillion going thrice deal. Congratulations, sir. With a bid of 7 trillion, you have won the Boundless World pill. Princess Honeylush looked at Lin Ming, a brilliant light pouring out of her eyes. This youth was truly filled with mysteries. She wondered, just how would he resolve all the troubles that would follow the approaching storm after this auction? In the massive venue of several hundreds of thousands of people, no one applauded, as if a pall of silence had fallen over everyone. Lin Ming sat straight in his chair, his body stiff and rigid. His palms were slightly wet with sweat. At least he didn't have to throw out his last desperate bid. This reduced the burden on Lin Ming by a great deal. Bidding 7 trillion was still a reasonably acceptable result to him. "BB Brother Lin, do you really have that much money?" River Feather gulped as he looked at Lin Ming. He felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. Chapter 1165, Crazy Cultivation. Chapter 1165, Crazy Cultivation. Yeah, the auction for the Boundless World pill has already ended, but everyone need not feel regret. This is because there are a total of 10 items in our auction finale, and each one of them is a rare and precious treasure. There is always another chance. Now, we shall begin the auction for the second item. On the auction stage, Princess Honeylush spoke with gusto. However, not many people agreed with her words. For the last 9 items of the auction finale, many people had gone through their networks of information and learned what they were. Besides the last item perhaps having a final bid of 1 trillion, the other items likely wouldn't surpass 300 billion. 100 billion violet sunstones was already an extremely exaggerated number. And at this time, Lin Ming didn't plan on staying and watching the rest of the auction. He stood up and directly walked to the back of the stage. According to the rules, one could pay as soon as their auction ended. Lin Ming intended to take the Boundless World pill as soon as possible and leave the auction venue. The other items remaining had nothing to do with him. Lin Ming's departure caught the attention of many people. There were several icy cold gazes on him, as sharp and bright as shining blades. Lin Ming could feel these eyes piercing through his back like razor-sharp arrows. He didn't need to turn his head to know just who was looking at him. Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, Zhong Wenshu, and even that red bamboo hat woman. All of them were looking at him with utter antipathy. The market was like a battlefield. If you stabbed someone on the battlefield with a sword, how could you not draw the envy and hatred of others? Lin Ming, I want to see just what result you'll have in the first martial meeting after eating up the Boundless World pill. I hope that you aren't eliminated early. The qualifying martial artists of Immemorial Imperial City should all be assigned to the same area. Hee hee. At that time, I'll play with you until you're crippled and begging on the ground. Just wait until you get kicked out from the first martial meeting. Those who chase after you will blot out the skies. Sacred Yueping and Zhong Wenshu's voices resounded in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming didn't even bother with them, instead moving straight to the exit. As Lin Ming left, there were even some people that intentionally or unintentionally followed him. Lin Ming, there are some people following you, River Feather said from beside Lin Ming, his heart racing. He could feel that these fellows following from behind clearly didn't have good intentions. Lin Ming maintained his composure. He sneered, saying, "These people are only clowns. They are waiting for me to leave Immemorial Imperial City. But even if I left Immemorial Imperial City, these people would barely qualify as cannon fodder. And they think they can divide the soup? How ridiculous!" Lin Ming ignored them. He had already rented out a training room in Immemorial Imperial City. This training room was located at the Imperial City Auction House and was one of their many services. Lin Ming only had a general idea of Imperial City Auction House's background. Part of it was owned by the true martial Holy Lands. As for the rest, Lin Ming wasn't too sure. It was possibly some reclusive great expert or disciple of some Empyrean. In short, this was an organization that no one in true martial world dared to move against. He would have absolute safety inside. Guest number 235187. Please show your identification jade slip, as well as 7 trillion violet sunstones or 700 million violet sun crystals. If you are currently lacking the funds, you can pawn some treasures. Lin Ming waved his hand, and over 60,000 violet sun crystal cards left his spatial ring. These were the highest currency crystal cards that Starbine Bank had. Every crystal card was worth 100 million and could be exchanged for violet sun crystals or pills. Afterwards, Lin Ming waved his hand again, and pile after pile of purple crystal mountains appeared. All of these purple crystal mountains were formed from violet sunstones and violet sun crystals. Luckily, the minor dimension of this auction room was large enough and could easily hold these several giant crystal mountains. However, the truth was that even though these crystal mountains seemed terrifying, they were only worth about 150 billion violet sunstones. These were the wealth left behind by Splinter Soul Mountain and the Occult Bone clan. As River Feather looked at this amount of wealth, he was stunned. Just where had Lin Ming obtained so much money? Actually, up until now, he still hadn't been able to determine if Lin Ming came from some secretive great background, or if he had simply stumbled upon some ridiculous lucky chance. "Count it," Lin Ming said. "To count 7 trillion violet sunstones, even a martial artist with an extremely fast soul perception would have trouble taking full inventory in a short time, and it was even more difficult to calculate the value of those material violet sunstones. The auction house sent out 10 treasury managers that used a full hour to count before they finished. Here is your Boundless World pill." A middle-aged man with a bright smile plastered on his face presented a jade box to Lin Ming. After opening it, the Boundless World pill flew up and danced in the air. A rainbow glow of light filled the air, shooting into the distance. "This is it," Mo Eversnow said to Lin Ming. Although she believed in the reputation of the auction house, she still investigated it thoroughly. Lin Ming waved his hand, and the Boundless World pill was placed into the extreme violet ring. "I previously reserved the Skyglass training chamber with a 110-time flow change at the auction house. Could you lead me there?" Lin Ming politely asked. The Skyglass training chamber was one of the most expensive cultivation rooms in the auction house. The time there was slowed to a rate of 110. If he trained there for 3 months, it would be 2.5 years. "Of course." The middle-aged man faintly smiled as he extended his hand. "Sir, if you will." The middle-aged man brought Lin Ming to a long corridor. On both sides of this corridor were a number of stone doors. Every door was carved with all sorts of mysterious and strange runes. This was a time array formation that changed the flow of time in every training chamber. "This is the room. Please enter." The middle-aged man nodded towards a training chamber with a red and purple door and extended his hand in invitation. Lin Ming turned towards River Feather. "Thank you, Brother River, for accompanying me here. I would like to suggest that Brother River also finds a chamber here to train in. If they cannot find me, there might be a chance that they do something to you instead. Although you have the protection of your family, many of these people probably won't take that into consideration. Compared to these World King level influences, the ordinary Holy Land level River family was just far too small and weak." Okay, this was River Feather's plan to begin with. Then, Lin Ming entered the training chamber alone. The reason he chose this training chamber was because it was a training ground for thunder and fire. After entering the training chamber, the scenery suddenly changed. Lin Ming arrived in a different space with lava flowing all around him. As for himself, he was standing at the summit of a giant mountain. Dark crimson chains wrapped around the mountain peak, each link as thick as a grown man's thigh. One end of the dark crimson chains wrapped around the mountain peak, and the other extended hundreds of thousands of feet into the sky, sinking into the clouds for an unknowable distance. Below the mountain peak, volcanoes erupted all over the land, gushing forth fresh heated lava. And high above Lin Ming's head, dark clouds surged with purple thunder roiling within them. In front of Lin Ming, just 10 miles away, a massive bronze furnace floated in the air. This furnace was the size of a palace, and as countless bolts of thunder struck against it, sparks of divine light and earth-shaking rumbles filled the heavens. The flames beneath were also sucked up by this furnace, constantly flowing into it. After being burnt for countless years, this furnace had been seared fire red. This was a spirit artifact treasure furnace. It was also masterless. Every training chamber of this rank was generally provided with a furnace like this. The reason that Lin Ming had chosen the Sky Glass training chamber was in no small part because he had taken notice of this alchemy furnace. With Mo Eversnow's strength and her power of laws, she could certainly activate the powers of the spirit artifact alchemy furnace. Of course, this would inevitably consume a portion of Mo Eversnow's soul force. Luckily, Lin Ming had won the bidding for the 9-aperture spirit crystal before this. The 9-aperture spirit crystal was a type of soul medicine that could nourish spirits. If the 9-aperture spirit crystal could nourish artifact spirits, then it could also revitalize a person's soul to a certain degree. If one soul force was weakened, they could recover by eating a tiny piece of the 9-aperture spirit crystal. This is the training chamber of thunder and fire. The dual thunder and fire origin energies here are indeed extremely rich. This is truly worthy of being called the Skyglass training chamber. In truth, the stone door that Lin Ming had passed through earlier was a transmission array. The transmission array had led to this different world. This different world was not a divergent mystic realm, nor was it a man-made dimensional realm. Rather, it was one of the countless tiny worlds that were located in the gaps between the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. This tiny world had been explored and refined by the Imperial Capital Auction House, becoming an absolute separate world space. It was completely safe to train here. Such a place suited Lin Ming the most. Great. Now we can begin the crazy cultivation facing the vast and boundless force of nature in this training place. Lin Ming felt his blood begin to seethe with excitement, his heroic and daring spirit soaring into the heavens. For the first martial meeting happening 3 months from now, he had absolute confidence in himself. Whoosh. All of the alchemy materials were taken out from the extreme violet ring by Mo Eversnow. These materials floated in the air, and included the violet sunstone embryo as well as the 30 dragon bone relics. Lin Ming, I will first refine the esoteric immortality pill. It will probably take around 2 months for me to finish. In the meantime, you can train here as you wish and gather your strength. You must cultivate your world seed to prepare for breaking into the divine sea. Mo Eversnow floated in the skies. Her white dress danced around her pale and bare feet, and her long hair was whipped up in the wind, combined with the apocalyptic scenery around her. She looked like a lost, immortal fairy, ready to return to the winds at any moment. All right. Lin Ming didn't waste time speaking and left everything in Mo Eversnow's hands. He shot outwards, turning into a beam of light moving through the rich thunder and fire origin energy of this world. Within this vast land of heaven and earth origin energy, the heretical god seedling greedily absorbed all of the available energy around it. Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear and wildly twisted around. With himself and his spear, it was like he was fighting against the world itself. After Lin Ming reached Ninefall, there were far too many laws within him that he needed to meditate on, and also far too much energy that he needed to thoroughly master. As long as he had a place to train and improve himself, then given time, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Blue lotus flame dance. Lin Ming thrust his spear outwards, and an incredible scene followed it. Deep in the rivers of fire below, waves of lava tumbled into the area and began swirling up into a giant whirlpool. And within the center of this whirlpool, a blue lotus flower was born, slowly blooming within the monstrous flames. I have to fuse the 4th concept of fire into the first 3 concepts of fire. Although the altered time flow here will create some obstacles in perceiving the concepts, I can still overcome them. Lin Ming constantly thrust out his spear. The blue lotus flower soon grew to be hundreds of feet tall, as if this lotus flower were holding up the heavens. And in the skies, the white-dressed Mo Eversnow floated in the wind. All of the materials for refining the esoteric immortality pill had been placed into the spirit artifact furnace by her. She began the long process of refining. This giant bronze furnace could gather the limitless power of fire sealed within the world. The flames were incomparably hot, blazing without end. Besides the violet sunstone embryo and dragon bone relics, everything that entered instantly turned into liquid before being absorbed by the violet sunstone embryo. Chapter 1166, Opening the Gate of Life. Chapter 1166, Opening the Gate of Life. Time marched on. If 3 days went by outside, 1 month would have passed for Lin Ming. Imperceptibly, half a month passed. In the spirit artifact alchemy furnace, the violet sunstone embryo had completely melted. The dragon bone relics fused into it, forming a golden liquid that spilled out light in all directions. At the start, this ball of fluid was over a foot in diameter. Then, as it was slowly roasted by flames, the ball of liquid became increasingly small and concentrated. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The furnace shook. All around the body of the furnace, strange and ancient patterns lit up as if they were coming to life. These patterns took the likeness of wild great animals with long fangs, sharp claws, and one could even faintly make out the sound of horrendous roars coming from the furnace. This furnace is like a living creature. Lin Ming turned his head in surprise as he heard the roaring from the furnace become increasingly clear. Then he immediately relaxed. As a spirit artifact, this furnace naturally had an artifact spirit within it. Although this was not a true source artifact spirit, but a false artifact spirit. Often a false artifact spirit wasn't any worse than a true one. The greatest shortcoming of a false artifact spirit was that it couldn't grow on its own. The only way was if one fused in a rare, heavenly material like a 9-aperture spirit crystal to forcefully enhance it. And in terms of true quality, many false artifact spirits were of an extremely high rank. This was because when these artifact spirits were sealed into the spirit artifact, they were already extremely powerful. This was a reasonable matter. If a supreme elder were refining their life spirit artifact, why would they not choose some powerful mystic creature as its source? If an Empyrean level supreme elder were to capture a god beast soul and transform it into an artifact spirit, then it was even possible to refine a transcendent spirit treasure. This spirit artifact, Furnace's artifact spirit, was created by a supreme elder who had killed an ancient blue-eyed crystal beast and used its soul. The fierce patterns along the furnace were also formed by the blue-eyed crystal beast. This caused the furnace to have an extremely tyrannical and savage aura after it was completed. The blazing flames it produced were incomparably hot, burning away the heavens. The impurities were constantly melted away as the essence of the mixture became increasingly concentrated. Day by day, the originally foot-wide ball of golden liquid slowly shrank to 3 inches. During this time, the 9-aperture spirit crystal floated by the top of M.O. Eversnow's head. Faint lines of refreshing energy and mist fell down from the 9-aperture spirit crystal, slowly fusing into M.O. Eversnow's soul form. The faint light revitalized her body the entire time. Without the 9-aperture spirit crystal, even though M.O. Eversnow would have been able to finish the refinement of the pill, it would have been an enormous drain on the power of her divine soul. After all, she was unable to use true essence and had to move materials around with her soul force. Alchemy was already exhausting work, but she had to pay a cost several times that of an ordinary martial artist. In these past days, the 9-aperture spirit crystal's volume shrank by 1/10. M.O. Eversnow lifted her hand and tossed several 100,000-year-old medicinal herbs into the furnace. These were medicinal herbs that Lin Ming had found in the extreme violet ring when he had been exploring the Temple of Marvels. Now, M.O. Eversnow used the essence of these herbs to nourish the esoteric immortality pill. A top-grade pill had a certain wisdom of its own. It could eat food by absorbing the essence of medicinal herbs. What M.O. Eversnow was doing now was using the essence of these medicinal herbs to feed the esoteric immortality pill. Underneath the scorching heat, these 100,000-year-old herbs rapidly dried up. As they withered away, the liquid essence gushed out of them, constantly merging into the violet sun stone embryo's golden liquid. Soon, the multicolored essence of these medicinal herbs had been completely absorbed. After the ball of golden liquid absorbed this essence, it became even more dazzling and more concentrated, shrinking down to the size of a small egg. The ball of liquid gradually transitioned to a half-solid state. The divine pill was almost formed. Time passed a day at a time. Lin Ming had already been in the training area for nearly 2 months. Whoosh! A beam of purple light suddenly cut across the skies. At that moment, all of the power of thunder within the skies seemed to gather in a single spot. Mountains and rivers split apart, and a massive fissure was cracked open in the earth, causing lava to spew out into the world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Volcanoes erupted. Endless amounts of lava flooded outwards like countless galloping horses, causing even the earth to shake. In such an apocalyptic environment, Lin Ming flew high in the air. The spear strike just now had crossed 100 miles, causing even the space around it to tremble. Beneath him, the rock that was harder than mortal steel was torn apart like cloth, causing a 100-mile-long valley to form. Chila! Thunder tumbled, dancing around like manic purple snakes. Thick arcs of electricity twined around Lin Ming, moving up and down his body. At this moment, Lin Ming seemed like a god of thunder. Lin Ming looked at the long spear in his hands, feeling his body filling with strength. The source of the power he felt flowing through his body now was completely different from before. In the past, Lin Ming's strength had come from constantly perceiving the laws, and then using his own true essence to spur the power of laws, transforming heaven and earth origin energy into his own weapon to fight. During this process, Lin Ming had always felt that his own strength was far too minuscule and weak. As for the world laws, they were incomparably massive, causing all who stood before them to kneel in awe. But this time was completely different. Lin Ming felt that the power of laws he used just now had not come from him meditating on them, but from his own body. In that moment, Lin Ming could feel his own body become one with the world. The world laws naturally flowed out from his flesh, blood, and organs. It was like his body had been condensed from the laws. And when he used these laws to control heaven and earth origin energy, he didn't feel the jerky feeling he did before. Now everything seemed to flow smoothly and perfectly. Such a feeling was far too wonderful. To think I touched upon the threshold of fusing the thunder laws, first 3 concepts of thunder, so quickly. Although my thunder laws are inferior to my fire laws, they are still slowly evening out. Moreover, I can faintly feel a new power brewing within me. At the Sky Spill continent, Lin Ming had once trained for years before fighting Yang Yun. He had studied the thunder concept Jade Slip that the electric violet Kirin clan's Jiang Ziji had left behind, and had perceived the first 3 concepts of the thunder laws from them: the power of death, the power of life, and the concept of extreme speed. However, Lin Ming's understandings towards these 3 concepts weren't particularly deep, and he had been unbelievably far from ever hoping to fuse them together. But now, he had already traced the threshold of fusing them. These last 2 months of training were equal to nearly a year within Fire Spirit Star. Of course, this didn't mean that Imperial City auction houses' training areas were of a higher quality than Fire Spirit Star. Rather, when Lin Ming had broken into Ninefall, a massive amount of the world laws had been integrated into his body. Now, all he had to do was sense them in order to rapidly master them. Lin Ming, you've done well. Your 9-fall crossed 33 layered heavens, and the 9 by 9 life destruction you experienced has brought you unimaginable benefits. This is the combined contribution of the magic cube, 2 transcendent divine mites, gold grand miss battle spirit, and also that transcendent divine pill demon bead replica. Only by combining all of these factors together were you able to achieve what you have now. I would venture a guess that even a descendant of an Empyrean would not have a more perfect life destruction than you. Your 9-fall is singular and unique, allowing you to experience heavenly tribulation 9 times. Moreover, because you managed to cross heavenly tribulation, to a certain degree you have become someone that lives partially outside the rules of the heavenly Tao and controls your own destiny. In fact, you should be able to control the heavenly Tao laws to a certain extent. Of course, your cultivation is far, far too low. Even if you did, it would be nothing worth mentioning at all. Mo Evers now said, suddenly appearing in front of Lin Ming. She hadn't said a single exaggerated word. Lin Ming's current body, in terms of laws, could even be compared with a god beast. A god beast was the beloved of the natural laws. Their bones were carved with the laws, and their flesh and blood were fused with law runes. Their organs were able to commune with the world, forming a 5-element grand array. Their bodies were not what human bodies could compare with. They were like amalgamations of the heavenly Tao, capable of directly accessing and using the power of the world. If a god beast's strength didn't mainly rely on their talent while their ability to learn was extremely poor, then they would have even surpassed human Empyreans. And now, Lin Ming had a perception equal to a monstrous genius, and he also had a body that could compare with a god beast in the aspect of laws. If Lin Ming continued cultivating body transformation in the future, and was capable of enhancing his body until it was just as powerful as a god beast body, then he would become like a humanoid god beast that was also skilled at learning and cultivating. Miss M.O., have you finished refining the pill? Lin Ming was startled to see Mo Eversnow. In these past months, Mo Eversnow had sealed her senses and isolated herself from the world. Now that she suddenly appeared again, presumably the pill should be finished, or almost finished. Yes, Mo Eversnow pointed a finger. Lin Ming turned and saw the alchemy furnace still floating between the heavens and earth as before. Endless amounts of fire still gathered towards it. The bottom was roasted red, even as countless bolts of lightning smashed into it from the sky, recklessly baptizing it with thunder and fire. This sort of feeling was similar to heavenly tribulation. Of course, Lin Ming knew that the esoteric immortality pill was impossibly far from quickening its own heavenly tribulation. Only when a transcendent divine pill appeared would such a phenomenon occur, let alone a transcendent divine pill. The esoteric immortality pill was far inferior to the boundless world pill. Flames burned, thunder swelled. The furnace gathered more and more strength. Finally, it reached a critical point and erupted. The lid of the furnace popped off, and a pigeon egg-sized golden red pill flew out, as if it wanted to escape from the world. Lin Ming was already prepared. His body moved, and his extreme speed erupted. He instantly appeared in front of the esoteric immortality pill and caught it. He had succeeded in obtaining this divine pill. In his hands, this pill was boiling hot and extremely heavy. Lin Ming felt like what he caught wasn't a pill, but the reduced essence of a blazing fire star. Lin Ming, you already have the jade slip of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, and you should have improved your understandings of it in these past days. Now, follow the method of revolving the energy within your body according to the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Have it flow through the threshold of life and death, and attack the gate of life. With your current foundation, there shouldn't be any problems at all. In addition, I perceived that fragmented bone slip from before. I discovered that there was an outline to an ancient body transformation technique within it. Although it was far too incomplete, I was able to glean a new discovery from it. What discovery? Lin Ming asked, surprised. If Mo Eversnow's voice and expression were so serious, then this harvest shouldn't be small at all. Chapter 1167, Divine Spear-like Dragon. Chapter 1167, Divine Spear-like Dragon. Mo Eversnow used her mind to control the small bone slip, bringing it floating out into the air. This bone slip fragment didn't appear to be special at all. If it had been placed in a street stall and not auctioned off at a trade fair, then it would have been difficult for Lin Ming to discover anything strange about it. Mo Eversnow said, "This bone slip has a cultivation method recorded within it. It includes the 6 early stages of body transformation, the 8 inner hidden gates, and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The details about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace are called the 9-star art. According to this bone slip, after one practices the 9-star art and truly opens of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, a martial artist can commune with the world around them, just like an essence-gathering martial artist can. They can galvanize a type of energy using the world laws. This energy is called astral essence." Astral essence? Lin Ming asked, startled. This was the first time he had ever heard of this sort of energy. Astral essence and true essence are 2 sides of energy, similar to how grand mist energy divided into yin and yang energies. I have a faint premonition that the secrets of astral essence are related to how to open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The secrets to opening the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Lin Ming thought for a moment. It was a pity that this bone slip was far too incomplete. If he wanted to understand all of these secrets, then he would have to rely on his own efforts to do so. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace was an extremely distant matter. Currently, Lin Ming hadn't even fully opened the 8 inner hidden gates, and the final 2 of the 8 inner hidden gates were extraordinary. They were equal to half a large boundary in body transformation. The first 6 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates could enhance various attributes of the human body, but in terms of increasing one's comprehensive combat strength, they were inferior to the gate of life and the gate of death. The gate of life was located at the heart and controlled the power of life. After opening the gate of life, a martial artist's fires of life would be incomparably vibrant and vivid. Their flesh, blood, organs, all of it would be able to regenerate at incredible rates. Even one's blood vitality and fires of life, as long as they didn't suffer some injury past 50%, could still be slowly restored. This sounded like a gate that could increase a martial artist's defensive and recovery abilities, but it wasn't so. The most vital role of the gate of life lay in its attack potential. To be able to regenerate one's blood vitality and fires of life was an absolutely monstrous ability. For a martial artist, their life source was extremely fragile. Once their fires of life weakened, or they lost their blood essence, that often meant that their life force would diminish, their bodies would wither, and they would become increasingly feeble until they even dropped realms. To think of advancing further in the future in such a state was an absolute impossibility. There were many wounds that could do this. For instance, the master of that red bamboo hat woman that Lin Ming had seen at the Imperial City auction was one such case. She had likely reached the World King realm, but because of some grievous injury she suffered, she had dropped boundaries. But after Lin Ming opened the gate of life, as long as he didn't lose over half of his blood vitality or fires of life, then he could slowly restore himself. This allowed him to use a singular move in future battles, an overwhelming one that others rarely used. That was to combust one's blood essence. Once a martial artist combusted their blood essence, they could use their life force as a source of strength and instantly increase their combat strength to another level. In a time of crisis, if a martial artist burnt 30 to 40% of their blood essence, they could completely turn the tide of battle. Lin Ming sat down on a nameless mountain peak. The pigeon egg-sized esoteric immortality pill was grasped in his hands, and the phoenix blood spear was stabbed into a deep red rock in front of him. On top of the phoenix blood spear, there was a baby-shaped spirit crystal. This was the 9-aperture spirit crystal. After M.O. Eversnow used the 9-aperture spirit crystal, it had shrunk to 1/8 of its original size. Now the rest would be used to nourish the phoenix blood spear's artifact spirit. Whoosh! Lin Ming suddenly extracted the phoenix blood spear, and without flinching, violently thrust it at his chest. The sharp phoenix blood spear pierced through his body, cutting through his ribs and finally tearing into his heart. Blood splashed out into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ming drew out the phoenix blood spear. With his other hand, he thrust the esoteric immortality pill into the gaping wound, directly into the opening he had cut in his heart. He submerged the pill into his heart and allowed it to fuse with him. According to the records contained within the Celestial Tyrant Manual, the esoteric immortality pill had to be sealed within the heart. The gate of life was located in the heart. Once the esoteric immortality pill was sealed into the heart, the medicinal potency within would be washed out using the flow of blood. The energy within it would be activated, allowing him to flush through the gate of life in a single go. The pain of a pierced heart wasn't much to Lin Ming in comparison to all he had experienced so far. But as the power of the esoteric immortality pill erupted, Lin Ming felt his body shake. It was like a heavy hammer smashed into his heart, nearly causing his heart to stop beating. A massive amount of energy had exploded in Lin Ming's heart. This sort of impact force could be imagined. However, up until now, Lin Ming had experienced the impact of many brutal and tyrannical pills. In addition, after swallowing the dragon marrow, absorbing the supreme dragon bone, and opening the 6th of the 8 inner hidden gates, his body had nearly reached an imperishable diamond state. If a normal essence gathering system martial artist were to allow the power within the esoteric immortality pill to erupt in their heart would have exploded into pieces. And at this time, in front of Lin Ming, Mo Eversnow used her battle spirit to activate the 9-aperture spirit crystal. She drew out fire from the spirit artifact furnace to ignite the spirit crystal. The 9-aperture spirit crystal began to slowly soften. Mo Eversnow flicked her fingers, and 3 dragon bone relics flew into the 9-aperture spirit crystal. Everything was being heated up together. These dragon bone relics were the remainders left over after she had finished refining the esoteric immortality pill. In order to refine the esoteric immortality pill, 27 dragon bone relics was enough. Mo Eversnow didn't waste any extra. With these 3 leftover dragon bone relics, she began to refine their essence within the flames to fuse them into the Phoenix Blood Spear. The artifact spirit within the Phoenix Blood Spear had been personally formed by Lin Ming. Moreover, this artifact spirit had gone through the baptism of heavenly tribulation together with Lin Ming. The quality of it was extremely high. Once it grew in the future, it would definitely be capable of being Lin Ming's life spirit treasure. The 3 dragon bone relics had already been slowly melted for 2 months in the fires of the furnace. Now, they were quickly fused into the Phoenix Blood Spear without the least bit of resistance. Sword like jade, saber like tiger, spear like dragon. Once a spear gained its own mind and wisdom, it would be like an azure dragon soaring out of the ocean, roaming into the highest heavens, unstoppable. The characteristics of the dragon bone relics just happened to perfectly suit a spear. To fuse them into a spear spirit was the best use of them. In addition, the Phoenix Blood Spear also contained phoenix blood. This fused well with dragon bone. Dragon and phoenix soaring together, complementing each other's strength. Thus this fusion had gone smoothly beyond any expectations. Roar. A resounding dragon's cry savagely impacted into the horizon. The Phoenix Blood Spear violently trembled, and then the entire spear shot into the sky, diving into the dark clouds. For a time, countless purple arcs of thunder smashed into the Phoenix Blood Spear, dancing around it like a flurry of purple snakes. Roar. The resonant dragon's cry emerged once more, echoing between the heavens and the earth. Within the world, the faint image of an azure dragon phantom appeared. One could see flashing blue dragon scales, dragon horn, and dragon claws, all of it overflowing with a lifelike chill. After fusing with the 3 dragon bone relics and the 9-aperture spirit crystal, the Phoenix Blood Spear had undergone another evolution. Whoosh! The Phoenix Blood Spear shot down from the highest heavens, crashing towards the earth like a raging meteor. The extreme speed caused friction with the air, and a tail of blazing flames followed the descent of the spear. With a rumbling sound, the Phoenix Blood Spear broke through a mountain peak, thrusting deep underground and causing lava and flames to spew forth. What a wonderful spear! Even the hard-to-impress Mo Eversnow couldn't help but cry out in praise. The truth was that all in all, the rank of the Phoenix Blood Spear could only be considered a medium-grade spirit artifact. This was because the materials used to forge the body of the Phoenix Blood Spear weren't too good, and the spear's spirit hadn't fully grown. But with the Phoenix Blood Spear having undergone tempering through heavenly tribulation, a great deal of the power of heavenly tribulation had been retained within the spear shaft. Also, the source spear spirit was not what other spirit artifact spirits could compare with. As Lin Ming grew, the Phoenix Blood Spear would also grow. It was hard to estimate just how much it could continue growing. Mo Eversnow no longer paid attention to the Phoenix Blood Spear. She turned to look at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body was covered in hazy golden light. He seemed like a golden Buddha, making it hard for one to look straight towards him. Opening the gate of life wasn't easy. There were enormous risks associated with taking the esoteric immortality pill. In the past, M.O. Eversnow herself had taken this pill, so she was well aware of just what its effects were like. Of course, the foundation of Lin Ming's mortal body was better than hers in the past. Thus, M.O. Eversnow never worried that Lin Ming would experience some accident in opening the gate of life. And looking at him now, the situation was much better than she expected. M.O. Eversnow's vision pierced through Lin Ming. She could see the inner workings of his body, his flesh and his blood. She could see the fires of life burning within him like a raging conflagration, a flaming mountain so great and high it seemed that it would scorch the skies. As M.O. Eversnow saw this, a rare smile crossed her face. Lin Ming's talent was much better than she had estimated. Perhaps he really might be able to open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, achieving the peak in both the essence gathering and body transformation systems. I have no idea just what state he will be able to reach in the future, M.O. Eversnow whispered to herself. Her eyes grew increasingly bright. Her goal was to have Lin Ming become an Empyrean in the future. This ambition was incredibly enormous, even impossible. If others were to learn of it, they would certainly scoff at her hubris. Without mentioning anything else, even someone who became the champion of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting would only have a suffocatingly slim hope of becoming an Empyrean in the future. And in M.O. Eversnow's opinion, it was hard to tell what result Lin Ming would obtain, whether that was top 10, top 5, or even higher. Of course, this was also because Lin Ming was far too young. Compared to the average age of the young elites entering the first martial meeting, he would be around 10 years younger. Boom, 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 boom. Lin Ming's heartbeat reverberated through the world. The sound became increasingly loud and increasingly strong. At the start, it was like a heavy drum, but then it slowly transformed into a rolling thunderclap. Finally, every beat of Lin Ming's heart caused the earth to shake and lava to gush forth. The mountain peak that Lin Ming sat on began to crack. Countless bits of rock tumbled down the mountain as a cloud of dust rose. Every time blood passed through his heart, it would wash out a massive amount of energy. This energy nourished the entirety of Lin Ming's body. This state continued for several hours. Slowly, the energy within Lin Ming reached the limit. The pigeon egg-sized esoteric immortality pill had shrunk to the size of a fingernail. At this time, the rest of the esoteric immortality pill cracked apart. With an explosive ringing sound, energy erupted from all over. The mountain peak that Lin Ming sat on collapsed. Lin Ming let out a loud and happy cry, his howls reaching through the skies and washing away all the clouds. At this moment, he had opened the 7th of the 8 inner hidden gates, the Gate of Life. Chapter 1168, Elementary Transcendent Divine Might. Chapter 1168, Elementary Transcendent Divine Might. Yeah, great, awesome, haha. Lin Ming boisterously laughed out loud. At this moment, he felt an explosive power filling his body. His blood boiled within him like a rushing river from an unleashed dam, surging with unlimited vitality. To compare a thin and slender blood vessel to a river seemed exaggerated, but in truth it wasn't at all. In the common folk tales, when the greatest god of all underwent nirvana and remade the new universe, his body turned into all of life. His eyes became the sun and the moon, and the blood that flowed within him turned into rivers and oceans. Although this was only a legend, it wasn't completely baseless. This was because if someone could obtain Lin Ming's blood vessels now and refine them, they could create a river of flowing blood gushing forwards endlessly. It could be said that Lin Ming's entire body was now a treasure. The supreme dragon bone had been fused into his bones. engraving runes onto the surface that recorded the heavenly Tao laws. His flesh was integrated with law runes that contained the highest truths of the world. His blood and marrow were filled with phoenix essence, allowing him to communicate with heaven and earth origin energy with ease. His organs and fascia had already been tempered continuously with energy, making them as firm as divine iron. When Lin Ming was born, his martial talent had only been subpar at best. Now, his current body's martial talent had reached the levels of a monstrous genius. Phoenix Blood Spear. Lin Ming gave a loud shout, and the Phoenix Blood Spear shot out from the ruptured earth, turning into a beam of red light that fell into his hand. With the spear in his hand, Lin Ming immediately felt a close and comforting feeling, as if his own flesh and blood were with him. In this moment, the Phoenix Blood Spear was no longer a weapon but a part of his body, an extension of his arm. The Phoenix Blood Spear trembled in excitement, emitting whistling sounds. Lin Ming felt the strength within his body reach the peak, as if he would explode if he didn't let it loose, strength surging like a tsunami, blood boiling like lava. Lin Ming bit down on the tip of his tongue and forced out blood essence, spurting it on top of the Phoenix Blood Spear. In this instant, he had burnt 20% of his blood essence. A powerful strength gained at the cost of burning his blood essence was completely poured into Lin Ming's body. In that instant, his strength suddenly soared. The heretical god force also erupted. He had now reached a level of strength countless times the limit of life destruction. The world seed within Lin Ming's dantian trembled as if it would break apart and become a world of its own. All of his strength was poured into the Phoenix Blood Spear. Then, a thrust, spear light cut through space, issuing forth a horrifying tearing sound. Thunder crashed down from the skies and plumes of flame rose from the ground. All of this energy was swept up by the spear, forming a massive red and purple vortex. Underneath the heavenly Tao laws, the power of thunder fire within the spear was no longer the pure 5 elements, but had changed to heavenly tribulation. At this moment, within Lin Ming's body, the heretical god seedling emitted a glorious light. When Lin Ming crossed Ninefall, the thunder and fire tribulations he experienced hadn't vanished, but had been absorbed and refined by the heretical god seedling. The laws within the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation had also been absorbed by the heretical god seedling. Now, as Lin Ming burnt his own blood essence, he had unexpectedly called out the heavenly Tao laws sleeping deep within his body, reproducing the power of heavenly tribulation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The strength of a powerful heavenly tribulation erupted, and the vast sky turned endless shades of red and purple. As Lin Ming swung his spear, a 100,000-foot-tall mountain 100 miles away was smashed into fragments by him. Even the massive lake of lava around it completely evaporated. The energy contained within this strike had even evaporated magma, and from the area that Lin Ming had struck out with his spear, to the place where that mountain had been destroyed, a massive fissure had formed in the ground, as if a divine dragon had crushed the world. This terrifying destructive power even left Lin Ming stunned. This move was... Lin Ming had only planned to simultaneously fuse the first 3 concepts of fire with the first 3 concepts of thunder. He didn't think that there would be such an effect. The power of heavenly tribulation. M.O. Eversnow gasped as she saw the scene before her, as if the final days of the world had arrived. What? Lin Ming asked, surprised. M.O. Eversnow solemnly said, Lin Ming, when you crossed Ninefall, not only was there a massive amount of the heavenly Tao laws fused into your body, but you also crossed heavenly tribulation and became someone that exists outside the heavenly Tao. In the future, you might even become someone that can control the heavenly Tao. Of course, you are currently too weak, so that is impossible. But just now, when you revolved your energy to the limit just now, you summoned the power of thunder and fire tribulation that had been absorbed and carved into the heretical god seedling, reproducing the majesty of heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation. Then my move just now was equal to heavenly tribulation? Lin Ming was stunned. He himself had deeply experienced just how mighty heavenly tribulation was. Every single level of heavenly tribulation was incomparably terrifying. At that time, Lin Ming had just crossed ninefall, and his body had been in its peak state. Even so, he had nearly died, a gruesome death as he was being attacked by heavenly tribulation. If it weren't for him swallowing down that demon bee divine replica, then he would have likely died then and there. If he could manifest heavenly tribulation in his moves, then even if he couldn't reproduce the most powerful yin-yang tribulation and could only use thunder and fire tribulation, that would already make him someone that defied the will of the heavens. To wield the power of heavenly tribulation in his hands sounded completely unbelievable. Lin Ming. Since ancient times, supreme elders have always created their own cultivation methods. Just now, you also created your own style. Before now, you mastered various cultivation methods and produced your own skills chasing sun, chasing thunder, penetrating rainbow, and burying the heavens. However, these are different. They can, at best, only be considered mediocre filler. The only reason they are decent is because you created them and they are best suited for your own combat style. But if they stood by themselves as an inheritance, then they really wouldn't be anything to look at all. But the move you created just now was different. In terms of the laws, it stands at an extremely high level, approaching even the heavenly Tao. In the future, as your strength increases and you constantly improve yourself, this style of yours may even surpass the heavenly Tao. And all techniques that transcend the heavenly Tao are called transcendent divine mights. Your move just now can be taken as the elementary form of a future transcendent divine might. You have already crossed through 9 levels of heavenly tribulation, so you can definitely achieve this. When that happens, you will have a transcendent divine might that belongs to you alone. M.O. Evers now found it hard to maintain her calm as she spoke to hear. Even she felt this was incredible. Lin Ming, with his mere perfect ninefall, had actually touched upon the domain of a transcendent divine might. This had definitely been in large part due to the 9 by 9 life destruction he experienced, as well as the 9 levels of heavenly tribulation and the countless law fragments fused into his body. You're saying that this is the elementary form of a transcendent divine might? Lin Ming asked, surprised. He felt as if this was a dream and found it hard to speak for a while. A transcendent divine might could only be created by someone extraordinary like an Empyrean. Up until now, Lin Ming had learnt 2 different transcendent divine mights. And even then, the principles of the great Tao inherent within them had Lin Ming uttering praises endlessly over just how exquisite they were. Their common characteristic was that they had nearly formed a system of laws themselves. They were simply not subject to the constraints of the heavenly Tao. They were existences that truly defied the heavens. Although Lin Ming had never been arrogant, he believed that in many aspects, his talent had nearly reached the peak within the divine realm. But upon mentioning a transcendent divine might, Lin Ming actually felt a bit helpless and frustrated. He always felt that the moves he created himself were garbage compared to a transcendent divine might. Lin Ming had confidence in his cultivation and strength, and also believed he could become an Empyrean in the future. But in terms of self-created moves, Lin Ming actually doubted himself. Would he be able to create his own transcendent divine might upon reaching the Empyrean realm? He never expected that what he just used now was the elementary form of a transcendent divine might. Don't be complacent. I only said that this move of yours can develop into a transcendent divine might in the future. it is still incomparably far from becoming a true transcendent divine might. You will need to slowly work towards that goal. Every complete transcendent divine might has its own perfect and independent law system. It could even be said that creating a transcendent divine might is equal to recreating part of the heavenly Tao. With it as a foundation, then with enough grand mist energy, you could even breed a true world, and the Empyrean who created that transcendent divine might would be the God who created that world. Every transcendent divine might is the total sum of everything that an Empyrean had learnt in their life. Thus, no matter how extreme an Empyrean is, they can only produce a single one, although only an Empyrean can create a transcendent divine might. When the inkling and traces of that transcendent divine might first appear, that Empyrean might be at a very low boundary. For instance, the current you, M.O. Eversnow, said this to prevent Lin Ming from being overly content with himself. Even so, she couldn't help but praise him. To touch upon the elementary form of a transcendent divine might at the 9th stage life destruction was far, far too early. A transcendent divine might is equal to the heavenly Tao in this world. Lin Ming was startled. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing, and it left him shaken. If an Empyrean had enough grand mist energy, couldn't they even create their own miniature universe? Lin Ming, you have harvested far too much. Far, far too much. Although it only manifests in enhancing your strength now, in the future the benefits you will experience will be more and more. This harvest is even greater than what you gained from opening the gate of life. Since you created this technique, you should give it a name so that once you master it, it can be an inheritance that you pass down. Okay, once Lin Ming recovered from his thoughts, he began to think aloud. Since this technique was bred within heavenly tribulation and belongs to the power of heavenly retribution, let's call it heavenly Tao judgment. Since this was a technique with unlimited potential for growth in the future, calling it heavenly Tao judgment was a worthy name. Otherwise, if it was some garbage technique that dared to proclaim itself heavenly Tao anything, then others would truly laugh at it to death. Heavenly Tao judgment, that's quite the imposing name. I hope that in the future you will be able to give this name the reputation it deserves. As M.O. Eversnow spoke, Lin Ming clenched his fists and said, I will. We don't have much time left. You train for another 3 months. Once you've gathered enough strength, it will be time to attack the divine sea. Afterwards, you will consolidate your cultivation, and then we shall leave seclusion to join the divine realm first martial meeting. All right, Lin Ming shouted, his heroic spirit rising 100,000 feet into the heavens. The divine realm first martial meeting would be the gathering of the most ultimate extreme young geniuses within the divine realm. Lin Ming wanted to take a good look at these young elites and see just how he compared to them. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.